flexing like we all live. Fake it till you make it, take a little holiday. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
The writing's on the wall, but nobody knows. We've gotta get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's on. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. Now we can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we can't. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go,
me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again.
No, 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 no,
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please, goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her go and hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip gone, new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gon' get my money while I'm breathing. Fingers in my bank still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gon' tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you, to have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they're killing all
I
my
just made a couple
feelings.
bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, got me doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because our love is so timeless. It's so priceless and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyers. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.
You the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna neutral in my mind's eye, watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my way? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my way? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops, holding our breath as we go by, like a daydream soaked in red wine. Moving so slow as we get high, and baby, now it's our time. Moving so slow like honey drops, falling hard on these rooftops, falling hard on these rooftops, yeah, yeah. We blast off from these rooftops. From these rooftops. We blast out from these rooftops. From these rooftops.
No, 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 it's on me.
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please, goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her gon' hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip gone, new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gon' get my money while I'm breathing. Fingers in my bank, still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gon' tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean, right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you, to have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they're killing all
I
my
just made a couple
feelings.
bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, gon' be doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because our love is so timeless. It's so priceless, and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyest. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.
It's cool that you are who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way.
Smurfing right now with these hooks. He's open up right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter engage for the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
Very well, but here's your here, and that is the ultimate connected themselves into a false hold. Final 20 minutes on these goals.
Only player to lock in this main. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Braden gets the first pentakill of the LCO.
Hey Alexa, play Return of the Mac. I am back again. Jordan had me locked in the dungeon last week. He wouldn't let me out and he stole my hosting abilities. I don't know if you could see past that crazy moustache of it, but Elfish Guy was in fact hosting the show, even though you all almost got tricked by it. Now, I actually missed last week because, of course, I was locked down in Jordan's dungeon. So let's have a quick look back here at what happened on Friday on the DoorDash LCO.
With vision, denial finds one. There's a reset. There's a dawning shadow. The beautiful revival. Kiyose looking to live a little bit longer in this team fight. Back to full HP. But here comes Kisei. A thumbs up, go golden, but you're not a trophy, you're a statue, because I'm looking and laughing. In they go for a bit of an explosion of happiness onto this one, but it's going to be Pentanet to pick up the dragon. They've stolen it away. Chess survives. Trap OP. Viper tanking. Viper for living, but that's a double kill. I've seen this happen before. Puma, gonna get a double, give him a triple, give him the quad, give him everything! Onto Kevy, very early ultimate by him, now a flash in to try and take out Praetor. If the bomb gets sidestepped, there's no damage onto him. Decoy's already gone out of the fight. A beautiful kick removes Chungy. He's just come up, but he's sent straight back down. A double kill for Aphelios. Be him so far, he jumps in, 2-man knockup, forcing out a flash and forcing out a stopwatch too. In jump set, looking to try and take down some key targets, but the Haymaker is just a little bit short. They've taken out Gunkrab. There's the culling from Max distance onto Inkosu, but Shock is somehow still alive, down to 400s. He has the Realm Warp, but he wants to try and re-engage and turn this fight around. 2 members in stasis, but when they come out, surprise, surprise, you're dead as well. It's going to be a delayed ace, but an ace all the same, and Direwolves with Baron might just look to end this game.
They've committed to this fight, wow.
Herald has been summoned, mind you. The second one picked up by Peace. There goes the fight. A 2-man knockup. Can they find any kills as a result of this one? Appy in trouble, forced to go gold and looking to try and disengage away. Zenith blading onto Gudo. As that disengages, everybody from Mammoth goes into a realm with Fred the Needle, and Babbitt gets a double kill with the spear. He is a harvester in the night, and Frost is now doing whatever he can. He's going to fall on down, but he's going to take as many as he can with him.
I missed some sick Nidalee gameplay, and I'm disappointed about that because I want to see more Nidalee here in the DoorDash LCO. I'm not the only one that wants to see it either. There's 2 men that expect the exact same thing, one of which loves a little bit of Nidalee. His name's Juves. Skimmy, do you like Nidalee?
I do, yeah. The shape-shifting, the pouncing, the power plays like we saw there with the needle. Babbitt, crazy.
Yeah, doing such a good job. Now, Jubes, how you feeling? Looks like you've had a shave, you've cleaned up, you're looking pretty sharp, mate.
I wish you didn't bring it up. I had a bit of a shambles in the bathroom. I went to just I obviously always have a beard, but then I did a mistake, and now there's no beard. I had to go completely. Plus, the barber's on lockdown. Shambles. Absolute shambles.
You know what, Jubes? I never knew you were that much of a fan of me, mate, that you wanted to try and resemble this clean-cut look.
Yeah.
Look, you're in between the two of us, kind of where we are. Now, let's see who's in between who as we have a quick look at the standings and see where everyone's sitting after what happened on Friday. Chiefs up at the top 9-3. Pensnet snapping at their heels, 8-4 here. The 3-way tie for third, still 7-5 for Direwolves, Peace and Order. Gravitas 6-6, and then you got Legacy down behind them in 7th spot at 4-8, and Mammoth still not able to find that W. So, Skimmy, any surprises here?
I think that's kind of what you're expecting to see. Some strength of schedule is going to favour some of these teams. You're looking at the top of the table, obviously, and saying, okay, Chiefs, can they stay there for much longer? You've got teams very much hot on their heels, right? Pensnet on a win streak, looking to try and resemble their MSI form. 3 teams tied at third, looking to break up that mix. But the biggest, I think, upset factor on the cards right now would be Gravitas and Legacy. Gravitas actually have a pretty good schedule for the Super Week. They've taken down Pensnet, who they'll be playing later on in the week already. Definitely a chance for them to try and upset the pack and make us still unsure as to who's going to be those teams going to playoffs.
Well, speaking of, let's have a quick look at the schedule and what games we are going to be looking at today. So, kicking things off at 6 p.m, we do have Order going head-to-head with Direwolves there, so that'll be a bit of a tiebreaker. Some team will sit higher than the other afterwards. Peace and Legacy at 7 p.m. Last time these teams went ahead, Legacy actually took the W over Peace, so that was a bit of an upset victory for them, and let's see if they can do it again. 8 p.m, you got Mammoth and Gravitas. I'm sure this is one of the easier games that Mammoth could take over Gravitas and maybe get that first W on the board, even though Way's already balled. Now, 9 p.m, you got Chiefs and Pentanet going head-to-head, and that'll be another banger as well. But Jubes, which one is your game of the day?
I think there's 2. Obviously, I think Peace and the Chiefs and Pentanet.gg have to be the favourites for my game of the day. But Direwolves and Order a close second. I think both those teams obviously 7-5, so evenly matched.
Yeah, pretty good. What about you, Skimmy?
I'm actually going to go for the Mammoths matchup. I think that one should be a bit of a beauty, right? We've got the El Clasico, but I think this one as well. You know, you're looking at Mammoth, and you're really keen to see them get a victory, right? Nobody wants to have a defeat streak like such, right? They only had 1 victory in Split 1, and was against Gravitas. Whilst Gravitas have leveled up, we're still hoping that Mammoth can do the same. Way's got no hair. He's upset, so we talk about angry gaming. He might be the most angry player in the game today. Yeah,
he certainly will look the part at least. Now, speaking of today, we actually move into a new patch. We're going into patch 11.14, so let's bring up the patch notes and have a look at what is going on in patch 11.14. So, Jubes, you want to take us through what these changes are and why they're influential?
So really, I got a few buffs in terms of the kit in general, and that's really, I think, just pushed her over the edge. because she was kind of just seeing a little bit of play here and there. And then they really just touched up her passive, touched up a few other abilities, on which I'm not going to go through. We don't have time to ramble through absolutely everything. However, she has good matchups into control mages, good matchups into the AD carries in the mid lane that are traditionally played. So just across the board, the flexibility being top and mid, but then having such good matchups in the mid lane, I think we will see a lot more Aurelia. And I mean, me and Skimmy were having this conversation anyway. Probably needs a little bit of a nerf nowadays. Dr. Mundo being another one. Now, it got nerfed in lane. However, Jungle Mundo did get quite the buff, right? As you can see there, blunt force trauma, 200% damage to monsters, as well as, you know, the healing is going to be 100% health when it hits a monster. So Mundo is just going to clear healthier, and the clear speed was never really a problem, right? And that got buffed in itself, but also the sustainability. Tahm Kench is one that I'm excited to touch on. Yeah, but I'm excited to touch on that because this is solo lane Tahm Kench that's been buffed, right? The ability to trade against certain things in lane. Most famously, a Blaze Olive for the Golden Guardians played Tahm Kench into a Kali, and they actually won that game. Can't remember who they versed, but the Tahm Kench had a blinder. It has so much sustain in lane, has so much base damage coming from the % HP tongue lick, as well as like just the whole trading ability. And I mean, it offers so much in the team fight. Can still devour, you know, ally, devour enemy. Obviously using the ultimate now instead of the W, but as well a little bit of mobility to jump to a target using the W, which is now kind of the short dash, not a dash, the short, I guess, what do you want to call it? Bon voyage, the trip. But then we got Taric, which he received a slight buff, but I actually don't mind Taric into hard engaged bot lanes and hard engaged compositions. A lot of Leona, a lot of Nautilus being picked up, and Taric is kind of, at least in the LCO, being picked as a counter pick. And with these changes, I wonder if there's going to be a little bit more of a priority on that champion. And last but not least, Stridebreaker changes. I think Stridebreaker globally was arguably the most built item, right? Nocturne, you know, set, anything and everything that could build it, did build it because of the slow, because of the gap close. The gap close did get nerfed, but the slow got buffed, which was 90%, which a big change now is that it's just 40% flat. As well as reducing the health that you get from this item. So again, globally and across the board, at least in solo queue, we're seeing a lot more Gore Drinker being built as I guess a swap out for the Stridebreaker. So it'll be interesting to see if we see that kind of pivot in the LCO as well.
Yeah, I'm keen to see exactly where we end up. Skimmy, do you have anything to touch on before we move on from talking about the patch notes?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, right, the patch, these are, you'd say, the biggest changes across the board. There are micro changes here and there on some other champions, like a couple of extra AD on Graves, for instance. You know, whether or not that's going to be enough to push these champions over the edge, you know, I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, I'm just expecting to see a lot of Aurelia today and some potential pivot with the likes of Tahm Kench and Mundo.
Well, there you have it. Now, speaking of the champs and the changes, that's what our key picks are going to revolve around today, is what we think are going to be some key picks here in patch 11.14. Now, you saw 3 of them with the changes there, but we've got Lilia in the mix as well. So, Jubes, why are these for some of the picks we think we're going to see?
Well, I think Aurelia, obviously being the one, we touched on it, has a very good laning phase and scaling now into a lot of what's meta right now, in the mid lane in particular. Obviously, into a lot of the bruiser matchups, Aurelia fares very well. So again, I think she's just a little bit overtuned. They did a bit too much to her numbers, and you know, we're going to probably see a bit of a priority on this champion. Tahm Kench, one that I think it's not something that's going to just be perma-picked, but in the certain situations where it has a very good lane, I think Tahm could be utilized. I'm not even going to say it's going to be picked because, again, LCO and OS, we have our own metas type deal, and we don't necessarily pick what's been happening overseas. And even then, like, we've only seen Tahm Kench once in the mid lane, which was the Golden Guardians that picked that one up. But again, keep an eye on that pick. Lilia is one that I'm excited about, being the jungler that I am. You know, off the top of my head, they did a whole bunch. Like, they increased % HP shred to her passive. They gave her some healing as well. They reduced the cooldown they buffed the cooldown on her E, which is the Swirling Seed, but they also increased the slow. So just across the board, her whole kit in general has had a buff. To top that off with the itemization, you know, the Rift Maker that's more popular now, Demonic Embrace. I'll be very surprised if we don't actually see some Lilia, especially with the target bans that come out in the jungle. And jungle pool is getting so pinched that I think Lilia is just a genuine viable option. And Mundo, again, we touched on that in the patch notes. More excited to see this one potentially come out in the jungle, especially because a lot of compositions are drafting a lot of mages, a lot of magic damage, and Mundo fares very well into those champions.
Well, I guess we'll see what comes of it with the key picks there. Now, Skimmy, did you want to touch on any of those before we move along?
Yeah, just the one final point on the note about Lilia, right? We've definitely seen a big preference to other AP junglers. So when those have been banned away, we've seen the likes of Echo, Evelyn, Carfus, Nidalee be utilized when necessary. So you know, if the matchup works, if the jungle gets contested more and more as we've seen so far, then it's definitely a champion that's viable and could offer what made it so strong many months ago.
It certainly could. Now, that brings us to the end of the key picks, and we will be moving on to our next segment, which is my, of course, favorite segment, which is from the fans, from you guys at home, the content kings that are in Twitch chat and on the Twitter sphere, sending in all the sick memes, sickop.gg reviews, and of course, beautiful gameplay when it eventually comes. We haven't got in many gameplay posts, but if you do have them, send them in. You know, how you're watching, send that in. Send in as many things as you want. Meme Lords, you know, you're open to it as well. And speaking of Meme Lords, I believe we do have a couple already. So let's bring up the first one. I think this one is from Avexium. So, hey, Drew, how you doing? Just cheering all the teams on the sidelines ready for my lockdown entertainment at LCO, the only true brightness in these dark lockdown times. So thank you. Thanks, Drew, for that one. Anyone want to touch on that?
Yeah, I know Drew. He's a champion. He's a good guy. So look, you know, hopefully you can enjoy the games and yeah, whilst we are all stuck at home, put the smile on your face.
I think Drew's one of those guys that he's just an esports guy and he's always at every single event, no matter what. And he's the guy that comes and says, hey, and you know, you give him a big hug. Obviously, you know, COVID dependent. Now let's move on to meme numero duo. Who's this one from? Looks like it's Tiger_Jade, which is Edmund Coulson. You know, at me with a video of how you say your last name. We'll put that up as well later. Supporting my future server home whilst doing studies from South Africa. At LCO, go Direwolves. Let's smack them. Oh, okay. Fighting words. So happy little times there from Edmund, and he's tuning in from South Africa. So it's probably early.
What's the
there,
time?
right?
Yeah, let me find out. I'm just going to do a quick Google search. It says it's 9:43 a.m. So rise and shine, coffee in hand, and ready to punch on down under.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love a good punch on, honestly, you know, when the Roos get it going. Now, that's it from the fans. If you guys do want to submit content, please add LCO on Twitter, on any of the other platforms as well, and we will get it up on the show because, you know, we love your content. We love you guys. Now, that brings us to the match. It's time to talk Direwolves and Order, but let's talk Direwolves first. So, they have done a straight 180, they've done the full U-turn, and now they are looking to contest the top of the table, coming in third currently, and they might even be able to get up into second today if they can beat Order here, Jupes.
Yeah, I think they've really, as a team, found their niches, right? Obviously, Cupcake saying he's going to pick Bard until someone shows him otherwise, until they either ban it or they can come with a counter pick. Gunkrab on the traditional marksman, obviously always knew what he could do, but I think the biggest point of this team, the biggest point of improvement has to be Shock, Only, and Claire, right? Like these three in particular. I know we're almost talking about a whole team, but really they weren't hitting the expectations that we set for them early, but I'd say now they're actually exceeding. I think Shock and Only in particular are just having some absolute blinders and are probably the best 2v2 in the league to present in terms of performance. So again, if you're a Direwolves fan, like we have our old mate in South Africa that's tuned in, you know, he's got to be super excited. I mean, that's probably why he's awake at 9:30 in the morning, got his study open on one screen, but let's be honest, he's not going to be doing much study.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to focus on that one. Now, let's have a quick chat about Order as well. Now, Skimmy, you want to take me through these 5 handsome and talented individuals and tell me what their key to success is?
Yeah, I think it's a team that, you know, despite not having the same win streak as the Direwolves, as we saw, already head-to-head matching up, 7-5 is their record. A team that have got a lot of flexibility in the draft. You look at Chung in the mid lane, a utility mage player that can play carries if needed. He's played 11 unique champions, the most in the entire league so far, so definitely a team player that can facilitate any direction that the coaching staff wants to go. Last time they went up against the Direwolves, it was a very strong position for them, where they played around Kevy and Maximize. He started the lane phase as a Nocturne 2-0, and they just basically ran over the map rampant from that point onwards. So I think it's a very close matchup. I think last time the odds were, I think the Twitch predictions like 51-49 in favor of Direwolves. But I think that Order definitely can play spoiler here tonight as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very hotly contested battle But at the same time, both these teams are going to be extremely keen to get that W. So I'm expecting it to be one of the better games of the evening. I guess we'll see how the draft goes once we get there. But Jubes, you know, head-to-head, how do you think both these teams fare? And do you have yourself a little favourite?
It's going to sound counterintuitive when you say what I predicted, but I think stylistically, Order might have the upper hand against Direwolves.
Okay.
Just because Maximize is such a strong point of this Order team. And then Puma, I don't think I've seen Puma play a bad game, legitimately. I think in every single game this year, he's been solid for the team. And so when you consider those focuses and aspects, I think that potentially Order, not the upset because they're even, but potentially Order get the win. But again, when you see my tips, you'll probably say, what?
Right. So would you go as far to say that if Direwolves are going to win, they're going to win it through sort of mid and jungle, but if Order win it, it's going to be through that bot lane?
Yeah, I do think that's the case. So I think Order win through the bot lane, not necessarily the bot lane being a lane kingdom where they just get a bunch of kills, but where they're so stable and that Cupcake and Gunkrab can't do anything. And then Maximize potentially wins on a carry match up top side of the map because again, while Claire's had a very good resurgence and he's one player that delivered, the question marks just I think is always going to be there, particularly how the split started for him both times. And I love Claire. I think Claire's a fantastic player, but you know, I think we still need to see a little bit more.
Well, someone that I want to see a little bit more is Order. Words today are really hard for me. Hopefully the players on Order can do a better job than I can.
Second, he gets himself a shutdown. People getting knocked up. Puma trying to do whatever he can from above. He might just take them all. He certainly will. He just needs to wait for the CD. He just needs to wait for the CD. Triple kill, lights out. It's an ace.
I think Split 1 was more of a testing ground because most of us are pretty new. We beat a lot of teams early, like in scrims, but after playoffs we got humbled by Chiefs, so getting swept in playoffs is not fun. I think going into Split 2 we worked pretty hard together as a team to develop more fundamentals. This Order lineup with Kevy, this is like really different from last Split. We would have like insane amount of picks, like some real cheesy picks. I think every player on our team can carry a game. I think if someone wants to call the shots and wants to carry, then we will back them up. I think Max, he's always screaming, so he's always trying to get everyone in the mid. So before games, he normally screams a lot, so he brings up my mid too. Like we tend to go quiet a lot, but I try my best to bring everyone mid back up. So we always keep our head in the game normally. Coming into playoffs, it would feel like some redemption from last time.
Find one at least. It's a trade though, as Kevy gets himself to the fold of things and is able to take out Gungrove. Now jumping in for more, locking in place 2 with the Moonfall. Can they find success? Can they find a double kill with a Fear connects once again? And these Fears, they just do not miss. A beautiful cleanse from Puma.
I think the audience should be excited that we are really aggressive early game, so we'll hope to make proactive plays and make it really flashy for you guys. This split is different from the last split and all the other splits that Order has. This one is one where we are going to win it all.
Well, there you have it. Nice little insight coming from the players, directly from the players as well. Now, I want to hear someone's thoughts on that, and it's neither of you two, it's Nat. Let's bring Nat into the conversation. Did you enjoy that little tethered bit of content, Nat?
I did. I always love seeing a little bit about the players and the teams a lot more. It's nice to get to know them outside of just me asking them questions.
It certainly is. Now, it's time for an interview. So who do you have for the pre-match?
It is. I'm going to be joined by Gunkrab and Puma. Thank you both so much for joining me. Gunkrab, I want to say straight up, you know, Direwolves having an amazing week last week. Do you think you guys are going to get a 3-0 week this week?
Oh, most definitely. I think for the past few weeks of practice, we've kind of just been like full gas on the pedal, and I don't think I think this week is probably going to be our most challenging, but I think we're going to make it out with the 8-0.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming up against Order today, Chiefs, and PGG later this week. Who do you think is going to be your biggest competitor?
I think all 3 teams are like pretty hard. I'd say Chiefs and PG are slightly better than Order, but don't really have one team to pick. It's just focus on one game at a time, and then yeah.
What has been your preparation coming into this Order game in hopes of winning this time against them?
Well, since we're on 11.14, this new patch, and it's quite a big patch. There's a lot of changes, and you know, not many data points to look at in terms of like champions and like our priorities. So we're kind of trying to still play the champs we're proficient at while adapting to the new patch. But I can't say too much because you know.
Of course, I definitely understand, but you are right, it is a new patch, so there are a lot of new things that we potentially could see. But Puma, over on Order, where's the confidence levels of you guys potentially going 3-0 this week?
I think this week we have a good chance to go 3-0, but I think we'll take it one game at a time. I think Peace and Direwolves are pretty good teams, and we should take them serious.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had a really outstanding performance the last time you came up against Direwolves, so I want to know, what are you hoping to do or bring to ensure that you will get another win over them?
I think as long as we play our game, like, we have like a good chance to win. I think our bot lane duo, like 2v2, is pretty volatile. I think they are not as strong in lane, but they're really smart players. So I think if we can get an advantage in lane, then we have a better chance to win.
It is going to be an extremely interesting matchup down there in bot lane. But the last thing I do want to ask you both, if you want to start, Puma, is what is going to be your time predictions for this matchup? Do you think it's going to be faster or shorter than the last time you guys faced?
I'd say 22 minutes.
22 minutes! I love it. Gungrab, what about you?
I think it's gonna be a bit longer because they're gonna be turtling inside the base for a while, so at least like a Dragon Soul before the game ends, maybe 35 minutes.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing just how quick or long this game is going to take, but thank you both so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Good luck, Uck.
Well, there you have it. Did he say good luck, Uck?
No, I think he said good luck, luck.
Good luck, luck.
I think
Okay.
maybe he's just trying to say good luck twice.
It's like I love you too, right? You know, when you say that with your loved ones or your mum, if you're a mama's boy like me. Anyway, let's talk about predictions rather than my my mum. She's lovely, by the way, if you're watching. Anyway, let's talk predictions. I've gone with Twitch chat. No surprises there, but at least Twitch chat doing a good job last week for me. I'm almost 30 W's up, which is very good. Before I think it was like 2018 at one point, so it wasn't going very well for me. However, Jubes and Skimmy both on the Direwolves train, thinking it's going to be a bit of a continued win streak for Direwolves. Jubes?
Yeah, like I said, stylistically, I think Order have a very good chance winning this series, but I think the momentum is why I tipped for Direwolves.
Okay.
Just, I think they're unbeaten, one of the longest active win streaks in competitive League of Legends globally. I saw their the Twitter post before, so that's why I've tipped them. But I do want to just say stop the counts and let's get a recount, because I don't know what's going on with my tips.
Oh, the numbers?
Yeah, man. 33-15, what's going on? I
You
won
sure?
last season by a country mile, man. Now what? Now I'm losing the Skimmy.
Yeah, age catches up to you. It certainly does. You know, these Zoomers coming on through. Look, Mac, I think, you know, a lot of the same points as Jubes mentioned. Momentum's obviously key. I just think there's similarities between Split 1 and Split 2, right? Kind of funny how it plays out in that same fashion, but, you know, that I will, you know, found some kind of form mid-season. They've done it again here. They've got a big week to obviously see if they deserve to have such an illustrious win streak, but if they can do it, then fair play.
I guess the thing is, you know, we didn't get to see what happened in week 3 last season because there wasn't that third round robin. Or when I say week 3, I mean round 3. Let's jump onto the next page. Nat, what are you going for here? You on the Direwolves train? Oh, it's only Rusty going for Order out of everyone.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anyway, take it away.
I mean, Rusty does this a lot. I would say more times it works in his favor than not. But Direwolves, for me, they clearly have a formula that is working, and that's not just like when they get into games, but also for their preparation, their practice and whatnot. And I'm just hoping that it really kind of comes out and shines as we come into a new patch as well. So
Okay. That sounds interesting. I wonder if we're going to see any of those champs mentioned in the key picks from earlier. I certainly think we might. I would be surprised if we don't see Mundo. I'm expecting to see him in jungle today at one point. Do you think that's a pretty safe bet there, Juice?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the only place that I'm looking to see it. They just buffed his clear, and I do see quite a few people practicing it. Actually, to be honest with you, I was updated by Skimmy about the changes, so I want to go into solo queue and give it a test myself. Give it a bit of a limit test.
Well, there you have it. Okay, so before we jump into Champ Select, we do have another little bit of bonus content, again from Order. Let's see what they've submitted.
So, game against Gravitas. We are started off with a cheeky solo kill, courtesy of me.
Expertly and wait for his own jungler to make the play. Times it well.
Oh, it does actually tick enough. I think it was a corrupting pot in there as well that helped out.
Chungy said some nice words in all chats to give me encouragement. Then I got stuck in a wall thanks to Step Rift Herald, and we had the chrono break. Took us about like 15 minutes.
Bit of a Jax. Max is stuck in the wall. Get him out of the wall. What's happened to Max?
I've never seen that before.
He's an ornament.
I've actually never seen that before.
After that, we did it. Sorry. After that, we did a bit of inting, you know. We like to have a bit of fun with it on stage. But Beats and Puma were like locked in, and they like 2v8'd to give us the game. So yeah, that's what happened.
Yosei having some problems up against Puma, jumps straight into a trap, gets deleted by the rocket, and now the rest of Gravitas are in no man's land. They've got absolutely nowhere to go. Puma's getting excited, charging forward. There's a kill for Beats, but they're all really going the way of Puma. A 3K for him, 1 for Beats, and it might well be a 4K. Puma wants them all. Baron in their back pocket. Safa goes forward and gets deleted. Puma says thanks very much for the DoorDash delivery. That's 10 kills, 10, 2, and 7 right now for Puma, and you can bet he's going to get a couple more right here. This is the end of the game. This is Gravitas in their death throes, and Order have completed a very comfortable victory, 25-10.
Maximize, signing off. I don't care about any of them. I don't even know.
Thanks, Chief. Great job. Great effort there, Max, on the camera. Now, before we jump into Champ Select, I am starving, and I know you guys at home probably are as well. So exclamation DoorDash in chat. Make sure you click the link. Make sure you get yourself something scrumptious for dinner because it's almost 6 p.m. It should be 6 p.m. in about 10, 20 seconds maybe, which means we're certainly on track for Champ Select. Now, I'm going to throw this over to you, Nat, because obviously you're going to be watching from the, what are they called? The bleachers? Yeah, the bleachers.
Bleachers.
What do you think is going to come in Champ Select?
Probably that Mundo, but I really do want to see Irelia, especially the Nightblade Irelia skin. She's my favorite, so that's what I'm hoping to see. I don't think it actually will come out. I don't think we'll see that much change in Champs picked. I think we might see a change in Champs banned.
Okay. So, I wonder if we do get that Irelia through, or if that's going to be one of the red side bans as the OP picks, because that'd be interesting. We did see, was it Safa last week trying to play it? Anyway, that's a question that can be answered after the game, because ladies and gentlemen, it's time for match number 1 of the evening. Direwolves in Order coming at you now.
Beautiful, Mac. Well, let's get off our final Super Week here for the LCO to round out this split, and we'll get to see what these two teams look like, because last time we went up very different Direwolves, definitely not in form, got bullied around the place, and Order were able to put themselves in a comfortable position. But now, coming into week 6, neck and neck, both looking for the perfect week and the continuation of a win streak.
Yes, indeed. And the one thing that I was going to add on to what you said, Skimmy, because you always say eloquent, but I saw the Bard ban and I couldn't take my eyes off it. Because I think no team, they didn't want to take the skill check. They just said, you know what, this one's gone, and we'll see what you got. Because I think maybe in most of, or majority of Direwolves wins, Direwolves wins, it's been the Bard, right?
Well, if we look at their last 4 games, it's actually been alternating Lulu Bard. So, you know, you ban away arguably the best Bard in the region.
They got both.
Ban away 2 now, and you're looking to try and say, all right, we're going to force you off the Enchanters, back to the Bruisers, or back to the tanks. We want you to play the likes of a Fresh.
And this kind of speaks to narratives, right? Because I guess the narrative that we were spinning was the fact that Order bot lane, at least stylistically or even statistically, have probably been better performers than that of Gunkrab and Cupcakes. You know, Puma for me has been most improved, I guess, player in the league. Not to say that he was, you know, like a bad player beforehand, but
he's hit another level.
Yeah, right, exactly. He's hit another level, and they can almost always rely on him to be putting up, you know, okay.
Well, I guess, Juves, 2 AD really is the difference maker. We had this conversation before, right, about, you know, jungle clears and how jungle fanatics are always hunting for the mystical 315 clear, and maybe the discussion's been found that, you know, that is just enough to put him over the edge.
Look, I don't know if it is. I don't think Graves is in a spot right now where you want to be like picking him blind, especially into a Karma, because where Graves has problems is like not necessarily in isolation in terms of the jungle matchup, but you get outranged. Like there's no surprise there, right? Like you play into a Karma, you play into another like semi-long range AD carry, you play into a, you know, we didn't even know LeBlanc was picked at the time, but you play into a longer range mid laner, then like there's just no avenue for you to hit or free hit. And you have to consider too, Graves doesn't have any CC. So it's something that needs to be considered when you're drafting a comp. And I think, you know, and then of course to make up for the CC, yeah.
Well, just to quickly touch on your point there about Kevy locking in this Graves. We've seen it before back in Split 1 when he was playing for Peace. He debuted with a 10.07 KDA. Just absolutely destroyed Mammoth on this pick. So we know he's comfortable, even if it isn't the best pick right now. But Chungy and Order as a whole still sticking with this Lissandra pick, which we were both so impressed against when Order took battle against Chiefs with this exact matchup into a LeBlanc.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't even say that there's levels to mid lane, and Shock's LeBlanc isn't going to be as good as Kissa's, because Shock's already showed us his proficiency on this champion. The only thing I will say, though, is like, it is like, historically, Lissandra is a counter pick to LeBlanc. But it's just like, where is Lissandra in terms of numbers and the meta? Like, you know, does she do enough with her kit to warrant the pick, as opposed to what LeBlanc can offer your team composition, right? Because LeBlanc doesn't need to win the 1v1. LeBlanc can play to the sides. LeBlanc can do so much more than just what Lissandra can do. And so the agency is always going to be with LeBlanc. But, you know, if Chungy's on his game, he's able to stop a lot of what LeBlanc can do, right? With the Frozen Tomb, just deny all of the poke, all of the harass, all of the one-shot coming on through. So, you know, we didn't see it work last time around, but it's interesting to see if he'll be able to do it this time.
Let's see what actually does come about it, right? Because it definitely can deny a lot of these team fights and give them the resets to lock these people in place. It made it so easy for the likes of a Ziggs then to get his bomb off with that increased travel speeds. Quickly touching on some of these bans, the Ezreal denied away here from Gunkrab, facilitating the kind of same role as Mboma would do. Lots of ability to navigate the map and stay safe and all the rest of it. But then the same could then be said if we're looking at that top lane matchup. Respect shown towards Maximizer with his pocket jacks. The same then goes to Claire, who's been playing a lot of Camille. But if you're looking at beats for Order, he's been playing a ton of these engage heavy supports, right? It's either Nautilus or Leona. Pick your poison.
Yeah, and the Leona being locked in for me is... it's tough, because what happens now is like, you make Cleanse a valuable summoner spell, right? And so the one thing that Lissandra doesn't want as well is Cleanse. You know what I mean? And so you're forcing... it's like a 2-in-1. You're taking half of Lissandra's kit away with a cleanse, but you're letting them take that, particularly with the Leona locked in as well. So it's going to be so much value for that summoner spell, and they've done you one better, and they've actually locked in Siva. So you get the spell shield, you get the cleanse, you get all of that, and we're actually going to see a Mundo top. There you go, even with the nerfs.
There it is, locked in and ready.
It could be Graves in a solo lane. I'll put that out there. There is a lot of Graves that gets played in a solo lane. So we'll have to see where this one gets flexed. 20 seconds to go. I don't imagine the Graves top will be too good into the Lee Sin. Or it might even be Volleybet top, actually. There's too many flexes. Can't even be bothered right now.
I mean, there are really a ton of flexes, right?
Yeah.
You could talk about the fact that Claire's played Lee Sin before in the top side of the map. We could talk about the fact that, you know, the Volley Bear has been spammed by Only. But this appears to be our final lock-in draft. And I guess Cupcake, from the very start of that draft, said, you can ban away double Enchanted. You can try and force me down this narrow path of saying, play Brom, play Fresh, do something in that regard. But he's gone for the triple Enchanted. He's gone for the Karma. And now they've got a ton of poke to try and match the Ziggs and keep this Leona at bay.
Yeah. I don't know if Order have hurt themselves in this draft. I don't know if they've drafted too much magic damage, right? You look at the Lissandra, the Leona, the Ziggs, the Mundo. That's 4 AP. Like, whether you like it or not, Mundo's AP, right? Yeah, it does a little bit of percent HP shred, but regardless, it's still you know, a form of magic damage that comes out of Mundo. So then all of a sudden, like, your Mercury Treads become 6 times the value. Like, your Spirit Visage, or like whatever magic, the Locket, whatever you want. There's so many items that you can build from the side of Direwolves that Kevy has to get ahead. Like, if Kevy falls behind, you genuinely have no AD. Like, there's no AD. But I mean, this is probably like where we see them put that respect on Kevy, right? Because you're only drafting this composition if you're confident, like 9 times out of 10, that Kevy's going to top damage this game, right? Because he has all the tools in his, you know, in his locker, or all the tools in his shed to really do this damage.
Yes, it does.
But again, Magic Resist gonna be the key here for Direwolves. I was gonna say Guncrab, but really everyone.
Well, for everyone, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it actually reaches that point, because we've been critical at times, right, of Chiefs when they've drafted the opposite direction, too much AD. They just said, well, we get ahead early, it's fine, right? You know, we don't need to worry about these big major item breakpoints that can then look to try and nullify a whole heap of what we're able to do. So, always curious to see what Order bring to the table. We know they're a team very flexible in their drafts. They've got some of the most unique champion pools here, where they've played the most in the league, so definitely can have that little advantage when it comes to these individual games. But we'll get to see how they do battle here against the Direwolves today. They won the matchup last time, but can they win that matchup here today? And I suppose we can find out, because we're going to check in with Coach Calvin as we kick off another coaching interview. Calvin, welcome back. You know, 3 teams, I should say, tied in 3rd at the moment. You're going to be playing 2 of them this week, so can you give us a bit of a form check?
Hi, Summoners. And yeah, I mean, going into this week, we know this week is very important. You know, there is a chance that if things goes really badly, we can get as low as, I think, 6th or something. But at the same time, we do have the chance for us to make our way to the top. And, you know, we will come into this week very prepared. Everyone's very hyped up. And we have a lot of picks sort of hidden in our books.
Yeah, and I was just talking and complimenting the fact that your team has had that much flexibility in the draft. So, you know, talk to me about this draft in particular. You know, you've got a lot of emphasis now towards Kevy to pop off. We've seen we can do this Graves before, but is there a concern that, as Juves mentioned, you might get outscaled?
I think in terms of scaling, like, Direwolves comp doesn't really scale like extremely well either. Like, I think Sivir is probably the only champion that scales like insanely into 6 items. LeBlanc, Lee Sin, Volley Bear, they basically just do, like, you know, what most champions would do towards like the mid-late game. And for us, I think, you know, our comps, we have strength in team fighting, and also once we hit that late game, like as long as like Sivir doesn't get to pop off, I don't think anyone's able to kill Mundo.
Okay. And then I guess, you know, against your opponent here today, been 3 weeks since you've last versed the Direwolves, a very different beast to when you played them last, right? You know, that game, big advantages were found early on, and it kind of just snowballed out of control from there. So how do you view the Direwolves, you know, on this 5-win streak, finding confidence, and do you think it's going to be anywhere near as close as it was last time?
Yeah, I think Direwolves is definitely a team that ramps up over the split. You know, we can see that from split 1 as well. So we were definitely not taking this matchup very lightly. We think that Direwolves, you know, they've built a lot of synergy over the last few weeks, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very even matchup, but I think we'll come up on top.
Beautiful. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you get the perfect Frio Super Week, and yeah, we'll see how the boys play today.
Thank you.
All right, Juves. Well, as that one was going on, I saw a fair few aggressive trades, especially in the bottom half of the map.
Standard, some pretty standard full clears coming out of both junglers. They're going to end up both sides of the map. And
yeah, Zenithblade's going to connect. Same with the Tether. Right now, 2 members in trouble. Both the supports actually bleeding resources as Kevy comes in with a smoke bomb, double buff, but deciding not to dash in any further.
That's worth it. He got Dark Harvest. He got a Dark Harvest stack off that. So for me, that's a successful gank. But That's the other thing I wanted to touch on was Graves is going for the Dark Harvest, and we might even see a fight over the Grompia. Only if he's smart, if he's quick rather, as well, can really just double crab. And as Graves, you know, you're not the fastest farming jungler since the nerfs, but you really don't want to be falling behind tempo to a Lee Sin, right? So I want to say only just cross mid here. He can cross mid, look to deny crab, particularly because his volley bear has priority topside. He's also walking down, pinged on the way to that crab. So this is looking like another fight that's going to take place topside.
We've seen this fight happen before as the chains connect, but there's the smoke bomb to deny things, but only once more, forcing at the disengage from Chungi, who's already below 20%. He's in critical, needs to back away. Big rotation here from Beats, and Cupcake responding from base as well. So now it's a double scuttle achieved here by the Direwolves, and Kevy gonna be frustrated.
And those ganks in mid lane, right? Like why you don't get summoners, you don't get a kill. They're huge because they get you pressure, right? You know, a lot of people say, you know, in solo queue that gank happens, and people say, well, what was the they all chat question mark? Like, what's the point in that? You just wasted your time. But the HP trade, the HP advantage gained allowed, you know, Shock to push mid. Chungi has to base, and then you just secure both crabs. So at the moment, like if you're only, you're laughing. Like you're really happy because you're going to hit level 6 earlier. You can just put the jungle on cooldown now, and you really set up for success for the first, you know, 5 to 10 minutes. But the thing that I wanted to touch on before we had those like little skirmies break out was the fact that Graves has gone to Dark Harvest, which...
Claire is in so much trouble. A first for his career, playing the volley bear top, and falls down 1v1 into the Maximize. Not a good start for them there.
I don't know what happened. I mean, I think what happened was Maximize fake based, sat in the bush, Claire thought he went home, and that's it. And pretty much simple as that. We'll get a replay, I'm sure. But before I get rudely interrupted again, the Dark Harvest suggests to me that he's going lethality, which he has bought the serrated Dirk. So generally, like we see them go, Graves go Eclipse into like full lethality, which again, like it makes sense because you're potentially going to be seeing the Direwolves just stack a whole bunch of magic resistance. You know, they're going to be opting in for the Merc Treads, they're going to opt in for a Locket, and there's going to be not much armor that comes out at least for the first, you know, 2 items, I would say. So then the lethality just has so much value, and the Graves, you know, at that point, is just going to take over the game, and you're hoping it's really over at that point.
Certainly are. We'll touch on that point in just a second, because another skirmish is breaking out bot side here. Is Cupcake is the focus. Satchel charge into the river, a flash Q, and Kevy is there to guarantee that they find one, but they're looking for a second as flashes are burnt, but Guncrab survives.
Such a good satchel charge. I mean, that's like such an underrated knockback. That was literally an alley-oop.
Served on a silver platter, right?
Yeah.
Like, here, have a kill.
But then Beats got the kill. I feel like Beats has been doing that week upon week more and more. Not like on purpose, but he seems to just be getting the kills. Didn't we see him like last week? He was like 3-3-3 or 3-0-3 or something like that.
Yeah, there's a game. The one that really speaks to mind for me is when he was playing the Mundo support, right? He like came to laning phase with double buff 3-0, and it's just like, well, you know, how do you contest this now?
These Mundo matchups always look so terrible when he's landing cleavers, and it sounds silly.
That's a good ult. Fantastic self-ult there from Chuggy. He was going to receive a world of pain, but rejuvenates himself.
The ult is nice because it keeps him in lane. If he takes the Impaled Q there from Karma, then he obviously has to hit base. But it's kind of like now you lose all that pressure in mid lane. Hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute, indeed. Claire's looking for a little bit of revenge. Gonna go for the all-in side steps to Stormbringer, takes one turret shot and realizes, hang on a minute, I'm in a world of pain right now. Goes for the empowered heal, but gets TP'd on and collapsed. And the rest of his team are nowhere to be found. A lot of things we want to break down there, Jubes. I want to quickly touch on mid because, I mean, obviously he had no TP to come back, so there's arguments of, you know, he would have been denied waves and XP, but then, you know, Shock is then free to rotate. In that case, Claire unable to find success.
Yeah, you know, I think if Claire actually lands the ultimate, the ult damage there, probably gets the solo kill. But, you know, it's just these like little things in lane that haven't really been going Claire's way sometimes. And all of a sudden now we're looking at a Mundo with a bounty. Yeah, he's down a few CS, but he's not going to mind because he's up so much gold and only might find the pick here.
Well, they're going to go for the TP falls topside now. A flash kick in, looking to lock and place Puma for the meantime. Vision's going to be denied for a fraction, but he's inside the bush. Going to use the ultimate and safeguard away after soaking all that damage. And this time, Order too slow to back them up because they were locked in place on Herald.
Yeah, and that's just a map flip now, right? We're seeing bot lanes pivot to top lane, obviously just to match each other, but Rift Herald's been denied because of that kill, so if you're a Direwolves fan, that's huge. And the base being cancelled for Kevy, so even though 2-kill advantage towards Order, still relatively even in gold just because the way mid lane's panned out, right? And we've seen this time and time again. Well, not time and time again, this is the second time. But Changi locking in this Lissandra into the LeBlanc and just falling, you know, really far behind. We can't really sugarcoat it. 20 CS at this point in the game is significant, particularly because he's had to self-ult a few times. And I mean, this is probably my biggest criticism of Changi when he's on the Lissandra, is he's never proactive, right? He's always reactive. He's responding to plays, casting ults to get out of ganks. And when you're doing that and you're losing those windows of opportunity as a Lissandra, then it's kind of like, well, why am I picking this champion? Wouldn't I be better off just, you know, with something else? With something with a little more scaling or something that can really facilitate the team composition? Because, again, at the moment, 20 CS down, that's a kill.
I always find that discussion interesting, right? Because it's a case of, you know, what are you after? More lane dominance or team fight, you know, efficiency, efficacy, what you can contribute, and, you know, who are you putting the major burden on to perform? And as you said already, it's going to be the fact that Kevy has gone for this lethality route. He's made that quite obvious with the Dark Harvest as opposed to the Phase Rush, for instance. So we'll get to see if he can pop off and, you know, pretty much one-shot somebody in a dash combo. Yeah.
Because Lissandra doesn't scale. Lissandra's not a mid. See a fight here?
Yeah, hold that for a second right now. As only jumps on in, gets all into Pom, but not enough to take him, much lower than 25.
Yeah.
Can just disengage away with red buff still ticking and look to protect top side as Herald was picked up by Order.
Maybe he just wanted the Dark Harvest stack, or, you know, maybe there was a little bit of miscommunication there. Puma, he wanted Puma to ulti and try and get the Lee Sin kill there because Lee did have no flash.
Are they going to run it back again top side once again? Only going to find that kick in, but not going to be able to look to try and chase it any further as the Herald has been summoned. 2 plates are already gone and looking to try and do as much as they can and share that love around. And this is interesting to note, right? Quickly taking our clock back. You know, Puma did get solo killed in that, but the fact that they've lane rotated was to facilitate the play that summon the Herald, get as many of these plates as possible, generate that big gold lead, and it's why they have it at 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you have to kind of wonder, you know, did Direwolves need to give that one? Because Ziggs at this point in the game isn't the strongest champion, right? Like, sure, it has a decent time in lane, able to wave clear, able to push, but you'd have to think maybe it was contestable, particularly because Lee Sin only is so strong. Maybe they just got caught on tempo, got caught on some of those timings, but nevertheless, that's good play from Kevy, right? He chunked out only, burnt the ultimate, able to pick up a few plates, and still a pretty even game, though, all things considered, right? You're hoping if you're the team that gets that Herald, you're going to have a pretty significant early game lead, just because you're going to either break a turret, get some plates, but again, nothing to really write home about at the moment.
Nothing too crazy at this stage. Still got my eyes firmly fixated on this mid lane matchup as Shocker's up by 20 CS, and his statistics so far for the season, he's usually up by 7 CS by the 10-minute mark, so he's continuing on that narrative of being a very dominant laner.
That's actually pretty insane. If that's across the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, both him and Kisei, 7.4. It's pretty impressive, those two. Been having some really stand-up performances, but it's kind of what you expect from Shock. Hold that fort because there's the Solar Flare, there's the Zenith Blade, and there's the collapse on towards Gunkrab, who's forced to burn that flash. Needs to use a heal and receives it from Cupcake as they look to try and run away, but cops a Q to the head, but it's not enough to become lethal.
Not enough to become lethal, but next time around it is, right? And Changi still has ultimate. It could be a bit of a solo bolo here.
He could be. Shock's in a fair bit of trouble right now and can't actually prevent it with the clone, but in comes Only looking for the kick, going to use it, but then fantastic denial by Kevy.
Did he need to do that? Not sure. Did it look good? Yes. Now, again, teleport coming in from Shock here on the back end. Do they see that, though?
Oh, this time the Sonic Wave does connect, and Shock is looking for the all-in. He might just find onto Kevy right here as the chain's going to just be dashed away from.
I think
he doesn't have an Ignite, but he's got a Blast Cone, he's got a Potion ticking, but he's still got a LeBlanc on the run.
Well, he leaves. Okay. But this was going to be, I know that looked like a net positive play or a really good play from Changi, but this is going to be, again, a criticism towards him and not even necessarily him, but how they play with this Lissandra, right? Like, you shouldn't be playing for solo kills in lane. Like, as a Lissandra, like, A, they're too hard to come by. Like, Shock has to make a very big mistake for that to happen, in which, yeah, you got the flash, like, and you nearly killed him, you nearly got the solo kill, well done. But Lissandra's kit is so well utilized around the 2v2, around the ganks, around skirmishes, around neutral objectives. Now, in my mind, isn't it better to just call your jungler there for that play? Because if Kevy's there, if Kevy knows, if you're communicating with him and he's able to just drop a Graves ultimate there.
Oh. There's no time to talk, unfortunately, here, Judes, because that is a double chain, a double tether, and a double chance to try and take out Beats. As Puma's forced to flash away even after using the satchel charge, but now in comes the execution damage. Sonic Wave cannot be followed. And multiple times now, Members found critical in mid lane, but no finish.
Yeah, this game's just a tease. You know, a couple times Shock could have gone down, Chungy could have gone down, Kevy could have gone down, and now Beats could have gone down. So, yeah, no kills to write home about. All the kills have really just happened top side of the map. Specifically even when the bot lane was up there. But again, this is the point in the game where I expected to slow down a whole bunch. When Siva starts getting put on mid lane duties, it's just too hard to do anything, as well as the Ziggs, right? You know, no team should really get caught. And it'll almost just be a trade of neutral objectives. Like, you know, how much is one team willing to give before they fight for it? So I think that's the only time we'll really see the game blow open is around these dragon fights and potentially the second Rift Herald. But again, there's nothing to really get caught about now. So it's almost just going to be a trading of minion waves in both side lanes and the mid lane.
The timers for those flashes coming back up could be forgiving, bearing in mind that the Dragon spawns in 90 seconds, but the Herald is soon to come up and available, and with a lot of those flashes already being down, maybe the ability to contest or even decide to even go for it in the first place might be dampened. Waiting for these breakpoints to come on through. There's the Eclipse as you wanted to see, as to be expected.
You know, I probably would have liked to have seen Gale Force Graves in this particular game. Just because I think the crit scale is so much better, and you are like the only source of AD for your team. Obviously, lethality in itself is probably going to be doing more damage, or will do more damage. Oh,
Only's in trouble right here as Beats engages, but a fantastic kick buffered beautifully to ensure he doesn't get one shot upon.
The only time,
well, they can just disengage away.
The time I try and analyze something, whether it's a build, whether it's a skirmish, there's just a fight. I reckon I just mute myself.
Look, whenever there's not a fight going on, I'm on mute, mate. I let you take the reins.
That's a 2-level lead bot lane, by the way.
Yeah, it's huge. Maximize has really had Claire's number this game so far, hasn't he? Solo kills and then outplays to name the least. He's just going to look to try and throw briefcases from afar and force out the ultimate just to get that health.
You had to. You had to, definitely. And I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, if you're not really paying attention to bot lane, it doesn't look too bad, right? Yeah, 0-2-0, sure. But, I mean, EXP seems fine, but, you know, this is just going to get worse for Claire. Now he has to decide, does he teleport back to the lane? If he does, he has, you know, that doesn't have TP for the next passage of play that takes place. But instead he's going to walk, and he's just going to lose another wave for it. So again, these are like the 1% advantages that add up. And we're already seeing it add up, right? Claire's down a level and a half. Maximize might hit, you know, level 13 shortly, and then it is genuinely a 2-level lead, but Claire's gone in.
Certainly has gone in, as Only, who's in a world of trouble right now. Going to turn around, gets a lot of HP.
Wow.
And they just removed Puma. Somehow, some way, here comes the TP as Maximize tries to do whatever he can. Flashing on forward, spell immune from their passive is not enough to lock him in place, but Guncrab survives. This mid lane is cursed.
Yeah, mid lane is just cursed. But I mean, Only plays that so well. I thought Only was dead. I thought he's just given up there, but he really used that Gore Drinker to bait it to a T, right? Puma got baited in, everyone got baited in. And again, this is what I'm talking about. This reactive Lissandra never works. You need to be the one that's proactive, the one that's making the plays. Only was the one that followed the Sonic Wave, went in, then Chungy pulled the trigger to use the ultimate. But again, there's no vision denial.
Oh, Kevy going to go in for a bit of a 1v1, but then realizes that's probably not the play I'm after. Flashes onto Guncrab, who was low, and takes him out to at least say worth. But now, can Order find anything more? Frozen Tomb is not up and available, nor is the flash that had to be burnt to find nothing with it. And Direwolves can sneak away an objective.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a cheeky sneak away. You'd have to say, even though that Guncrab fell down, it's overall worse for the side of Direwolves, just because they found 2 kills in that whole passage, as well as the Dragon, you know, for one traded back onto Kevy. And again, it feels like Direwolves are just winning those 1%ers, those little outplays in those skirmishes, right? Chungy flashed forward, wasn't able to land the snare onto whoever he was flashing forward onto. So at the moment, the Direwolves are looking like the team to beat. I know they're down a few thousand gold, but if you just take stock of the skirmishes and the exchanges and how they're playing out, it just looks like the Direwolves have the momentum in this game. No flash.
Could be in trouble. He hasn't got that flash. Already going to go for the disengage. Frozen Tomb is there. Might look to lock in place Shock underneath the turret, but has the self-cast. Once again, the offensive capabilities have been diminished, and he'll live to tell the tale.
I think that's a pretty big misplay there from Only, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they know he has no flash. That's surely been timed. And he knows that the tether is coming out from LeBlanc, so the snare's going to hit. And he's just throwing the Q preemptively, right? Not accounting for the Frozen Tomb. Otherwise, that's a dead Lissandra, and potentially you break top turret.
It's what they need, because they need to buy a little bit of time to help out Claire here, because this Mundo really starting to get out of control. I mean, we saw Livs play a very different version of this Mundo. He went for the Fleet Footwork, he went for the Divine Sundra, went to pretty much 1v1 people, as opposed to this version with the Grasp and the Sunfire. Far more tanky, far harder to take down, and with a fair bit of AP damage that Direwolves also have. Who's going to go into him?
It also depends on the matchup too, depending on the keystone that you take. So, you know, in this instance, when you're versing a volley bear, it's just melee on melee, right? You're just continuously slapping each other in lane. So you're going to get so much value from this Grasp. And like in that sense, you know, we can see why he's taken it. Potentially in the matchups where you need a little bit more sustain and you're going to be hitting minion waves under your turret, then you like that Fleet Footwork just that little bit better. I don't know what matchup Livs played that into off the top of my head, but you're the stat man.
Have to find it out. I don't have that on recollection right here, right now. But I tell you what, though, there is a bit of attention shown towards the spot side because they realize that this is passively just pushing against Claire. What's the level difference now? Sure, it's only 1, but I can't imagine Max is too far away from 14.
Yeah, it's 1.5, I would say, maybe even 1 2/3, right? And I mean, the real telltale sign of this game and how it's gone is that you look at the bot lane of Direwolves, right? They're up EXP. You know, they're up 2 levels if you consider them a pair. You know, level 12 to a level 11 and level 9 to level 8. But then you see that. Gonna
jump on through. Xenoblade somehow connects. And that's fantastic work there from the bot lane of Order.
Maybe this Eclipse tech is just the real deal, right? I mean, that's what saves him there. You know, if he is the Gale Force Grapes, if he's something that's maybe a little bit more squishier but does a little bit more damage.
Here comes the Thunder. The stun does not connect because the passive there is to buffer it.
I wonder if Claire...
Okay, well, no time to talk about that one because the kill goes across onto Chungi. So finally finds that kill that you wanted to see from only minutes prior.
That's solo.
Lots of individual outplays and trades, cross-map all the time.
The junglers are solo killing the solo laners at this point, right? Like, I mean, mid lane may be underpowered, needs a buff as a role. Like, Shock's just been solo killed pretty much by Kevy. And then across the board, Claire, only rather, solo killed Chungi. So, what I wanted to say before that, but we get the replay here. So he just lands the Sonic Wave. Frozen Tomb is up and available, but he doesn't use it on himself. It's not a self-cast then. At this point, you know, Lee Sin's got the Merc Treads. I dare say he's probably got Tenacity in his runes as well. So, the CC doesn't really exist.
Still 2k buffer in favor here for Order. Not many kills, only 9 to speak of in the 22 minutes played. It has been all about wave states and map manipulation, really, hasn't it? We've been seeing flips with the Ziggs going topside. We've been seeing multiple events take place in mid lane.
Ooh.
And a wall that nearly denied a base.
It's been a little bit of a nothing game. And what I mean by that is, like, yeah, there's been kills, but the kills haven't resulted in anything. Like, the fights haven't been over, you know, a Rift Herald. The Rift Heralds have actually just been given away. The fights haven't been even over a dragon, right? The fights have been after the dragon, sure, but again, nothing that really relates to or transitions into a very big gold lead, or at least a gold swing. Potentially, this is the first 5v5 that we see, but we're already seeing the power of the Ziggs, right? And the poke coming out of Order's composition.
Yeah, everybody's here right now. Oh, beats flashing forward aggressively, looking to try and catch up Cupcake on contest, but then jumps in only, looking for the flash click, and he does get it now, jumping in with the Sonic Wave afterwards, looking for the execute, but then Puma flashes the 1v1 in the bot lane of Order, looking to try and protect him, but he falls on down all the same. Only might be the trade as the dash away will not protect him on this occasion, but now Chungi burning his flash also and gets collapsed upon by Claire. Direwolves with their numbers advantage, with the trades working in their favor so far, but can they find more because Cupcake's in trouble, cycling through the cooldowns, just gets the shield and sidesteps the briefcase. Direwolves coming out on top.
Direwolves coming out on top indeed, and I think Only is the MVP of that team fight. When we get the replay, we'll see what he did on the back end there, and Maximize doing his absolute best, but to a ooh, I thought that was Cupcake playing with danger there, but you know, Gunkrab and Shock too. I'll wait, Skimmy.
It's the caster curse, right? It happens every
wait.
time. You just know that these guys are looking for more.
I'm going to wait too. I'm not even going to keep talking because what they're going to do is teleport, run back to this dragon, and there's going to be a contest again. Shock is on a ward. Frozen Tomb is not up. So Maximize ulti isn't up. So again, this is probably the one window in which he's able to get 100 to 0 if he can even do that to a Mundo.
Video flash on Gun Crab. There are no stopwatches available. This is a bit of an all-in if we are to see the 50-50 flip. Okay, get started here by Order. And it is dropping very fast.
Lethality Sivir as well, by the way.
Yeah, certainly is. Only jumps in, can't steal it. Looks to safeguard away. Clear on the flank. TP coming in. Direwolves wanting to try and force their agenda. Wanting to find kills. Same spot, same time. Once again, everybody locked in place. A Stormbringer would be huge right now, but it's on CD. Claire can't do nothing. Now Guncrab gets collapsed upon. Spell shield and a flash away. But a briefcase will lock you down. What can you do when a Mundo's running at you? I tell you what, pretty much nothing.
No, and the Mundo goes where he pleases, but that's a very good disengage coming out of the Order side, right? They're able to kite that one out, and what they did there was they forced them into a choke, into that little corridor there versus a Ziggs, and I can tell you there's only one winner when you force yourself into that corridor, and Ziggs has 2 items. He absolutely just shreds Guncrab, one-shots Claire, and you know, this is going to be an Order Baron. So what turns, you know, what was a pretty decent early game, or you know, it looked like Direwolves coming to their own, coming into the zone, particularly with these item power spikes coming on through. Order really just flipped the script, win that skirmish, and pick up the Baron. It's going to be so hard for them now to fight off this Baron with, you know, the Ziggs, with the Graves, with the Mundo.
Certainly is. Big power spikes, sieging potential through the roof right now. Direwolves, the trade that they'll find is their first turret of the game, opening up mid.
Man, these junglers are higher level than their solo laners. That's hilarious. Not solo laners. Well, Maximize is level 15, but I'm more mean like Shock and Jungie. Feels like they've both kind of had roughies, and both junglers are just, you know, having a fun time. Whether that's eating lane EXP or just picking up the solo kills. It's really been a fantastic showing from both junglers, if I'm being completely honest.
For sure. I mean, they've picked up the majority of these kills, haven't they? So those individually can output a fair bit of work. There are bounties to be claimed, though. And Direwolves will be hoping for that to be available, as the gold lead is still within their grasp, but it is slowly starting to build up here for Order as the waves are crashing and the inhibs locked in their sights.
It's the thing that we kind of didn't see before the Dragon was that it's actually a lethality Sivir as well. So the Muramana Dustblade now he's going to opt in for the armor pen. But now it begs the question is, it's going to do damage when it hits Kevi, like so, right? But you know, it's not necessarily going to hit him every time. Now,
he's really going to want the Steward's Grudge as well, right?
Yeah.
The fact that the Boomerang guarantees you're locked in place and slowed.
Exactly, but what type of damage does it do to the double front line? Like, is it going to do damage to Beats? Is it going to do damage to Maximize? How quickly are you going to be able to take them down? Because I dare say at this point in the game, like that Mundo is probably not falling down. You have to win a team fight with him alive.
Yeah, and it circles back to our point only 10 minutes before, right? About who's actually going to respond to Maximize. He's out of control, can't be dealt with on an individual basis. Needs a lot of resources pumped at him. But then you've got the rest of this team just wailing away at you. 2 lanes collapse, bot lane passively pushing. That's building up a big stack.
I mean, it did a little bit, right? It did a little bit to the Mundo there. Like, it wasn't terrible. Maybe 6 more of those and he dies. Man, that Eclipse is really nice work into the Blanc. Every time she goes to trade, you just pop that Eclipse shield and she's the one that's in lethal. She's the one that realizes, yeah, I don't want that actually.
Eclipse and Hex Drinkers, quite nice actually for the mitigation there, really allowing him to hold his own in this 4-1 split that Order have currently got working for them. 30 seconds left before this Baron buff expires, and waves need to be trimmed here by Direwolves, especially removing these cannons, and they've done enough. They've held off for the meantime.
They held off, and Order have kind of stretched their lead just a little bit. You know, it's up to 5,000 now, which again, it is substantial. Like at this point in the game, if you're an Order fan, you're expecting to win this one, right? I mean, there'd be no real excuse to lose from here. So they put themselves in a position of power with these Ziggs in particular, being able to siege these turrets, take it down with the satchel charge. So again, just going to be rinse and repeat, wait till the next neutral objective, and
oh, Cupcake is in so much trouble right now unless he gets collapsed upon, but now he finds himself split between 2 different sides of this battle. collapse. The Direwolves able to retreat away. Claire now also finds himself in a spot above her, but an empowered shield might be enough. Stormbringer buffers away from the Frozen Tomb, which could have been lights out, with Shock now on the flank looking for a play. Only jumps on him, big shield on his head, looking to try and kick somebody and use it, but it does absolutely nothing. Now Shock jumping in once again, looking to try and find kills with this distort. Padding their HP bars low and low by the second. There's the kick in once again. Sonic Wave finding no success. Only falls on down. Now 5-2. And Order is held strong as a 5-man.
Yeah, the one thing that this Order composition does so well is... And Chang's flashed over the wall. Does he get him on the back end? Ooh, nice little spectating there, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, double mid laners just flashing. Shock's just waiting at the timer, right? Not want to take as many damage as possible so he can deny himself.
Now.
Yeah, he just wants to deny himself, right? I think he's ran out long enough. There it is, the denial. Rest of Order though, find their skirmish and say, well, we can let's try and break open the space just a fraction more. Sustained engage, working in their favor as Maximize jumps in. Has no ult, but won't mind at all. Runs straight at this Karma and zones away Cupcake. But Gunkrab has removed Puma. It's a lot to digest here, Juves. It's not done just yet. This fight has been going on for far too long.
Oh.
And Cupcake wants it to continue.
Yes,
flashing with the tether. Frozen Tomb is there as you highlight. Use it, self-cast once again on Only, who gets the kick, but no follow-up as Beats is out of the fight. Claire in trouble once again, looking for an empowered heal, and they can't remove him.
No, he's healing. He's just absolutely healing. Again, this Silver build isn't going to particularly get rid of Maximize, so they need to fight around him and fight through him. Only dying on the back end there, 1v3, nothing he can really do. It's looking tougher and tougher for the side of Direwolves, because when you think about Direwolves' composition, right, they want to like run you down. You think about the Sivir, you think about the Karma, the LeBlanc, even the Volibear, right? It's all linear, it's all straight line. You know, there's no real crazy amount of mobility besides the LeBlanc. And all that's happening is Puma's dropping, you know, the minefield down. Graves and Chungy are just sitting on Puma. Maximize is disrupting 3 people on the back end, and Direwolves are taking more damage than they're doing just by trying to close the distance. Like they're not even engaging in the fight yet. They don't even have their hands on Order. They're just trying to close the distance, and they're just getting chunked out. I mean, the Ziggs and the Leona, and I mean, the Mundo just has so much value in this game at the moment.
Let's take a quick stock check of the game, as really the end goal of that Baron was they found 4 turrets, a 6k gold lead, and a whole bunch of pressure on the map, right? Inhibitor did eventually fall on down in the mid lane. Worth noting that Gunkrab has actually opted for the LDR instead, so needs that percentile shred more than anything right now, because as you saw, Maximize is a raid boss.
Yeah, he is, and he's only getting stronger. Like, he's picked up the wall mobs now. And the thing is they don't really have any health, any HP shred. Again,
Direwolves feel quite pressured right now. They need to try and force this fight. The Baron is already gone. Fantastic goalkeeping there by Beat, zoning away multiple members. Frozen Tomb already used as Claire's in trouble, but he's going to jump in there with a Stormbringer. Doesn't hit anybody. It might just fall down, lights out, just as easy as that. A Shocker's on the flank, but the LeBlanc is unable to find these one-shots. Can't find their kills. They're relying so much right now on Only, who's separated from the team. The bot lane of Direwolves 1v2 against Maximize, but we don't want to watch that. We want to see what Lee Sim Mechanics can do, because it has been a game for the most part decided by junglers, and it is Kevy finding more kills. He's found one now onto Shock, who was low enough already.
Gunkrab's coming. Can they turn?
And Only's looking to try and buy as much time as possible. They're just out of range to touch the minion wave with the Sonic Wave to disengage, but Kevy is now godlike. And Kevy is quite honestly unstoppable.
Yeah, Kevy's huge. Kevy's level 17. He's 2 levels on Chungy. I mean, this is game skimmy.
It certainly looks to be. 32 minutes on the clock, and they just said, we've had enough. We've had enough of playing around with you. You guys clearly aren't matching us with the power in this game. We might just end it right here, right now. But can Gunkrab do something to say about that? He certainly can. He can get a shutdown. But he's got a big wave to trim as well as he waits at the respawns.
Okay, maybe it's not game. But it probably is the 2 inhibitors that fall down. The satchel charge is going to clear this turret. And we'll just ignore what happened there. Yep. I mean, that's a Kobe.
That happens.
Yeah, Kobe on the back end there. Again, there's just so much. There's so much for the Direwolves to walk through to actually participate in this fight. Like, we're seeing this, even Shock can't really find his windows in. And I mean, if you had to consider game state or a game state and really try to take stock of, you know, where you're at, Kevy's level 18 and Shock's level 14. I mean, that's a 4-level difference between jungler and mid laner. Only might look here though. Kind of feels like Direwolves need to find something, and
It's desperation, because every single time they're taking fights, I'm seeing remnants of the game against the Chiefs, where they were forcing their hand time and time again, but each loss was just another 2K against them to have to deal with. Another item spike, another level. Level 18 now for Kevy. He is so insanely strong. As Claire's had enough, he's jumped on in. Vanna target on towards Puma, but has no protection. The Mega Inferno Bomb does enough before Puma's eventually going to fall on down. He's been kicked and flashed, but somehow the auto attack from Siva is just there in time to Kevy. Stop it. It's dirty. I've seen this before. He gets everything with a quad.
Is he going to give Penta or not? Ah, that's sad. Oh! I mean, Skimmy, this game has just been so chaotic, and in terms of the chaos, in terms of the draft, like, the order competition really just thrives in it, right? When you consider the Graves, when you consider the Mundo that got so far ahead in lane, and I mean, all you have to do is take stock of the scoreboard to really see, you know, where the eggs went in this basket, and it really was all in Kevy's, and we said he needed to have a performance. He needed to have a pop-off performance to really warrant that pick in this draft. And I mean, 12-1-4. Congratulations to Order, but more importantly, congratulations to Kevy, because he repaid the faith, didn't he?
He certainly did. Faith was put in him. You have to pop off on this champion, and he said, look, I certainly can. I've played this before. I've beaten opponents with this before, and in dominating fashion. And up against the Direwolves that were in hot form themselves, and I made them look embarrassed. It's a game that they can be very proud of, and I suppose it starts to beg the question now on two folds. Do we start to see less LeBlanc, or the team's going to have to start respecting the Lissandra pocket pick from Chang'e and Order?
Yeah, I think you just need to be less predictable, right, with the draft. I mean, Direwolves got away with it for, what, 4 or 5 weeks, you know, picking a very similar-esque draft. And they were actually punished, like well thought out, well organized. Still think maybe a little bit of magic damage focus from the Order draft could have been punished if they didn't fall behind in lane like they did topside. Yep. However, nevertheless, Kevy had a blinder, and I mean, the Order should be very proud of themselves.
It certainly should be. And Mac, well, what a win. You know, we've all gone for the Direwolves hype train. Rusty was on the money saying that I believe in something just a little bit too much. And maybe you have to start to believe the fact that they have this draft flexibility that we're talking about, but we're starting to see the proof is in the pudding.
Well, look, Twitch chat as well apparently believed in Direwolves, so I was very disappointed about that one, because I was looking at the comp once it was there, and, you know, the predictions are there while Champ Select's live. I was really liking the Graves pick from Kevy, because this man is a magician on the carry junglers, and I was expecting him to have a big game, but maybe not as big of a game as he ended up having, just picking up so many of those kills. I think towards about the 20-minute mark, it still seemed like there wasn't a whole lot that went on for him, but, you know, see here, look, 1-1-1, so not a lot of influence in the map, but then as it did get to the point where he did scale, hits that second item, the Lord Doms, it just made it so easy for him to dance around in the team fights, even though, you know, this fight from Direwolves kind of went towards them. However, off the back of it, then did it really, is the question I need to ask. It was just, it looked like Direwolves didn't know where they needed to stand in this fight in particular. However, they did a very good job. Unfortunately, Order did a better job today, so they took the W, and that active win streak is down the drain for Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to lose eventually, right? And I mean, whilst we were talking about the improvement from Direwolves, they'll probably take a lot away from this game. A little bit to do with the draft, but also I think more importantly how they played. Because again, 24-minute mark, Direwolves, like you said, we're getting the better of them in specific skirmishes and team fights, but the be-all and end-all was the way that they just funneled into that choke, and they just got zig-bombed. But look at this damage. Look at the damage graph.
Yeah, it's just actually crazy. I mean, this is kind of what you'd expect to see from a Lethality Graves, right? Someone that's just absolutely shredding through you. But I mean, you can break this down. I mean, Shock wasn't able to get a single kill, I think, if we saw the scoreboard at the end there. His ability to be dominant in lane phase transitioned into nothing when it came to team fights. Claire, bit of a shocker there, dealing with Maximize, and those two kind of just ran rampant, able to do whatever they want. So, you know, +2 AD, by the way.
Yeah, it was slight change. Looks like it was enough to bring the picks into LCO. So we memed about it. We said, oh, look, that +2 AD is probably not going to change the pick rate of it, but Order came in with a plan and they executed it perfectly. Someone that does have a little bit of insight is probably the players, but let's bring Nat in because she gets to talk to the players. Lucky old you, hey? Did you like that game?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was really good. There was a moment that I was really, you know, sure that Direwolves could just kind of snowball it and win, but Order proved me wrong and absolutely came back and stole the win. It was really good to watch.
It certainly did.
But hopefully I can get some answers to your questions, as I am going to be joined by Kevy. Congratulations on the win and such an insane performance. I want to start and I want to ask Graves pick. We've seen you play him before. but why did he come out today?
I don't know. We just sort of realized like this champ is really OP, and like I literally just kill everything in 2 autos. So I felt like if we got Graves, I would win. That's why.
Why do you think he is so OP? Like, what gave you guys this, I guess, insight or like thought to be like, yeah, it works really well in this draft and is just absolutely going to tear through the rest of the team?
+2 AD. No, just kidding. I don't know. He just does a lot of damage. Like when I play it, I literally feel like I'm damage hacking or something. Like we had so many so much magic damage on our team, and they all just like couldn't really itemize armor. So it was really good in that game, yeah.
Yeah, it showed it. Were you guys a little bit worried, I guess, more towards that mid game before you guys took Dragon and Baron that Direwolves were going to run away with the game, or were you very clear and focused that you could still win it?
To be honest, as soon as I saw them put Lee Sin jungle, like I knew the game was won. It was a bit hard like during the game. I felt like I was misplaying a lot, but I was like pretty nervous going into it. But yeah, as soon as I saw Lee Sin, I knew it would win. The champ's really useless in jungle.
Well, there you go. Hopefully, no one's going to be putting Lee Sin jungle anytime soon. But the last question is, I guess, like that matchup in top between Max and Claire. I want to know what was going on, you know, between comms between you and Max, because he was doing really well up there, and I want to know, like, I guess how that impacted your performance throughout the game.
We didn't really do anything, like we didn't really synergize or anything, but it feels nice having my top win every game. Like he just solo killed him, and yeah, it felt really good. But it wasn't like throughout the game, you know, we did anything together to like outplay them. So yeah.
Yeah, well look, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Well played by that man on your screen. You could hear that he was nervous. It did look like he was kind of nervous for, you know, the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, but then certainly started to really find his feet there. Now, that brings us to the player that delivered, and I'm not even going to ask the question this time because we all know who it was. It was that man on your screen, of course. It was Kevy doing a damn good performance in the jungle there. 12-1-4, 84% kill participation, 2-shotting pretty much everyone on the opposite team. 12 wards placed, 27% gold share. Man's just all about those numbers and all about jumping around and shooting many, many little bullets out of that shotgun juice.
Yeah, that's a big damage share for a jungle, especially in a competitive sense, right? You get less gold, but in this instance, when you have 12 kills, you probably don't get less gold. You get majority of the gold, and, you know, I mean, that's just a good performance from him, and something that, again, we talked about him being, or he said he's a little bit nervous. I do think maybe the Order team in general suffers from a little bit of nerves, right, in big games. So I think this game will do them a world of confidence, especially leading into the business end of the season.
Yeah, they do have a bit of a rough end of the round, I think, from what I remember, Order. That's what we discussed in that first couple of weeks where we're like, oh, Order have the easy run, you know, at the start of each round, and then they have the sort of hard run towards the end. However, speaking about towards the end, it's time to jump into a break, get into the second game of the day, which is going to be Peace and Legacy. So enjoy these tunes from Warner, and we'll see you just after the break.
But next time around it is, right? And Chungy still has ultimate. It could be a bit of a solo bolo here.
Could be. Shock's in a fair bit of trouble right now and can't actually prevent it with the clone, but in comes Only looking for the kick, going to use it, but then fantastic denial by Kevy.
Did he need to do that? Not sure. Did it look good? Yes.
Level 18 now for Kevy. He is so insanely strong. Has cleared it enough. He's jumped on in. Found a target on towards Puma, but has no protection. The Mega Inferno Bomb does enough before Puma's eventually going to fall on down. He's been kicked and flashed, but somehow the auto attack from Sivir is just there in time for Kevy. Stop it. It's dirty. I've seen this before. He gets everything with a quad.
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please. Goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her go and hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip going new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gon' get my money while I'm breathing. Fingers in my bank still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gon' tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you. To have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they're killing all my feelings.
I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, got me doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because our love is so timeless. It's so priceless and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyers. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.
Welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. It's time to get down to what matters. From the fans, we got more memes from you guys at home. The content's here, and the content is, of course, king. So before we jump into match 2 of the evening, which I'm sure all you guys at home are excited for, let's bring up and see what you guys have been working on at home. Davo Erlo. So I'm going to guess that's mac and cheese. All the puns. It's Jubes. And that's no fat skimmy. He's not happy. So, what's going on
why is my
there, Skimmy?
face like, why do I look so upset? I know mine, right? Skim and a me. So the me is like those little customizable characters on the Nintendo Wii. I know that. How it says you got to try and solve these, but yeah, what's up with our faces, eh, Mac? What's going on?
You just got your RBF cranking, I think. Jubes, you happy with yours?
Is mine because I'm a gummy bear? I look like a gummy bear?
That's because you're a treat.
Is that a lolly? I've never heard of it. What? I've never heard of it, man. What? That's not a me problem. That's a lolly problem.
Oh, wow. So, okay. Lolly's too niche. Now, let's jump into the second meme that's been sent across.
What on, Davo?
I think this one's more of a how you're watching the game. So, productive work morning, blurring the screen, very, very important, you know, making sure no one leaks any of your work business data. But also, it looks light there where you are, Lorenzo. Please let us know where you're actually watching from.
He said morning, so I dare say it is in the AM for him.
So it must be somewhere, yeah, we're thinking Europe?
Hemispheres, somewhere in the other hemispheres.
Yeah, well, Africa was 9 a.m. An hour ago, so probably thinking, you know, somewhere in the EUs. Yeah, I'd be guessing.
I will say, Lorenzo, if I, for whatever reason, do get an Excel task, I will be straight into your DMs, buddy. Don't you worry about that. I'll write up the contract, signed, sealed, and delivered. You do all my Excel tasks, no dramas. We got our stat man now for the LCO. Congratulations, Lorenzo, you're hired.
You're promoted. Congratulations.
See that?
Beautiful job.
Hand in your content, you could get jobs. I'm handing them out like they're candy, and don't even worry about who says yes or who says no, because it goes through me.
Exactly. Although you don't know what jubes are, so I think I have to deduct some points for that. Now, speaking of points, let's talk about some points on this matchup, Peace and Legacy. Of course, let's talk Peace first. So, they are looking pretty good. They've had a couple of roster swaps. They're starting to find their feet. And Tally has been doing some work there in the top lane. But, Jubes, is he doing enough?
Look, I think Tally had a blinder of a first game, had a bit of a shambles of a second game. And, you know, I think he'll be his own biggest critic when it comes to that. Look, I'm not sold on this Peace lineup just yet. You know, they need to show us a little bit more. They need to show us why they're with the team, that we're favourites come first, you know, I guess first few weeks of the season. They showed us some excellent form. Now they've had a bit of time to mesh. Tally with Babip with Halo, you know, Violet and Abby. So I'm expecting this week them to make a very big statement. And why was that funny? And why was that funny?
My dog just ran into the room. I think it snuck in.
Yeah, he's like, this Jubes guy thinks he knows what he's talking about. What an idiot. What an idiot.
Get him off, eh?
Yeah.
I should have thrown that one to Skimmy. I knew it. Now, Skimmy, how about you tell me about Legacy, all right? Legacy, they've been doing pretty well so far. They need to get a few more upsets, a few more W's on the board to make it to playoffs. Tell me how they're going to do that.
That's a good question, because last week it wasn't a week that I want to remember, right? 3 defeats on the bounce against some very strong opposition and got shown. This is the reason the standings are where they are right now. So I'm unsure really where they go from here, because we've seen I don't want to say inflexibility, but I feel like, you know, they've been cracked to a degree, right? Beat them early and then they've got no steam left, right? We've seen them obviously beat Peace in the past, and a lot of that was just fantastic understanding of game state and what they could achieve from it. But I feel like people have cracked and say, look, if we can take out Sybil, then his champion offers nothing. If we can put behind in Curso, he's going to just looking to, you know, dive on in and find kills elsewhere. But when they're down, you just feel like they lack that steam post 15.
Of course, of course. Now, were there any changes in the jungle that would change what Sybil could play today?
Yeah, Graves. Why not? We've seen Graves already. He is a bit of a Graves guy.
Yep.
But the problem, not the problem with Sybil, because it's not a problem. He's just a gank guy. He's just a ganker. He's a ganker and a banker. So he needs to play the likes of Elise, like the likes of Zinzao, potentially even the Volley Bear. And that's where Legacy have found their, most of their success. But Elise just isn't a very good champion at the moment.
Very true, very true. Now, we do like to see him on the Shin. He manages to find angles that don't exist, and that's what I like about him. You know, he makes things happen. He's an initiator in terms of, you know, the role as well as a person. And that's something that you really, that's the initiation I'm talking about as well.
Yeah.
So crazy angles found, and this is when they beat Peace. Last time both these teams went head to head. So do you think we'll see the same thing, or is it going to be a bit harder today for Legacy, given that Peace have a completely different lineup, different roster rather, going into today, Skimmy?
Well, I think both these rosters are arguably some of the most aggressive in the early game that we have in this league. Peace probably the most, like #1, and they've proved it with some like the gold acquisitions, dominance through turrets, first bloods, objectives to say the few. But Legacy aren't afraid. Like they thrive in that environment. So, you know, whilst I say they can fall to their own, you know, demise come 15 minutes, they're very willing to take all those handshakes of like, we could lose the game right here or we could win. We'll flip it. Let's see what happens, right? Like they are gankers, they are bloodthirsty initiators, and they'll just say, look, you know, if it happens this way, it happens this way, whatever. And they've won a lot of games in that fashion.
Okay, well, there's one other bloodthirsty initiator, Ada, I know, and that is Nat. So let's bring her into the conversation and tell me why you're so good at initiating anything, including conversation with random players on the internet.
You just gotta have a little bit of no shame, you know? Everyone wants to be friends, and if you take the plunge first, I guess the thirsty plunge, then you two can make friends. I don't know if that really works together, but you know what? I'm going to try and use that tactic as I go and talk to Violet and Incursio. Thank you both so much for joining me. Violet, Peace had a little bit of a rougher week last week. You guys only got 1 win. So I want to know, do you think there's a lot more potential for you guys to get a 3-0 week this week?
Yeah, I think last week was a very rough week for us. I think we had like a long discussion afterwards, and I think our team environment has been really productive in terms of we're all able to like give feedback to each other, and like we're like not afraid to criticize each other no matter what, because at the end of the day all of us want to win. So I think we should be able to get like a 3-0 this week.
Yeah, I like to hear that that's what you guys are working on over at Peace. Do you think this roster change and all the conversations that you guys have been having, is going to be enough to get a win off of Legacy today?
I mean, we don't need a roster change to win against Legacy. I think like whichever like players, like whoever plays on our team, like we're just individually just better than them. And as long as we pull through with the proper macro, we should just get an easy dub.
And Incursio over on Legacy, you guys did get the win up against Peace last time you got there. Are you afraid of the new players and the new positions over on Peace, or do you think that there's not much that you have to change to still get a win?
I don't think we have much to change. I think it's still pretty standard gameplay from us. Gonna do the same thing. Try to smash them again. See what happens.
Playing after a rough week for Legacy last week as well.
You cut out, what did you say?
Oh, I just asked where your confidence is laying, like as a whole team, where Legacy is at after having a rough week last week.
I reckon it's like definitely a little bit lower than it was before, but we've talked about it, try to fix it up, see what happens again now this game.
I love hearing that you guys are really working hard, and I wish you both the best of luck in today's game. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nat.
Now, the real question is, what did Halo grab from the fridge? So if you guys in chat know, please let us know, or at least take a guess, and hopefully after the game, if Peace win, we can find out. Now,
I was about to say that. I think if chat put in their predictions right now what Halo got from the fridge, I'll try and get him in an interview.
Like, I felt for that because there have been times, right, when like something else happens and one of us is like doing an interview or whatever, and everyone's cracking up and you're trying to keep composed, but I just saw him like Fortnite chugging in the background, like forget about the glass, bro, I'm on TV.
I love how that's what you guys noticed, and I'm like, damn, Violet's hair looks really good today.
well, focused on the things that matter, of course. Now, something else that matters, kinda, mostly, maybe not to me anyway. Predictions. Let's have a quick look and see where everyone's currently sitting. 29-20. Look, chat's trying to make it even there for me. I might be able to be the first person that's completely negative in predictions ever if Twitch chat keep tanking these predictions.
When you
now,
negative?
Yeah, have we never had someone negative?
I feel like you were negative last split.
I wasn't. Maybe I was. But that's because there was that point where I was so far behind. I was like, I'm just going for the 100.
Just give me 100. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. Anyway, you guys have gone for Peace. What about you, Nat, over on the second page? Anything crazy going on over there?
No, I'm pretty sure I went for Peace as well.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm starting to not remember if Rusty's putting his predictions in our little group chat, because I feel like maybe Rusty's taking this more competitively than a lot of us.
After I smashed last split, I've kind of just put my feet up and said I don't need to prove anything to anyone anymore. I'll go for the underdogs, whatever.
And
Rusty's like, nah.
I'm scrolling chat and I don't see it.
Yeah,
is he DMing?
Yeah, he's DMing.
Is he DMing?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember him putting predictions. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was hinting towards. I was like, I don't remember Rusty putting it in the chat. So like, is he going behind all of our backs to make sure that we can't copy him?
To be honest,
he hasn't been going behind our backs. I strictly remember him in our meetings saying, hey, Phil, did you get the DMs of my predictions? Unless that was maybe in a pre-show. Nat, you were definitely there for it, so maybe
I have a pretty bad memory.
Maybe you just all need to listen a little better.
I think
Rusty, just remember, when everyone comes for you, I'm the one that defended you, all right? I'm the man that stood your ground while you weren't here to do it, even though you're in Twitch chat. Now, Twitch chat, something else you're probably excited for is the game. And yes, it's ready. So hold your bloody horses. Champ Select is ready for round number 2. Round number 2, game 2. Go. Take it.
Yes, it's gone. Yes, we're here. Legacy, take it on Peace. Legacy beat Peace last time around, but very different rosters. Peace have changed the roster 3 times now. We've had a few games to warm up with this new edition of Tally, and bear in mind, you know, if you look at the side of Tally, Babip, and Halo, they were part of that Worlds run for Legacy 2020.
They were, actually. That's a good reminder. I actually completely forgot about that. And Halo played quite a few games for that Legacy outfit, right, back in that day. And I mean, he even went to Worlds with them. So again, it's like that synergy is all there. They've played with each other, they've lived with each other. You know, all that kind of needs to sync up now is with the bot side of the map. And, you know, if you're a Peace fan, I think nothing else but a win is an option in this game.
I wonder, Juice, I wonder if there's any like slight back and forth between Tally and Halo saying, you know, oh, I actually got mid lane over you, Halo. I actually took it from you. But here we go. That's what we wanted to see. We were yet to see it, but a brand new patch 11.14 and a lot of mechanically gifted players on Peace that can make this one work.
Yeah, they play it both ways, right? Halo can play it, Tally can play it. So it's a flex pick, and I'm more excited to see it in the mid lane.
Sure.
I don't really think Aurelia has bad matchups in general at the moment, but then, you know, in the mid lane specifically, I don't think a bad matchup exists. First pick Leona is interesting. I don't think we've seen ML play much of the Leona, so that's a wild pick there, first pick.
Certainly is. We look at his match history right now. It's been a whole bunch of fresh as well as Nautilus, so it's been sticking to the hard engages, no surprises there. Not really opting too much into the Enchantress. The last game play against the Direwolves was as the Rakan, but still the same narrative. So Leona complemented with, well, the hover right now seems to be Lee Sin. We're going to go to the Zinza. No surprises there. Sybil, big engage.
The one thing that I wanted to, I guess, skim on, no puns intended, but it was the fact that the Graves has been banned. Maybe the +2 AD has really just sent Graves into a realm of no return. I think I saw Pabu mention on Twitter or something like that, that the clears like shaved 10 seconds off. Now, I don't know if that was a meme, like if it went from 325 to 315, but if it did, like if +2 AD did do that, then that's a pretty big deal. So again, I don't know if that's facts or not. If not facts, yell at Babu. If facts, come to me and say, well done, Brandon. But nevertheless, you know, Diana and Nautilus being locked in here. So far, Nautilus was not locked in, but so far I really like this draft coming out of Peace, right? You've got your AD mid laner combined with your AP jungler. You got your hard engaged support because we know that's what it's going to be. And it just, this is what I want to see coming out of Peace.
Yes, it's hard engage, right? They basically say that we know that Legacy are going to be playing the same kind of style, but we feel like we can do it better. We're mechanically gifted, mechanically better than you. So if you are willing to take those trades, then we will find those small skirmishes and that plays to do better with. So curious now to see what Legacy respond back with, as we have seen a fair bit of flexibility from them, in particular from Winterer, who's been the first one to play the GP as well. But we're going to go with the Silas, so that's going to be their AP option for mid lane, and you bet your bottom dollar it's going to be in Curcio.
Yeah, that's rough though, right? Like, because Aurelia has such a good time into this Silas, it is going to be a very, very tough go for Incurcio if this is in fact Halo playing the Aurelia. So again, maybe kind of pinched himself into a bad matchup. But again, like, Incurcio is probably thinking, well, what do I pick, right? Because I can't opt in for the Lucian, but I have Zinzao mid. So then all of a sudden, you know, you're forced into Aurelia just building, you know, those Tabis or those boots, and it's going to be a rough time as well. So, yeah, I mean, so far, you have to say the draft is looking pretty good for Peace.
Yeah, going to be very happy with this one, aren't they? As the second rotation of bans come out, Varus and Kaiser both removed away, both AD carries. Very proficient at a champion. There we can see Tally's now in the gaming house, so linked up with the boys.
Yeah.
Ready to do it justice. Curious to see, though, what the bot lane will be.
He looks all right, Tally, doesn't he, there? I mean, he looks like he's dressed up for the occasion. Like, he's just, you know, he looks like he's got a game at 7, League of Legends game at 7, but he'll meet you out at the bar.
Hey, he's got the clubs at 9.
Yeah, clubs at 9.
He's like, drinks on me, boys, DoorDash delivery.
Yeah. But then he forgets that he's actually in a lockdown. So, he, in fact, I'll just meet you up in the upstairs lounge, and where will be there'll be a VIP, you know, booth security and all that. But back to draft before this gets a little bit
absolutely
too
we can
unreal.
definitely get carried away with this one. We don't have enough time to talk and analyze as it is. As set has been removed, so glad to see that one. We know that Winter is fantastic at that individual pick. Has found some fantastic engages in the past. Was the Kalista 2. We've seen Violet play it, but we're a little bit critical of him from the other day when he played it and had 100 CS lead. Wasn't able to transition that in this particular scenario with the Nautilus. Wasn't able to do much with it. minutes. So you now start to narrow down this champion pool. You know that Style is probably going to veer towards this Ezreal as he's picked up. But I suppose the question now becomes, what do Peace go for? Because you're thinking Kog'Maw, Tristana, Aphelios.
I was thinking Vayne angle, man. Just go Vayne. Get the Vayne out. Why not? Into Ezreal, it's a fine lane.
Yeah.
Then you know, you got the Leona, that's fine as well. Tumble, Condemn. You get the Zinzao off you as well. Percent HP shred. Why not? But Tristana, obviously the safer of the two. So obviously don't mind that one being picked up there. But yeah, we've got Unbench the Kench, Unhibit the Ribbit. What else?
Look, I can't think of anything witty on the fly right now. But I tell you what, though, this is going to be exciting because we're going to get to see two of the picks that we were, you know, quite excited to see as a whole. You know, these key picks between the Aurelia and the Tahm Kench. And we're bringing it back with the Tristana as well. So it kind of fits the narrative that you want to be aggressive, you want to jump on through. And I tell you what, if Peace find anybody locked in CC or damage, Tristana is just going to be able to get reset after reset.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that we don't really have you know, any stats for or a real quantity for is how this Tahm Kench Lee Sin lane goes. I think you'd be lying if we said, you know, we really knew that fact it is, you know, Tahm Kench favored or Lee Sin favored, right? So again, it's going to be a little bit of a skill check, right? How many tongue lashes, tongue whips, whatever you want to call it, how many toad tongues can latch onto that Lee Sin?
Toad tongues, I like that one.
It's a toad tongue, isn't it?
Yeah, no, just the lyrical nature is poetic.
Mate,
it's fantastic. I'm listening.
I got a PhD in linguistics from the western suburbs.
Okay. Well, I can clearly see it's on full display right here. You're qualified for the job, mate. I tell you what, I'm keen to see how Winter navigates this champion because obviously a little bit more aggressive right now. You can, you know, burrow yourself in, pop up somewhere, very quick channel. So it's kind of hard to sidestep it. And the sustain is going to be pretty crazy. So you'd imagine if Telly does commit there with a Lee Sin, you better believe that he knows how this trade works.
Yeah. I mean, across the board, right, I like Legacy's draft. The only question mark I have, and it's a very big question mark ping, is the Sylas into Aurelia. Like, he's such a bad lane for Sylas, particularly if the Aurelia is proficient. And I know Halo has put so much time into the Aurelia. So I really do think this game's going to blow open in the jungle mid 2v2. You know, if Sybil is able to babysit in Curcio and get him a lead, sure, maybe a different ball game. However, Babip, I think, is just a little bit too good to let that go to, like, let that go down to a coin flip. Like, he's going to be able to protect Halo, let Halo do his thing in that 1v1. Tally's not really going to lose topside, you would hope. And Violet and Appy, you know, again, not really going to be in much danger of losing to an Ezreal and a Leona. Whereas, like, Legacy's comps probably going to fare much better out of lane, but the lane kingdom, you would say, would come from Peace. But even so, like, their group is still fantastic. So I'm excited to see how this game kind of breaks out in the skirmishes, in the 2v2s, in the 3v3s. Yeah.
The champions that fit the bill, aren't they? They really are the champions that fit the stylistic nature of both teams. Hard engage, ability to pop off, ability to, you know, rotate around the map and say, we're not afraid. We're not afraid to go toe-to-toe with you and do battle and do it justice.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see that, you know, when champion pools have been pinched, they've got such depth to draw from.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to... I'll be honest, excuse me, I didn't hear.
Are you lost, mate?
No,
You're lost.
I had I had something else happen, but
okay, yes, it happens.
So we're coming to us, Skimmy. That's the information that I was gathering when I didn't hear you.
Yes, absolutely. Look,
it was a little bit.
I'm not gonna throw out predictions as to what you're up to, mate.
Don't throw me under the. It wasn't my fault. I was listening, but then I had to listen to someone more important than you at the time.
Okay. It happens, mate. Understandable.
Not
you know, producer Witherby, he knows.
You are the most important person in my life. However, there are higher beings associated with this broadcast that I must listen to at certain times.
Yeah, the people off the camera, they, look, there's a reason they're not on the camera because they're...
Hey, mate, all I'm saying is you don't pay the bills. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, well, that's it. Let's leave it at that, eh? Slight delay getting ourselves into the game, so we'll wait to get a bit of an update from that second. And, well, okay, we are. I've been debated. Yep. But we are ready to rock and roll with the second game of the night. Peace taking on Legacy. And to help guide us through it, we do have Coach Ceres on the line.
Awesome. What's up, Scary?
Yeah, good, bro. Yourself? How's it been? Because a bit of a humbling defeat, right? You know, 3 defeats last week against some very strong opposition. So I suppose, what were the takeaways from that?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that when we came into the Pentanet and the Chiefs matchups, we had something to prove, right? And we failed to do so. But at the end of the day, we got trounced by the first and second place team. that are both looking very strong and very consistent. You know, Pentinet's found their form again. I think the game that really hurt the most was losing against Direwolves, where we not necessarily just losing, but also having basically a reverse performance of what we did last time. So obviously, like you said, it is really humbling for us. We had to really refocus this week. You know, like change things up a little bit in terms of the way we're going to approach the game. And hopefully this week we'll see some better results.
Fantastic. I mean, what is that approach to this game in particular? Because I've kind of harped it up to be, you know, the battle of these two early game titans, right? You love to both brawl and skirmish and show off what you can do, and the draft reflects that. So how do you see this matchup playing again, knowing that, you know, Peace have changed their roster around a bit?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's all about trying to realize some consistency. That's always been our issue. And so for us, we want to have some form of like coherency across our draft in terms of, you know, and across all the games, whether or not we want to skirmish together and giving ourselves options so that Sybil doesn't just have to play around simply like one lane. We can go through top lane. We could have like a potentially strong skirmish through bot lane as well. Basically just giving themselves some flexibility and having the same kind of coherency across the entire map is really important.
Fantastic. And just on a final note, Tom Kench finally on, brand new patch 11.14. It's good to finally see it, you know, not in a supporting role, but as a solo laner. We know that Winter is, you know, so strong as an individual, so why should we be excited to see this one?
Yeah, look, I think after this game, people are going to want to start banning Tom Kench against us.
Well, you heard it here first. Coach Series, pleasure as always, mate. I wish you boys the best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Well, Juice, unfortunately, we did get cursed. To be expected from these two teams. A first blood did happen, but I was keeping my eyes on things.
Yeah, like we said, Sybil just ganking and banking, right? You know, doing what he does best. Now, before, I guess, Halo died, I wanted to say this is how bad the Aurelia into Sylas matchup is, particularly because the Aurelia does take Ignite as well. And like that was a solo bolo. I mean, and if it wasn't, that wasn't Curcio having to burn teleport, get back to lane. Halo has, you know, complete lane control. Sybil really does bail him out, and you'd have to say a little bit of a questionable death. Now mid lane is frozen towards Incurcio, and Halo's actually going to have to ask for help to break this freeze. And ooh, some nice trades coming there.
Yeah, gonna go for a cheeky bit of an all. Look at that damage. That's a max W.
Yep.
This is kind of what you expect to see. A new variation on this new Aurelia. You can max that, and that just gives you max mitigation, but just a whole bunch of damage. And I need to find that right now as Halo's baited in his jungler. Bebep saying, why me? And now, Incursio's 2-0.
Now, can I say, I stand by the mid-jungle 2v2 of Peace being significantly better than Legacies, but they are just playing it better. Like, ML has found the window to roam, and this is why this Ezreal pick is key, because Ezreal can't really be punished versus a Nautilus and a Tristana, at least pre-6, right? We're seeing Ezreal's even CS, like he has a 10 minion wave under turret that he's going to be able to farm, and ML...
Look at that.
Unbench the
When he dives underwater, he has to go for a flash. He's dashed it before, but he's realizing the power and the pure nature of this one is far too strong. Tally gets the better hand of him. He's managed to beat him. The shield, the mitigation, you thought it might have just been enough, but now it's a case of dodging these skill shots. When becomes lightning, when's it going to come out? Sybil! He sidestepped it. He's better at a TP. He's bought enough time here for Bebek, but he can safeguard away. And how has Tally survived that?
Yeah, huge, huge. I think that's a little bit of a misplay from Sybil though, right? Because if Winter is teleporting back to lane, it's pre-6 Diana, you take that 2v2 all day. All day you take that 2v2, but he didn't want it. You know, Tally ends up surviving with the safeguard, so Babip does a really good job bailing his top laner out, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from Tally, right? And can I just reiterate that, like, even though Incurcio is, like, quote-unquote ahead, he's down EXP, well, not anymore, but he's actually ahead. He's got 2 kills, he's got a bounty, Aurelia's behind. This is still Halo's lane. Like, Halo at 6 with the Ignite still kills Incurcio. Like, I just want to reiterate that. Like, it's not all doom and gloom. However, Legacy have done a very good job in nullifying what is their kind of weakest point of the map, just due to draft. But that, I wanted to also say that I saw Halo's put 2 points into W. I haven't seen, you know, what he's going to max, but 2 points into W with the passive, with the fully charged kind of channel of that W, if you will, literally almost did what? a third.
Yeah. It just blasts them. It's unexpected damage. It's just not... I mean, you're conditioning players to remember what Aurelia's like. And now you're seeing that he's got 3 points into it. He might just actually go for the full max. We've seen snippets of this elsewhere in the world. It seems to be proving quite strong so far. Mitigation on physical and mitigation on magical damage. And that only gets better as the game goes on. Going to scale fantastically here. Get to see if that means anything in this context. There's... You know, Legacy do have those kills, but it is still Peace keeping toe-to-toe to them with better farm. Exhaust goes down to Violet, standing still right now, fighting through fire as the explosive shot connects with Styled.
That's a very good trade coming out of the side of Legacy, right? And I mean, this lane so far is going very well for them. You have to consider ML left to go mid lane, killed Babip, and so in terms of map influence, ML has had, you know, the big influence obviously with that assist already, but they're not down farm. Usually you want to see a trade-off, right? Like if ML leaves lane and you're laning 1v2, there has to be a CS lead going to the side of Styled. But due to Violet having Tristana, he's actually not able to freeze bot lane because the way that Tristana kind of auto-pushes from last hitting. So that means that Styled actually isn't denied any CS, and he's actually not even denied any turret plates. So again, like if you're taking stock of how the game's like panning out, at least in the early game, it's looking good for Legacy. I guess the one place that we thought they wouldn't be behind, and they are, is topside. We really did think Winterer was going to pick up that solo bolo, but he just got outplayed by Tally.
Yeah, just a fraction. It was literally an auto attack difference between the two of them, wasn't it? But once again, mid lane is explosive. That's where you're expecting to see all these fights really stem from. All the waves pushing against Legacy right now, but they seem quite content just to farm on the turret.
Now the problem, he actually had to do that, unironically. Because what I was going to say, the problem with this new time Kench is when you eat someone, you can travel much further than previous, right? Like you are able to walk almost from like halfway in the lane back to turret, spit them under turret. Tally had no flash. So if he gets stunned at that point in where he was, that is 100% Tally going under tower, taking tower aggro, no flash, and he's as good as dead. So, I mean, Tally seems like he's played against this time Kench and he really knows how to lane against it.
A lot of CC. It would have been lights out there with the passive kicking. Halo building up that passive once again. 4 stacks is the charm, is the treat. Looking to go for the fight right now as he pops the ultimate. Locks in place underneath this turret right here. Conflicted with what he wants to do as Appy Hex flashes in to steal a bit of XP and prevent Legacy from continuing that play.
Well, it sounds funny, but who goes first actually loses in that skirmish, because both supports need their Aftershock up to tank the majority of that damage that's going to come out through from the Xin Zhao or the Diana. So if you're countering that play, if you're the counter gank, you probably win that. So it's kind of like a little bit tentative, a little bit standoffish, but good discipline from both sides. Babip waited, Appy didn't go in once he hex flashed, and might be in trouble, but there's no kick from Babip.
Could be in trouble. He doesn't have a flash.
Oh, no kick from Tally rather. Look at that damage, by the way. That's one tongue lash, tongue whip, toad slam.
Welcome to the jam. Yeah, gone. Absolutely. Taking up the fight very early on and kind of acting a little bit similar to a set, right? You know, don't gank me because it's going to be pretty much 9 impossible.
But then I guess we need to... Ooh.
Trishop Raj does go on towards Appy, but the Aftershock was there to mitigate a whole bunch of that one, and Milk might be in trouble right now. Absolutely he is. Rocket jump on his head, but he's going to cop a fair bit of damage in the trade. Is Stone looking to try and get that kill onto Violet. Sybil, does he hit the flash? Max range, he gets it, and a double kill. And he redeems himself for the misplay topside.
The shy bull, huh? Is that what we call him now when he does something? Look at that, and they bring up the stat.
That's his reaction. He's like, oh, yikes. Was that me? Did I just get a double kill?
I reckon producers just sat there with his finger on the hotkey, waiting for the Sybil gank, and he's just like, yep, yep. You know what time it is.
It's too perfect.
Yeah.
It's too perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a mechanical masterclass. And it sounds funny to say, you know, when you're playing the Xin Zhao, but he buffered the W with the flash, and we're going to get the replay here, because why not? Again, this 2v2, I thought was just a shambles for Legacy. Like, it was going to be probably a double kill for Violet. But the turn damage, how long ML survived there, ends up trading 1-for-1 on the back end. But look, oh, all right.
Well, we've got to go back to live, but you know what the end result was on that occasion. Now, 1v3 again. He's just getting ganked. A bit of a support gap here because the Milk's here first. He's tanking the turret up like you would not believe it. And now Sybil and Incursio are unbelievably strong. 5-0 between them.
The way Sybil and ML are playing the map is just unreal. This is probably, you know how you think of like a duo, right? You consider bot lane to be a duo. I think the the most crucial unsung duo in a competitive game is the jungle support, right? The really good teams consistently have their jungle and support move out of base together and secure vision. You see those question mark pings on the red side jungle of Peace, right? That's vision secured by Sybil and ML. And when they get that vision, they pivot that into a mid gank because they know where everyone is. They know Babip's not countering, they know Appy's not countering that gank, and they're able to put Halo at such a deficit. Like, this mid lane matchup should just be a wash for Halo into Incursio, but Legacy have just made it work.
And it's hilarious to think because he still has a huge individual CS lead, but in terms of kills and the item spikes that are soon to come, yeah, Sybil and Incursio have been working, you know, wonderfully in tandem to say this is the area of the map we want to target and this is how we're going to get ourselves ahead. Is Halo once again looking for a cheeky trade, but he has to be frustrated with how this one's playing out.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is like, you know, at what point do you not win anymore? Like, at what point does Halo lose the ability to 1v1 Silas? Because I'd say he still has that ability. And, ooh, okay. That's
TP. They're forcing this one, Juves. They're coming in from the backline as Incursio's going for it, flashing out the solar flare, but now two bruises jumping on his head. There's the Toad. Knocks him up, but bops him away. And Appy will have to be the sacrificial lamb as the boys to back them up from bot side river aren't there quick enough. Violet zoned underneath this turret, but Babbitt wants to jump in. One man ult, following on through. Looking for the moonlight, looking for the follow-up, looking for the damage. Can they find it? Sidestep that from Tally. And Halo now in a 1v2 situation with Vanguard's edge popped. He finds a shutdown. He takes that Incursio. That's huge for him. Sybil now looking to try and jump on through, but that's now Halo with a double kill. And Scheibel might just be able to take them all on through, but it's going to be Starred on this occasion that bites back with a double of his own.
Now, the one thing I have to say here is that there was a bit of an int from Incursio. This play for Legacy could have gone so much better, but Silas used the Buster Shot from Tristana that he stole to push Violet to safety, and ultimately doesn't cost them the skirmish because they did break even, but that could have been so much better for the side of Legacy. However, we're seeing the Aurelia, like, from a deficit, is able to do this in this skirmish. So we see on the back end here, it's so good. Palm Kench to a T, and then look at that. Yeah, like, you know, that's another member falling down. All of a sudden, Violet doesn't participate. But watch Halo on the back end here. Gets backline access. Tally with the kick, so good. Palm Kench showing us why he's such a valuable pick with that E. But, I mean, even on, you know, I don't even think he has an item completed. I could be wrong in this particular skirmish. I didn't take stock of Halo's itemization, but he picks up the double kill. Sybil gets there a little bit too late. Violet is still participating in that skirmish.
So a nice edgeless game, I'll tell you that much. 14 minutes in, the turret plates are gone, and it is Legacy with a 2k gold lead. Well, just about. Yep. They're not done yet. They want more Juves. They've collapsed again. This part of the map just belongs to Legacy.
You know what also I got told, and I don't know, I think it was Rusty told us this in the meeting. The Tarm W, so which is like that mini teleport where he does the dive and comes out of the ground. It's you can't see it as the enemy, or you see it extremely late where it's very hard to juke. Right? Yeah. So I know, like, we see it early and we're like, well, why are they getting knocked up? Like, why are they just stepping over to it? And it's actually not as simple as that. It's not as simple as just walk away. So I just wanted to, like, pop that one out there because probably a lot of viewers at home haven't played against new Time Kench, or, you know, they don't really know what his new kit's like. So the ultimate for Time Kench is actually the gobble, is where he eats either an ally or an enemy. And the W, which was the gobble, is now I guess the mini teleport, if you will.
And that's why you're seeing him swap from the bot lane as a support to protect, now being a bruiser in the top lane to be a nuisance. Yeah. And, you know, you talk about that dive being frustrating as it is. Well, it doesn't get much easier, right? He's just hit the Frostfire Gauntlet. If he locks you in place, his passive is a guaranteed stun. And the Abyssal Dive to follow up afterwards. That's just a whole bunch of CC individually provided.
Yeah, and Cursor is the richest guy in the game. But I mean, Halo's not too far behind, right? So despite, you know, him, I think it was 0-2-0. He's picked up 2 kills now, but he's in a pretty good spot. The one point of contention that I wanted to talk about was that Violet is actually down like a level and a half. I mean, I can't even remember the last time we've seen Violet be down this much farm, this much EXP, and, you know, it's ML that's been out of lane. Like, ML has 7 KP out of 10, right? So, I mean, the Legacy bot lane is absolute turbo smurfing.
I mean, if you look at the stats for Violet as an individual across this entire split, he's got the highest XP difference at 10 minutes consistently. You could say the same for his gold acquisition and his CS per minute. You know, the guy is a monster. He's cracked. as they say. But on this occasion, he's been able to find the same levels of success. But let's see what they can do now as a cross-map play takes place. Legacy find one turret. The Herald's been summoned bot side as Peace mount their own assault. 3 members strong. Turret soon to fall. True Shot Barrage to try and pad that wave a fraction more. And it looks like both teams are staying strong and committing to what they've decided to do.
It looks like Peace have a bigger emphasis on the Rift Herald since their last game against Gravitas, right? Like, this is the 2 Rift Heralds that they've picked up. And they've actually been able to secure quite a bit of gold. You know, they're down 6 kills. They're up farm for sure, but look at the gold lead really isn't that big.
It shrunk.
Yeah, with all things considered, right? And this is due to the Rift Heralds that have been picked up, as well as the CS leads. You know, there's a CS lead top, CS lead mid. And again, this is with all the attention that's gone in Cursio's way. He's still down deficit. And I don't even think this is his fault necessarily. This is just like, you know, you have to ride the wave or the storm, if you will, of the matchup.
Mid lane getting pushed in here from Legacy. Curious to see, Juice, what the preference is from Incursio, what ultimate he decides to pick up, take away. Obviously he has double kick. Has the ability to jump on through and lock multiple members in place and guarantee to follow up from the likes of Leona as well as the Tahm Kench.
It's a very good Silas game in the sense there's some very nice ultimates for you to take. I mean, across the board, all of them are good. I mean, if you want to give a bit of distance, give a bit of space to your Ezreal from this Aurelia, you can just take Tristana ult, bust the shot Aurelia away, or the Diana, and deny a lot of their engage, as well as the Lee Sin kick. But if you want something that's a little bit more lockdown, take the Nautilus ulti. So again, a lot of options. But I think, yeah, the thing that I'm most concerned about right now is Halo. Yeah, he's starting to ramp up and look like quite the threat. Nearly has that, I guess, what's he opting for? Trinity Force, I guess?
Yeah, I'm curious to see actually what variation he goes for. If it will be the Divine Sundra, still a possibility. Trinity Force definitely on the cards, but the percentile sure could be quite nice.
Yeah. I do see a lot of Aurelias go Gore Drinker. Just because like you have so much percent HP shred with your passive when it's fully stacked up, that the survivability being, because again, your champion's like all backline. So you're going to be hit by multiple members. So you get so much value from that Gore Drinker healing. However, he's opted in for like the Blade of the Rune King again, which not a terrible item by any means.
Certainly isn't. Halo, nice little blade surge, duke it away there from the Solar Flare. Is now might find himself some spot above that. It's a good flash from Emil. In comes Incursio, stolen the Nautilus assault. Depth charge can be used. Everfrost is respected, and that has to be flashed away from as he goes gold and then cancels out an ult. Good active usage there. Micro outplays. Talivi Sybil in the jungle.
I think that's a little bit of a mistake there from Incursio, and that's probably harsh or critical. But I think there was really a window in where instead of Everfrosting Halo, he could have used the Nautilus ult on him. Then even if Halo flashed, he's still going to get locked down by it. And potentially you pick up the kill there and take that 4v5 fight, maybe even get the turret. But, you know, Dragon is spawning, so... Third Dragon as well, by the way, Skimmy.
Yeah, Legacy been well ahead of this, haven't they? I mean, it's been this part of the river that's belonged to them. Double stopwatches are available. Both both Incursio and Babbitt. Everybody grouped up. Peace do not want to give this one the chance.
Now, for the duration of Aurelia having no ultimate, I think this is a very good fight to take for Legacy. All they need to consider right now is the Diana engage.
Tally hunting for an angle with that Sonic Wave to try and find a kick onto a particular target. There's the depth charge, knocks up one. Looking to try and run away now as Zappy's in a fair bit of trouble. Sidesteps the True Shot Barrage, but he's already down to 50%, a big component of their engage.
Sounds funny to say here, but literally let Tahm Kench poke. Let Tahm Kench just fling those tongues about. It's not going to be any meaningful poke, but it's just annoying.
Yeah, it's messy. And it's enough to follow up after the fight is gone. Triple dragons here for Legacy as the Milk still wants more. He wants kills. And Kirsu flashing forward the move for, but he wasn't close enough for it to even do anything. But Everfrost, the second charge will connect. And now Halo still doesn't have that ultimate and has no escape plan.
For someone that's a pretty good mechanical player, that's pretty bad from Incursio. But I mean, it's the same result, right? They identified the pick and ML is just pulling the trigger. Like, we haven't seen him play much of this Leona, but I tell you what, he's making it work. And this is a Baron that's halfway done.
In Milk's face checking, he's actually running to the bush without any vision. Now he's in a fair bit of trouble. As you say, Devour comes on out. That's fantastic denial as Milk was in trouble.
That's Baron. Babip's dead. Halo's dead.
They just removed Babip. Well, there's an instant turn of events.
Skimmy. What's going on?
Legacy might be looking to do it 2 from 2 now. causing all kind of problems. A Dragon, a 1 fight, and now a Baron.
I mean, that's, again, not a very big gold lead. Big enough, for sure. Substantial. Like, in the context of the game, it's enough. But what are they going to get with the Baron, right? That's the question. Because, again, they have an outer turret to take in mid lane. They're probably going to break the tier 2. You know, they may even break the tier 2 bot side, and the turrets are worth more gold, Skimmy. So, again, this potentially balloons out.
Certainly does. We're looking at a 4K lead, soon to be acquired. As that's a lot of gold that's available for them to push with. If they can just find an opening. Peace seeming to be a little bit frustrated by the circumstances. That last couple of minutes of play really working against them. There is that Divine Stutter that you wanted to see. And now Halo sitting on a 2-item spike with ultimate available.
They can't defend.
Might just be able to rack up some more kills.
And this is the problem that Pace's comp has. Well, this is not necessarily Pace's comp. It's any comp that has, you know, 2 melee range or no wave clear. The moment that you fall behind, you can't stop the bleeding. I think this is a terrible reset from Legacy. Like, they probably have items, but I think it's terrible in the sense that they're giving Pace room to breathe. This is the duration of their Baron, right? Like, Pace aren't looking for a fight, and you can tell by the way that they're setting up that you had plenty of time to just take those 2 turrets, 1 in the mid lane, 1 bot side, and you probably still win a fight, to be honest with you. Like, if you just look at the items, you know, I don't think there's a realm in which Pace just win a fight. I mean, look at the Ezreal.
Wow.
Yeah, like, I mean, as long as Ezreal stays alive, it is just too hard to win.
Frustration starting to creep in here a little bit. You can visibly see that Violet would be like, well, hang on a minute, you know, I'm usually the one doing the gapping. And as it stands right now, Styled is insanely fed. And Ezreal, much cheaper item builds, already hit the core crux of everything that is necessary for it. Frozen Heart can't be too far away, and that's going to get insane value against what Peace had.
And I mean, genuinely wouldn't have mind to have seen Style just go Divine Thunderer in this game, just because there's so much threat, right? Like, it's a double AD.
Hang on a minute, Juves, because we might just see another fight. Out goes the ultimate. The Stribo jumping on through, gets devoured, then looks to try and Burrow Charge away. Not going to be enough. The Abyssal Dive can't come out quick enough. Shut down fan here by Babbitt. The kills continue. Styles now finally rocking up to the team fight. He's huge, remember that. He might be in a 1v4 this fight on his own. Emil jumps in and removes Appy, and they want to go for the full ace. Only Tally and Violet remaining. Tally runs one way, Violet the other, and he's the last man standing.
Can they end? Can they end? That's a base from Emelk? Okay, he's not teleporting back. So they might just look... Baron buff timed out as well, so they'll just take this turret. Potentially they don't take inhib. We'll have to see what they do. Do they want to hang around with Halo alive?
Inhib seems gone. Halo has respawned. It's a 2v3 if they were to go for a bit of a contest here.
I tell you what, I'm pretty sold on this Tahm Kench pick. Bit of a rough lane.
Yeah.
Like, he should have had a solo kill. I think he misplayed, but Tally outplayed in the same sense. But you know, just the Devours, I don't even know if the ultimate's called Devour anymore, by the way. Maybe I need to fact check myself. But the Devours from Tahm Kench have just, you know, been offered so much in these skirmishes, as well as the mobility, like, to the skirmishes, right? To be able to knock people up, the damage as well that's coming on through. It'll be interesting to see the stats after the game. But I mean, yeah, so far so good. This Tahm Kench pick, right? It's just a body in the front line. It has pure, not engaged, but can follow up the engage as like a secondary or like, you know, a third body in.
It's been so disruptive, and you know, we talked about the Frostfire Gauntlet being one big spike. He's now got the Anathema's Chains. It doesn't get much better than that as the Devourer comes out.
The shield too you get is a little unreal.
Yeah, a little too good, as you would say.
A little bit too good. Here we go.
Soul point up for grabs. This is the last ditch effort here for Beast. Still just getting it done. There's 2 kills picked up as cleanly as you like. Legacy might be picking up another victory against Peace. 20 kills to 5. 25 minutes in. That might just be game.
The top lane inhibitor, you know, that's a TP from Incursio if he wants to. Like, he should TP to that cannon minion. No? Okay. No. We're pacing ourselves.
They certainly are pacing themselves. They've got themselves another turret in mid lane. There's the Soul point. Mountain Soul is up and available. We're going to find insane value into the dive squad of Peace. But don't even need it, Juves.
Nah, I think...
they're crushing him without it.
look, you know me, I'm very optimistic, and even I run the optimism. Even ML, you do not want to be there, buddy, or do you?
Well, he's incredibly tanky, I'll tell you that much. He's not going to take any damage whatsoever, nor is Starred right now between the Soul and the Frozen Heart, but ML maybe a little bit too adventurous on that occasion.
He's just gone full limit test, but they still win.
Looking for it once again. There's the depth
Oh,
charge.
Tally
He's got
on the
himself
flank.
a GA. There's the Devour as well. Tally from the flank looking for that kick target. Going on to Star, but then gets turned around on by Sybil, who's going for the W for the reset. Tally do whatever he can, but Winter amongst it all, it's just unkillable.
Unbench the Kench, uninhibit the Ribbit. What is it? Unload the Toad? I don't know what else they are, but he's just 15 assists, no kills, not dying on the front end of the team fight. Style doing so much damage. I mean, this Legacy outfit, when they're on, right? The way they play the map and the way that they move around as a team, it's fantastic to watch.
I mean, Nkosu has 25 pages on that Magi.
I've read that book before, Skimmy, and let me tell you, it's a painful book.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cliffhanger, isn't it? But it ends with a victory for Legacy. That's what it's looking like right now. Soon to be a 10K lead at 27 minutes in, Juice. And, well, if you're a Peace fan right now, you are shaking in your boots.
Well, again, like I was saying, I'm the man of optimism, even to the point where sometimes say, like, is he being serious? Like, does he actually genuinely believe? And I mean, I'm trying to find a way back into the game, but look, it's a 3-level lead in the jungle. I mean, it's just that Diana from 3 levels down, what does it do? What does it offer in the skirmish? And again, even if you can say, yeah, the CC, the damage, the base damage, whatever, but they have a Mountain Soul as well.
I'm just getting flashbacks to the old version of Ezreal where he hit the Death Stance, like 300 armor. You just can't touch him. You literally can't in this composition. These guys are just unkillable. They control the map. They run this map. And they are really bringing it to pace and saying, look, you need to buck your ideas. 3 variations on this roster, but you still can't beat us.
And I actually said this to you, Skimmy. I was like, I really hope some teams have latched on to this Tahm Kench pick. Not necessarily as something that needs to be picked all of the time, but at least have it ready. Have it playable in mid lane and top lane, because I actually don't think Tahm has many bad matchups mid either. Just due to the nature of, like, the Tongue Lash, like, just reduces all bad range matchups, because you land a couple of those in lane, all of a sudden that dude's half health.
This is a new patch, right? New patch, new ideas, and new strengths ready to be explored and exploited by these teams. And it seems that Legacy have cracked the code on this occasion. Running it down mid lane, looking for the end. This time with the Baron, this time with a cannon minion. And multiple waves as insurance if necessary. They're going to have to play it a little bit slower though. Piece of trimming this one down quite nicely.
Yeah, but as soon as you get those 3 waves of super, and we're not even going to wait for it.
Yeah, ultimate committed. Not going to find anybody just yet. Just going to slow them, but no stun.
Nkosu goes for Aurelia. Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Appy dropped the half. Just one combo from the Ezreal.
I think it was the empowered Q, like with the W, so...
Yeah.
At this point, though, ML can almost 1v1 Aurelia, like...
Halo's just gone.
Yeah.
Like, look at position of Tally. He's flanking, looking for a kick angle, but Halo's gone already. 3 and 7, not a game that he'll want to be too happy about, but regardless, Legacy are looking to end this one right now. Sybil in a fair bit of pain, but the Devour comes out clutching again. He doesn't die. Forget Lulu Karma. Devour Tahm Kench is the new flavor, and Legacy are going to put a stamp seal delivered on this one. 30 minutes on the clock, and they take down Peace for the second time.
That's a blinder, and I mean, that's a convincing win, right? There was one skirmish from Legacy where you thought, they could have played it better. But from the whole game, from the onset and throughout, Legacy were in control. Sybil and ML, first, 10 to 15 minutes, just having a field day. Summoner's Rift, you could say Summoner's Rift was their playground. They owned the swings, they owned the slide, they owned absolutely everything, Mac.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Yes, they certainly did. Now, what a game that was. I'm glad I got to watch it and I wasn't trying to unlock the door to my room all game. Now, I'm locked out of my room and have nowhere to sleep tonight. Hopefully the players have somewhere to sleep, and I'm sure it was a good game.
How's that happen?
Oh, the missus just locked the door to the bedroom, so I've just been trying to open my door. So, and I missed the whole game, which I'm not going to even toss about. The thing I did see was, at the start, I saw Tally taking down Winter in the top lane, I was like, wow, this is cool. And then, you know, chaos ensued from there. And then I come back and Legacy of 20 kills and Peace only have like 4. So what happened? Please tell me.
It was just a bit of a diff in the support position, you know, for at least throughout the early game, right? ML got so much done. He was able to literally influence 3 lanes. And here from Sybil was probably the beginning of the end. Just a little bit of a masterclass, a little bit of an outplay, a little bit of a Xin Zhao, you know, Mobifier guide, if you will.
Beautiful.
No, not beautiful. Mobifier guides we don't watch. But anyway, then there's a turret dive into the mid lane here. And again, this is probably the one question mark of the game. And it still wasn't even that bad. Like, it was just a 2v2. Was it a 2-for-2? Excuse me?
I'll tell you what, it was enough to make Peace lose this game, Juves. I don't even remember at this stage because the kill counter was so lopsided by the end of this game. It's crazy because I said, you know, these were 2 very aggressive early game teams, and it felt to me that on this occasion it was Peace. That are like, okay, we've hit the 50-minute mark, we have no answers left. The draft was fantastic, and the matchups, whilst they had merit, weren't able to do enough.
Yeah, so, well, that's Legacy popping off, and now I thought Peace might have been in contention for that top spot on the ladder, but now they've lost to Legacy twice. So if there's some world where Legacy and Peace are tied up somewhere on the standings at the end of the split before we jump into playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, Legacy are going to have the advantage because they've now won against Peace twice. So we've got a couple of these odd situations that we need to deal with, kind of like myself. Now, Nat, let's bring you back into the conversation. Please save me from this crazy game that's going on. Who do you have to chat to?
I'm going to be having a quick chat to Styled, and I have to say congratulations on the win. You didn't even die once down there on the Ezreal. You looked absolutely insane down there, but how did it feel playing that game?
Feels pretty good that game. We kind of just played towards mid because we knew that we had to punish Aurelia. For sure, Ezreal's pretty good at just being like playing safe. So it was pretty easy, I would say, in the early game, and then we just transitioned that with a lead to closing out the game. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had a really great early game, and I want to know the Tahm Kench, right? Not only do I want to know more about the pick on him, but I want to know how often you guys are practicing that, and also the Emelg rotations, right? Him going mid.
Yeah, I mean, Emelg's always been a player that really likes to roam more than like lane, I would say. That's why he like plays Bard. But I would say the Tahm Kench is pretty broken after the buff. Sorry, after the changes and the buff. So yeah.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in action today. We also saw a pretty, I guess, decisive Legacy. You guys knew where you were moving around on the map. You knew what objective you wanted to go for and what you wanted to do. Is that just something that has been in the works for a while? And who is doing most of that calling for you guys?
I would say the most vocal person on our team is Sybil. And he likes playing around mid. So like, when we were able to get games that we play around mid, I think he's enabled a lot more than when he plays around like side lanes, I would say. Okay,
and the last really quick question is, if you could pick player that delivered for this game, who would you pick?
It's a hard one actually.
It is, yeah.
Maybe, I think we all played pretty well. That's actually a really hard question, now I think about it.
Did you say really yourself?
Well, so. I could, yeah, potentially, yeah. I think I just did my job. Like, well, I think I did most damage, but like that's irrelevant when you're playing Ezreal, I think.
Well, we will go back to the rest of the boys and have a look who did get player that delivered. But thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. So straight from the horse's mouth, he thinks everyone did a very good job. Are you good?
I mean, I'm overcoming a bit of a sickness, so I didn't want to cough into the microphone. I'm doing the hard yards. I wanted to be here with you guys, so.
Good man, good man. Now, the player that delivered, quickly, before you continue talking,
go for it.
As much as we love Jubes talking, we also love the player that delivered. And that's been Emelg, so doing a great damn job there in support.
What is that? That's such good mask.
Help me. Oh, I don't know. I don't care about the numbers. I care about what's going on the left side of the screen. Does he deserve the player that delivered with that.
What is
Skinny?
it?
I think he's looking to try and apply for order to join their team's pre-lobby chat. Look, there's something going on there. But look, as Stard mentioned, it was actually a really hard call, right? Because you could talk about a lot of things like how Sybil was able to affect the map by ganking the right place at the right time and individually performing well. Stard also did his job and was unkillable. But I think Amel just rotated so often that he was able to really get that Steam train rolling by going through mid and saying that, Halo, you can't play.
Yeah, and I'm seeing 44 wards placed as well. That's pretty damn decent for a support considering how long the game went for. So keeping the vision up and making sure that Legacy could see their way to victory. I guess that's one way to see it. Now, we do have another match coming up, of course. That is going to be Gravitas and Mammoth, which is going to be interesting. Mammoth may have a chance to get their first W on the board, but you got Gravitas as well. Let's see if the changes here on the patch are going to favor them. Maybe it'll favor something crazy coming in for Mammoth as well. Who bloody knows though. But if you guys want to cat jam during the break, exclamation playlist, make sure you listen to all the sick tunes from Warner, and he's going to be another one. We are going to one more break. Gravitas and Mammoth coming up just after this.
Raj does go on towards Appy, but the aftershock was there to mitigate a whole bunch of that one, and Milk might be in trouble right now. Absolutely he is. Rocket jump on his head, but he's going to cop a fair bit of damage in the trade. Stove looking to try and get that kill onto Violet. Sybil, does he hit the flash? Max range, he gets it, and a double kill. And he redeems himself for the misplay topside.
The shy bull, huh? No, it could almost 1v1 Aurelia, like.
Halo's just gone. Like, look at position of Tally. He's flanking, looking for a kick angle, but Halo's gone already. 3 and 7, not a game that he'll want to be too happy about, but regardless, Legacy are looking to end this one right now. Sybil in a fair bit of pain, but the Devour comes out clutching again. He doesn't die. Forget Lulu Karma. Devour Tom Kitch is the new flavor.
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel all your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please. Goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her go and hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip going new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gonna get my money while I'm breathing. Figures in my bank still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gonna tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you. To have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they killing.
I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, got me doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because our love is so timeless. It's so priceless, and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyest. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.
day. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. It is time for Mamatas. Of course, the name I accidentally came up with while tonguing my ties, tying my tongue, saying words too quickly, and then
my ties.
Gonna call you the Mac Kench, but keep that tongue away from me.
Maybe. Well, you know, there could be a chance for me to maybe dress up as Tom Kench at some point in the future. So that could happen. That could not happen. Anyway, don't hold me to it. But something that you need to hold me to is that we love content. And you guys have listened today. I bloody love it as well. So we asked someone earlier at home how to say their name. And he's actually responded with the video response I asked for, letting us know how to say his name. So at LCO, here's the answer to your curiosity, how you pronounce my name from Edmund. Last name. Well, here it is. Let's have a listen. Hey.
Yes, hi guys. Thanks for the shout out on the LCO. So my name's Edmund Colson. A lot of people don't get it correct, so good first attempt. Yes to a Direwolves victory.
Hey!
Hey, I love that.
Hey, my man!
Beautiful.
Dude,
that's perfect.
What an accent, by the way.
I
actually love it.
Yeah, he was the one from South Africa,
Yeah.
right?
That's South Africa, I believe, yeah.
Beautiful, lovely accent
Yeah.
coming in there.
Fantastic.
Now we do have 2 more pieces of content as well, so let's jump right on into it. Believe this one is from Peronius, old mate who's always in chat there, having a good damn time. Enemy Lee Sin Jungle is Free Sin, Kevia Pro LCO jungler, me a bronze solo queue jungler. So he seems to understand how to get a dub or 2. I heard LCO likes me. Thank you very much for that on Peronius. Now we'll jump into the 3rd and final meme that we have for you guys here. And Jubes, you'll like this one.
What is that?
It's gone too far.
It's you as Jubes in Jubes.
But what's the movie?
Well, it's American. What's the American Beauty? So it's Australian Juby.
Can I tell you guys what? Can I say if we're permitted, able to travel at the end of year, I'll let you guys do that to me. I'll literally lay down on a table and you can juke me up.
There's no way.
100%. 100%. Let me tell you something about me. There's something you need to know about me. I'm not shy or scared of much. Okay.
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 I got a few demons, but I tell you what, taking the clothes off is not one of them.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a bit of raunchy broadcast today. Now let's talk about the game. We've got Mamtas coming up. Let's talk Gravitas first. Jubes, Australian Juby, please tell us what's so great about this lineup and how they're doing so well this split.
Well, they're very aggressive and they haven't really steered away from what works for them. Akano on those gank junglers, like I don't think we've seen him do a full clear yet, to be honest with you. Rumor has it the Krugs are still alive, the Gromp hasn't been killed yet. Like, he's still just looking at those lanes, sniffing around to find leads for Kiese and Safa. Tomashin and Floppy are actually coming into their own, and I think Floppy has really found a little bit of stability with an AD carry partner, right? Like, we used to see Piglet come in, Tomashin come in, but now they're just sticking to their guns, and it's all coming together for them. Little bit of a bump in the road, I guess, if you will, right? Like, they haven't been the most consistent bunch, but when they do fire, they fire on all cylinders.
Yeah. They're doing a very, very good job so far. Maybe we get to see a bit of Safa in top lane, again with the buff Aurelia this time. However, there's a battle of the two teams. Second team, of course, is Mammoth, who is still hunting for that W. And Wei, they didn't update his player photo. He's bald now. I want to see bald Wei.
Factually incorrect.
Yes.
That is a wrong face. That's how he felt when he had hair, right? A little bit down, a little bit, ominous. But now he's got no hair. He's keen to ascend to God status and get a dub for the boys. And we were talking about this before, right? That this is a matchup that they have won in the past, all the way back in Split 1, back in March. Feels like an eternity ago, given lockdowns and all the rest of it. But they managed to beat Gravitas then. So if there was the potential for some feel-good vibes in chat, then this could be the game.
Yeah, and if there's a team to do it for Mammoth, it's probably this team. You'd have to have Goodo and Frost playing out of their mind. I feel like Wei hasn't had an opportunity to shine in the last couple of weeks. Yes, he's had a couple of okay games, but he's not the Wei that we knew from Split 1. He's not having those crazy individual performances, and I'd love to see him get back to his form now that he's got the 0 to 12 buffed, right?
I mean, it doesn't, like, the way I look at it, right, is when you 0-12, and the more you lose, the closer you are to a win. So each time they lose, it should be celebrated because they're closer to a win, right? That's how it works.
Yes, that's exactly how it works. Look, the less that they feel the pressure on their shoulders of getting that win, or people expecting them to get a win, the more chance you probably have of getting a win, because there's a lot of pressure on the other teams to not screw up and not lose to who is the team on the bottom of the table. So we're not going to beat around the bush. That is what it is at the moment. And we love what we have seen from Gravitas. So let's see if they have what it takes to back it up and get the W over Mammoth in today's matchup. Yes. There was no
is that
real...
me? Okay, yeah, no,
No,
absolutely.
it's not you. It was Nat. Nat was supposed to go, that's great, and slide on in, but she didn't initially. But she's in it.
I'm sorry. I wish I could control the sliding in, but I will say that you guys are right. Even though Mammoth, if they lose, I don't know why we're laughing. I feel like
so
I'm
immature today. I'm sorry. Carry on.
Even if Mammoth lose, they still win because they learn a whole lot more. But look, I'll try and let Skimmy have his moment of just giggling like a little kid, and I'll jump into this interview with Safa and Wei. Wei, man, I've got to be the first to say it. I've got to bring it up. The commitment to the shaved head. Props, absolute props. Yeah. I love it. It's so good. You're looking absolutely slick. How does it feel to be bald now?
I think it's a bit of an upgrade. I think I've evolved into maybe Professor X here. I've got the whole look going from like Wei X, so I think it's gonna be be a dub for sure.
I love it. This is it. You've got the boys on the before, they were saying that you've got the O12 power spike, you've got the bald power spike now, and there you go. We're even going to change your name there for you on the lower thirds. We've got Professor X joining us. But look, Gravitas were the one team that you guys could beat last split. Do you have the confidence, if you believe that you're going to beat them again today, this split?
Yeah, I'm really confident today. I think scrims have been really good as well, the past 2-3 days. So yeah, I'm really confident for this W.
Do you think the new patch is something that's going to help you guys and potentially change up some of your gameplay?
I don't think there's anything super meaningful in the patch, apart from I think Aurelia was the only really big one, but no, it's not going to change up our gameplay that much, I don't think.
Alrighty, and Safa, over on Gravitas, how are you guys feeling down there, and how's the atmosphere?
Yep, it's pretty good. I do just want to say, the only time that Mammoth did take the win against us was when I wasn't playing. So, I mean, there might be a contributing factor there. So, Who knows?
Yeah, I actually do think I remember bringing that up on broadcast when it happened. I was like, it's the Safa effect. But look, you know, now Wei's got the bald effect, so it could still be it. But how are you guys feeling? I already asked you how you're feeling going into this one. With gameplay-wise, do you think this patch is going to shake up too much for you and we could potentially see some new champs coming out?
I think the patch definitely worked in our favor. I don't think it changes too much in the meta itself, but rather it just kind of recycled some older champions and, you know, brought out some newer ones, so that's about it.
Well, I look forward to seeing what might be coming out from you guys, but thank you both so much for joining me and good luck with the game today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Look, I think he looks good. I'm gonna say it.
He
does.
He looks great. So he's gonna have a whole lot of aerodynamics in the server. He's gonna make sure he's going straight down mid lane, running it in a good way. Hopefully.
That's not, I was going to say, that's not a good thing.
I do want to say, though, like, the commitment to do it. A lot of people put things out there. They're like, oh, I'll get this tattoo or I'll shave my head if so-and-so happens. But Wade did it, man, and he looks good. I like the bald look. I really
Rusty.
do.
I was about to say, you should just say Rusty's name.
No, okay, I wasn't,
Bombay.
like, in my head, it was actually someone else in Twitch chat that I was, like, throwing under the bus because Rusty is genuinely getting this tattoo. We've, like, looked over designs and tattoo artists and everything. So it is definitely happening.
It'll happen eventually, hopefully, at some point down the line in the future. Now,
In the non-COVID
predictions. Let's have a quick look at what everyone's thinking in this matchup today. And Jubes has gone for Mammoth. So he thinks now is the time that they get their first W.
Yeah, well, partly yes, but partly I also made a promise to the Gravitas owner that I would never tip them again. So that's ultimately half. But also the other half is like I'm a big Goodo fan, big Frost fan. I mean, Nectar, I've been seeing had some good games in solo queue recently. So I said, you know what? Why not roll the dice?
Okay.
And I've rolled it.
So if we jump onto the second page, let's see what Nat's gone. Is it just going to be all Gravitas here? No, Rusty as well
Rustog.
with the
He
secret
copied
Mammoth.
me. See?
So he copied him, true.
Yeah, did see on Twitter he did flip a coin for this one apparently, so I wouldn't really take his prediction for word. But Jubes, I want to ask, aside from being a fan, do you genuinely believe Mammoth have what it takes to win here?
Are you making me say like a hard definite or percentage?
Either or, whatever you want to give, man.
I would say it's like 40% Mammoth can win.
Okay, I like
which
that.
is close to 50.
I would love to see
Yeah.
Mammoth win.
That's some pretty good odds, honestly. Now, exclamation DoorDash, if you're still hungry. I've had my dinner. I hope you guys have as well. But even if you haven't, even if you have, look, get dessert on DoorDash. It is getting to dessert time. Surely you got a Krispy Kreme close to you guys or something like that. Anyway, something else that's pretty close to Champ Select. So let's go jump into Game 3. It's Gravitas and Mammoth.
Let's see if Mammoth can get their victory. After all, they need one. They need it for the power of this mid laner, but also they need it so they can try and keep their playoff streams alive. Whereas Gravitas currently sitting dead even, 6-6. They'll be looking to continue the good work they've put into the split so far.
Yeah, 6-6. So I mean, 7-6. Then that puts you on par with Peace, I believe. Peace are 7-6, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, that's right.
So and again, then we start talking like, do Gravitas, because they have the head-to-head against Peace too. So it's actually dangerous territory if you're a Peace fan. So Gravitas definitely, this is a must-win for them. And Lulu being picked up here first, partly, you know, it's good to take this one because Lulu's just really strong, but also it's a very good deny for Shinky. You know, Frost and Shinky have played Lulu Cogmore probably more times than anything else.
Yep.
But this is a good shakeup. Like the Thresh being picked up straight away, it is very good into the Lulu lane. If anyone wants to see how the Thresh into Lulu lane goes, go back, watch LCK. T1 versus, who was it? Dumb1 Kia and Carrier put on a clinic, like an absolute clinic. It was just bot diff.
Yeah,
just
I heard about the game. I actually haven't watched it, but I did hear about some of the posts on social media where everyone's praising him.
Yeah, it was just complete bot diff, like hook after hook, solo kills in the bot lane, goes mid, kills mid, like he was just everywhere, and he took Predator on Thresh, if you didn't, and he goes like, probably my third time doing it, I just did it, and it worked.
What an absolute mad lad.
Yep.
Well, let's see if they can maybe tap into some of that energy here today, because you heard from Wei saying, well, it's a new patch. We're not really too phased about it. We're going to kind of stick to our guns. We're going to do what's worked for us in the past. So Diviego's been locked in. We've seen that played in mid lane so far from them. We'll get to see if that can be flexed elsewhere. But You know, as you touched on before, briefly returning to the point about this Lulu, good deny obviously from Mammoth, but we know that this is a pick that can be flexed in multiple directions, and Kyosei has been putting in some stellar performances on this in China. He's probably been the one really looking to lead the line as that.
And yeah, and that's the important thing, right? Like you actually refreshed my memory there in the sense that I was like, well, this is Lulu going to the bot lane. It's going support, but you know, Kyosei on the Lulu is an absolute menace, and you know, it's not often that we have Lulu mid lane carry be like synonymous terms. However, like when Kyosei is on these champs, he's genuinely a carry threat, which obviously sounds funny to say. The other side of the coin, this might be Wei that's on the Karma, which again we haven't really seen him play.
Yeah, it could be indeed, right? And it kind of just gives both teams now some clear empowerment abilities to say we can group up, we can continue from here. But it seems that Mammoth aren't totally sold on this Lulu just yet. They've gone for the ban on towards the LeBlanc. We know that Kyosei also been given a chance to play the hard carries, can embarrass people. We saw it in that highlight going into this one, right? The LeBlanc into Kiana, where Kyosei finished him at like 8-1. It was unbelievable, his stats in that game. But I'm starting to think that, you know, if you're looking at the side of Mammoth, that this may just in fact be a mid lane Viego.
Maybe, but then they have the Thresh, right? So like, what is it, Karma top? I don't know if Nectar plays that. I mean, it's not the hardest thing in the world to play, but again, you need to like be, I guess, switched on. Like you need to know when the right time to group is, because again, when you play these like Lulu Karma comps, you need to know what you can give and what you can't give. And what I mean by that, and it sounds like common sense though, is you run the risk of falling down 100 CS, and no matter what enchanter you're playing, you're useless, because you don't have the 2-3 item power spike, you don't have enough gold, and then like whatever you're doing, it's just not enough, or you lose the game through the side. So it's like a balancing act. You still want to maintain levels, maintain CS, maintain EXP, but again, like, you know, does Nectar play that style?
Well, it's interesting to see, because Nectar's most popular champions with the Renekton and Set have been denied. They've been banned away in the second phase. So the continued question really is, what will Nectar play to add a little bit of assistance in this matchup? We have seen, you know, Karma flex in that position before, and offers a fair bit of utility in that regard. And sometimes we've been quite critical of Nectar's individual performance, right? How the matchups have been playing out. He played Ornn in their last game to try and give themselves that, you know, that late game insurance, if you will, that group up policy. I think sometimes that's what Mammoth need, right? To all be on the same page and say, we're going now. Let's find success.
And you know what we've missed? Aurelia didn't get picked up. He got banned. Oh no, I lied. Never mind.
That's a Kyosei Lux. I'm pretty sure that is a Kyosei Lux. We saw it happen before, right? He's a bit of a mage lover, and look, anything that he can get his hands on, it's gonna pop off on. And Sapphire, well, you love to see it. He may just be running it back with the classic Aatrox.
Yeah. But like, what do we do here now? What do we pick here if you're Mammoth? Do you put Karma mid, take Thomas Kench, and then just put all your eggs in the Frost basket on Aphelios? It's genuinely not a bad idea. I mean, Tom Kench probably has a decent lane into the Aatrox, get the heal cut early. I'd love to see it, to be honest with you. And you also deny, and again, while we don't have it, but let me finish my point. You also deny the Lux ult, right? Like, if you're close enough to the important carry, whether that's Wei, whether that's Frost, you can just gobble them up. But
so the question really became, right, had they practiced it? Were they ready for that, you know, that potential option?
This is fine though, right? Like, it's Lee Sin jungle, it's Viego top lane. I don't think Lee is in as bad of a spot as it was made out to be. Like, I'm pretty sure Kevin just said it was turbo bad or like garbage.
Sure.
But I don't want to put words in his mouth, but maybe he did say something like that, or it wasn't good. But I mean, it's just another playmaker that can get stuff done early, right? Like, the Xin Zhao's off the table, the Volley Bear's been picked up. It's not a bad matchup for Lee Sin. So you're not going to get out-tempoed, you're not going to get out-ganked. Like, it's fine. Like, Gudo's mechanically very good, and he probably feels the need to impact a few lanes. So again, I'm all for it, particularly in this composition. And if I'm being brutally honest again, I really, really like what Mammoth have put together. I'd say they've won the draft.
Well, let's see if that is enough for them to get across the finishing line, because they need a dub. They absolutely do need one to continue the excitement in the league, right? It's a league that we just can't really crack, right? We've got favorites, we predict them, chat predicts them, but that result doesn't actually happen, right? So I mean, you can't hate this region because there is just so much excitement behind it. It's not this 40-minute, you know, fasting, waiting for that one single play and ending a game. It's all about looking to punch on and you know, flex your ego, flex your strength, and hopefully get noticed on the international.
100%, and you know, if we look at both drafts, you know, I guess head to head, right? They both want to do similar things. Well, but this is where I guess the volley bear doesn't really fit the composition, because Akano wants to dive backline and wants to go in. He doesn't really want to play like front to back because I mean, Akano does actually go tankier build. He doesn't go the Divine Sunderer, but you aren't going to out DPS, in my opinion, Mammoth's composition in a traditional front to back. Like if you have Aphelios just free hitting, empowered with Karma Shields, you know, Lee Sin's gonna have a Gore Drinker, the Viego is going to do so much work, then I really worry for the Gravitas' composition if it's not a skirmish heavy game. If Gravitas are able to find around neutral objectives and find flanks, then so be it.
Well, let's check in with Poltron from Gravitas and see what he thinks of the situation as we welcome you back onto the broadcast. And so I'll ask, you know, final Super Week here for the boys. You got yourself a nice strength of schedule up against Mammoth here today, PGG tomorrow, and then to close out a week with Legacy. Could this be the week for the perfect 3-0?
Definitely could be, Skimmy. Obviously, coming into it against Mammoth, although they are 0-12 currently, they're definitely hunting for their first win. We're not going to ease up and let them take it off us. I do think after, you know, going through the drafting phase, I'm pretty confident in what we have actually picked. I do think the boys can bring home the dub.
Let's see what I can do, because obviously you've got a fair bit of comfort on your side. We see that Thomas Shen loves to go for the Varus, but I want to talk about Kyosei, the fact that Lulu's come back, right? Lux has come back. You know, this is an age-old classic of his, so I guess we're seeing a new patch, and whilst Lux wasn't changed, what was the identifying factor to say Lux works here?
All right. Well, I think this game, although Lux I wouldn't say is a strong pick necessarily, I think Kyosei loves his Lux. He's very proficient at, hitting those skill shots and everything. I do also think that Lux is excellent into Aphelios. I mean, we have the range advantage. They can't really get into us. It's just going to be unplayable for them.
And on the final note, Jules mentioned before, a dub here today would put you at 7-6. That would actually tie you in full spot with Direwolves and Peace. You know, well on your way to still continuing that journey of getting into playoffs. So with the days counting, you know, how are the boys feeling?
Well, yeah, that's definitely the plan. We want to get that 7-6 scoreline. The boys are feeling really good. I do think this is the win we need to, get us in the right headspace for a 3-0 week.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you all the best there, Poltron, and we'll see how the game plays out.
Thanks for that.
Well, Jubes, it definitely could be a 3-0 week. We've seen them beat Internet in the past as well. So, the upsets could continue, and we'll see how this game plays.
This pretty much solidifies the game here. If Gudo does not find a successful gank,
he has to. Fantastic opener there by Shinky. Flash flays in, hits the death sentence. Backed up here now by Gudo. TP's flying on in, looking to try and be the difference maker as the first blood is found by Gudo, but can they find a trade back? Gudo is low. Kyosei flashing forward, but a fantastic flame from Shinky denies it. And they have opened the floodgates and more. Triple kill to start off the game from Mammoth.
Yeah, what I was going to say was it solidifies the game, because if Gudo doesn't find successful gank here, he's going to lose his whole topside jungle to Akano. Now, you have to say what he's benefited from bot side of the map is going to be worth it. He's burnt all the summoner spells on Thomas Shen. He's burnt all the summoner spells on Kyosei. It's a really good 3v3 and a follow from Nectar, if I'm being completely honest. Like, Nectar hasn't even lost that much, so if you're a Mammoth fan, it's positive signs early.
Absolutely. You love to see it right now. Solo lane has got some kills. Bot lane has a kill. It's onto the Aphelios, not onto the support, but Shinky played that so well.
Yeah, Shinky did, and I mean, Lux just teleporting in there, level 3, doesn't really offer much. Like, there's no ultimate. There's nothing. And I mean, in that skill... Oh, Predator.
Well, he's already put in that flash. He's in trouble. He may just pull on down again. There's the Predator tech from T1 coming in clutch right here for the LCO. Now it's Way that finds himself a kill. And the love is being shared across the team.
The love is being shared. Look, it's 1-1-1-1. Now all we need is Shinky to get a kill, and we're laughing.
He's a true support player, isn't he? He racks up all the assists and nothing else.
And again, there's not much being denied across the board, right? Like, if you look at Mammoth, CS leads across the board except jungle.
Oh,
and he's dead.
Shinky really woke up and had a cereal today, I tell you that much. And whilst the hook was good and he engaged, could have been the dream. Fortunately, on this occasion, the snipe influence of the Varus was just a little bit too much.
And that's kind of the bait, I guess, is like when you land the hook, you can't commit, right? You need to just land the hook, get the poke down, and then save that for 2 or 3.
Let's see what they can do in this one, because it's going to be an explosive game. It was to be expected. No surprises here. When a team is 0-12, they need something to work for them. And with a schedule like this, they might think that today is the day. They've had enough. Gravitas, as you heard, so very close to keeping themselves up above water in that top 4 discipline. Akana's being patient, waiting for the gank, opens up with a stun. There's the polymorph, too much CC, can't click the lantern. Gravitas fire back.
Now, can I just say, this is why I think a lot of the time Thresh in our region has a lower win rate than it should. Because in that instance, again, I'll hold the thought.
Certainly going to have to hold that thought for a second, and Safa could be in trouble right now, going for those Q charges as much as he can, but Wei hits him with the tether, hands across the kill to Nectar. And now he's got 2 kills in the solo lane.
Yep.
And Mammoth is starting to run away.
Yeah, this is a Nectar game. I mean, I said I've been seeing him play pretty well in solo queue recently, so again, maybe finding his form. But the one thing I wanted to touch on the Thresh pick in particular was like, if you have like 2 to 3 waves pushing against you, you have to know you're getting, like, this is a gank angle. It may not come, but this is the window in which you are the most gankable. So Shinky should literally just be lantern there, like a lantern bot. If he's just letting Frost auto the wave, push the rest of that in, get the lantern back, wait for the wave to bounce back, you're actually laughing. Like, you're in a pretty good spot still as Mammoth. But for some reason, he's positioned ahead of his AD carry. And all of a sudden now, what was like so much invested bot side to get you a lead, it's just negated. Like, Thomas, Shen, and Floppy have just clawed themselves back into that lane.
Yeah, certainly have. Bot lane is not going to be far closer than they would have hoped for, but elsewhere across the map, they've certainly found their success. They've put in place Safa for the meantime. Whilst there hasn't been solo kills onto him as such, they've definitely got the power distributed to deal with him if they were to pop their head into top lane once again. Mid lane as well, Kyose on this Lux. Really punished for the fact of going in for the flash bot side, not finding anything, repeat gank mid, and unable to find much more. Those are your Twitch predictions. Why wouldn't you bet against them at this stage? But I tell you what, if Mammoth can keep this up, there'll be a lot of happy fans in chat.
Yeah, it's wild to me that Kyose is still up. Kyose is still up, you know, a significant amount of CS. Specifically because when he teleported bot lane, the wave was actually frozen as well. So, Wei maybe a little bit of nerves again. I feel like it's a recurring theme though.
Up by 1,200 gold so far. Fantastic start. But let's see how they can look to try and follow things up from here, because in terms of percentages for objectives, that being one of the lowest, that much in part comes to, you know, losing lane states and all the rest of it, I'm sure. But let's see how Mammoth can actually now play from ahead.
I like
this. The first place seems to be to go for this Herald.
Yeah, I like this roam topside. Herald's very important, especially at the 8-minute mark, you know, when the plates are still up. So if Mammoth are able to secure this one, this is going to be an even bigger gold injection into the side of, you know, probably what's going to be Nectar or Frost, right? You don't really want to drop that in the mid lane. Yeah, Karma's still going to do Karma things on those 2 items, relatively cheap items too. So again, nice little early game here coming out of Goodo. We talked about the Lee Sin being, I guess, a questionable pick in the LCO, right? Doesn't have too much success, but so far so good. 103, 4 KP, nearly 100%. So again, he's having a decent game on the Lee Sin early. And Nectar from now on, I think is really just going to have so much success in this lane. Like, he's got the key itemization he needs to really deny Aatrox. Like, you think of the Bramble Vest, the Sheen, going to be close to the Divine Sunder now too, and even a gank coming through on the top side.
Yeah, the trading pattern's going to definitely be working in his favor right now, especially into Safa, who only has a Phage. Not much that he can answer back with. Beautiful stun, locked in place. Up, pushes the wave as Goodo now patiently waiting in the wings. He's got himself a Herald. If they can get a solo kill here, they could do a lot of work to this turret and potentially even take it down.
Yep. Safa does have flash though, so you'd like to think he's safe. But we'll have to see, does Goodo land the kick? He might get it here.
Very, very patient. Yep. There it is, fantastic ward hop. Safa in trouble, has the flash, but has to hold on to it for as long as possible. Nectar to follow with his own ulti, takes the soul. and crashes the wave.
Now you need to keep... Now Nectar needs to be aware here. He may need to teleport bot. Volibear has ult, can stop turret aggro completely. So if Thomas, Shen, and Floppy are able to get this wave under turret, then that's a diveable lane. But Gudo is just such a smart jungler, right? Instead of staying topside to drop the Herald, he actually values the Aphelios more than the first turret. Because he's coming in what he thinks to be stopping this dive, right? Like he just made a straight V line for bot side of the map. And Akano's still here, but Gudo's just close enough to counter.
Heads up play there from Gudo. Akano in trouble, looking for the ultimate to close this turret, but the turret doesn't get affected. Shinky still following. Shinky taken down. Akano finds that kill. The polymorph is clutch, and the exhaust is just a fraction too good as Frost flashing forward with the dream setup, but gets locked in place with a binding cleanse or not. It does not matter. Everybody grouping up to the bot lane. It's level 1 all over again.
Yeah, level 1 all over again, but this time Gravitas come out ahead. They've played, honestly, Thomas, Shen, and Floppy have been a real, I guess, pivot point for this team in the sense that the game was kind of getting away from them. I know it's very early to say that, but it really, really, really was. And in saying all of that, they've been able to really stabilize and offer a strong point for their team. So it was well read from Gudo, but it just misplayed from Shinky and Frost, right? Like that's, I guess, simple as we can put it. Wait, you can't do anything to Sapphire, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, he's just observing. People spotting in a cafe is what it looked like there for Wei. Not doing much more than acting as a human ward.
I'm a big people spotter in cafes. I sometimes go there, get a coffee, sit down by myself and just analyze.
It's interesting, right? Like, you're like, try to get into their mind. Like, what are they thinking about? What's their life like?
Yeah, I go, why are they here? And then, and then I'm like, wait, why am I here? Like,
and it goes far too down the rabbit hole, and you suddenly get a little bit manic.
I genuinely enter the matrix sometimes.
Yeah, it's good to have that.
Yeah, I like it, but
bit of self-realization.
Yeah, take a book.
Absolutely.
I don't read, but I take the book so I look like that guy that reads.
You look cool.
Yeah,
Got the MacBook as well.
Yeah. Mammoth Flare, nice from Sapphire, saying good day to his mates, and first turret's probably going to drop here.
Yeah, well, they're going to repeat themselves topside, aren't they? Another wave crashing on in. The 2v1 setup like before.
He's dead.
Sapphire may just fall on down. He's going to pop the world ender, but his world might end instead. Turret's gone the first of the game, but he's looking to try and 1v2 as he's doing a lot of work into Gudo. He doesn't have any completed items. And he doesn't have any more sustain. He'll fall on down, but not without Gravitas answering back bot side.
That's a good rotation here from the Mammoth bot lane, right? They know they can't stay under this turret, particularly with, you know, they probably think Volibear ult is up, and this will actually...
Wow, that's a turnaround. Well played, Kyosei.
I feel like that's illegal.
How did you just walk out of the lane, is what I want to say.
Like, how do you get ganked mid? Because, you know, like, if that's an Aurelia, I'm like, okay, you know, I understand the outplay potential and whatever, but you can't tell me the Lux 1v2 is legit. Can you?
Well, I don't understand how you can flash Final Spark and then basically be like, all right, guys, I've disrespected you 1v3, walk away.
We for sure need a replay, and we'll get the replay, but I don't think that should happen. But I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due, right? Like, he's picked the Lux, and he's making it work. You gank me, I kill you. Simple as that. I mean, I didn't think Lux had that, you know, in her kit, but, you know, here we are.
Here we go. So let's see how it started.
Okay. Oh, I mean, that's just clean. That is clean. That is very clean, actually. That's squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean.
Yeah. You knew that one was coming.
I knew that was coming. That was tucked away in your locker.
Now, the one I guess thing I wanted to touch on is Varus's option in terms of being on hit. I think in this game you have so much value with lethality Varus, particularly because you get the shield breaker item. Refresh my memory.
Serpent's Fang.
Serpent's Fang, right? And at your 3 items, you do so much damage, and you deny a lot of the shields that come on through. And you think about the composition, like, you're going to do so much damage to Lee Sin, to Karma, to Aphelios, and I mean, if you're able to chunk Karma or Thresh out before a fight starts, that's half of their composition gone, right? That's going to be able to peel and kite back. So, again, Thomas Shen's made the on-hit work. I'm not saying that, you know, it's been a terrible pick, but, you know, just food for
Serpent's
thought.
Fang could certainly find a lot of value, right? Like, as you say, triple shielding is is there for Mammoth. Could help prevent the resets.
I mean, you can still, like, we're seeing a lot of builds now where they do pivot a little bit into... Ooh, damn, the whole wave's gone, and it's such a short cooldown. But we're seeing a lot of builds that, you know, they may build, you know, 2 items and pivot into it one lethality item, which is that Serpent's Fang.
Yeah. Just to serve its purpose. Once again, Gudo showcasing his flair. Yeah. That's Kyose gone. And these two together, Nectar and Gudo, are on something else today.
And I genuinely don't think Lee's a bad pick, right? This is what I was saying, especially when you fall down this late into the draft, or you pick at Lee Sin as a flex pick and there's not much left on the table. So again, Gudo's showing us why we consider him, and I think...
Yeah, well, he is a really good player, and he's continued to make plays across the map right now. Shinky once again looking for the flash flare to start things off, to try and get out Floppy! Ooh. There is the snipe from afar, and that is Aphelios with the right weapons at the right time.
Yeah, and the one thing I wanted to say is I genuinely think Gudo is like a top 3, top 4 jungler from what we've seen. I mean, when your team's 0 and 12, particularly in the jungle position, it's really hard to stand out, right? You can't, like, your role is pretty much the first one to suffer, because when your lanes are losing, you start to lose jungle camps, you lose EXP, you lose gold, you lose leads. But for them, like, Mammoth being 0-12, they've had games where they should have won. Right, I could list like maybe 3 or 4 where, you know, if they had their time again, they probably win, right, Mammoth. So Gudo for me has been such a pivot, or like such a strong point rather, of that team, and of this team, and he's just showing us again today, like 8 kill participation out of the 9, and most of this gold lead that Mammoth have, well not most, all of the gold lead has really come down to how well he's played the jungle matchup.
Yeah, he's played it phenomenally. Really showcasing that he can look to start off these fights, right? That's twice now the kicks have come out to guarantee things. Ooh. Once again, Shinky on point with these death sentences.
I feel like the death sentences, though, have been to a little bit to his own demise. Like...
Not always the one he's looking for.
Hang on.
Zafir again, being shown no favour this time around. He's 0-3 so far, Jubes, and looking to try and make that 0-4 as a 3-man gank continues to jump on upon him. He's looking to try and life leech as much as he can, but into the Bramble Vest is just a little bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, the problem that you run into is you've drafted an Aphelios composition facilitated by, you know, a few champions. But what happens when the Aphelios is not the carrier of the comp and it's actually the Viego? Because I'm quite concerned to see what happens when the Viego runs at you with Karma Empowered Shields, you know, potentially with a Thresh Lantern if things get a little bit dicey, but it's almost like the Viego is the hyper carry at this point.
Game of the day for me for sure. It's definitely delivering. 10 kills to 5. Mammoth in the driver's seat.
Gale Force Aphelios too.
Yeah, 1k leads. There's the Graviton, forced to get the Stormbringer. Akano forced to dash away. Gudo looking for that kick, but he can't find it because Kyose's already removed Shinky. Akano flashing away. Wild Growth is clutch. But now can they find any more kills? Because Way's stuck on the wrong side of this one. Doesn't seem to matter though. Dragon up and available.
It looked like such a good kick, but again, I think Mammoth, when they get a lead, they don't know what to do with it, right? Because they can take this dragon for free, or they can force Gravitas to face check them. Then they can play off the Thresh Hook, they can play off the Lee Sin kick, but there's a turret there that's defending them, and Kyose on the Lux pretty much just killed someone from cross map. Like, Shinky just went down, and I honestly didn't even see his corpse. So again, Gudo going a little bit too deep there, first mistake of the game for him, but Nectar and Frost had no chance to auto-attack in that entire team fight.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough situation for them to try and get access in to start the fight in the first place, right? Kind of bit of a heist from Gravitas. Get in, get out, and prevent any clapback. And that just means that the game, it was already a fragile lead that Mammoth had. It was only about 1,000. Now fast approaching a 20-minute mark. We're back to square even.
So it looks like a good pick, but I think you're happy with the Volibear ultimate. Then you just reset and you take the dragon, right? But again, they're trying to finish a team fight that they don't necessarily need to finish. You need to take the chunk, take the ultimates, and that's a win. And you fall back to the dragon, and if they want to contest, then you win the team fight. But you don't need to end it all in a split second, right? Particularly when you draft the composition that you've drafted, it's almost like you're going to be in the battle for longer, and you'll win through doing that. Not through diving turrets and playing one by one. Like, Karma didn't shield anyone in that instance. Like, Thresh falls down, so disjointed, and the pick, I guess if you call it a pick composition from Gravitas, just did what it was intended to do. Picked up Shinky, picked up Gudo. They were able to kite back underneath their turret. and it's just well executed there.
I wonder if Goodo there maybe falling into a false sense of hope, perhaps some solo queue tendencies, right? You know, I've got to find these, you know, backline kicks to start off these fights. Yeah, not necessarily needing to play in that fashion. Not all doom and gloom though, but it is worth noting that the Baron has spawned. The vision's been laid down here by Gravitas, and they're just going to start it.
Nectar's bot side with teleport. It is on hit Varus, so the Baron does melt quicker. That's honestly a very good decision from Gravitas, right? To have the composure. Oh.
Well, they identified. We've got the TP. We can disengage.
Nice.
Good,
well,
Lanson.
That's the thing. Having the composure to pull the trigger on the Baron, force the teleport, and now you gain teleport advantage, right? I don't think Gravitas, you know, were disillusioned to think that they were going to finish that, but the fact that they were able to get such a key cooldown, now Safa can go bot side and farm the wave, push it out. We have total gold there, but not sure if he still has teleport. But they're pulling the trigger now.
Yeah, it's Mammoth's time to shine now, isn't it? And Frost has some good damage onto this as well. Doesn't have the Kraken Slayer, but certainly can still output a fair bit of damage, especially with the Chakrams.
Yeah, but Lux ulti, how much is that?
Down to 40%, getting lower and lower. Hook goes out, two-man flare. In comes Safa. What can he do? Not enough for Okada to even use his ultimate. He dies before it even connects. Now 5 kills here for Nectar. They're looking to take down these souls. 2 kills for him. Another found. 3 kills for Mammoth in total. The Baron dance completes, and well, wouldn't this be an upset?
Yeah, this would be an upset, and this is Baron, right? Because the only Kyose can actually steal it. I'm holding my breath. I'll analyze later. Oh. And he's just dead.
Goes out too early. Yep. Yeah, he's just tried to one-shot somebody instead. Shinky soaked it all up. Nobody dead. 5 members strong. All claimed a DoorDash Baron buff.
And it's the Nectar and Goodo show, right? Like, those two in that particular team fight really just did so much work. Goodo, I think, got like a 4-man or 3-man Gorjinka cleave. Healed for so much when he was basically at lethal. As we get the replay coming on through. Again, this is a pretty ballsy call, right? I mean, they started the Baron against the Lux. Goodo, so much healing there. Plays Disruption in the backline. Does just enough so Nectar can get a first reset. Once the Viego gets 1 reset in a team fight, it's pretty much as good as done, right? Like, he's the one that needs to die first. But with the lead that he has, I'm not sure if that's even possible. So, again, very good skirmish coming out of Mammoth. And we're starting to see I guess the fruits come to fruition. Goodo planted the seeds. And Nectar's just, you know, really blossoming.
He certainly is. He's having the game of his life right now.
Yeah, he is.
He really is performing to the level that he'll be keen to prove himself as.
I also don't want to be that guy, but I think we'll bring it up anyway because it was in the interview. Safa said the last time Mammoth beat Gravitas, it was because he wasn't playing.
Yes, I knew you were going to bring this up at some stage.
I had to.
These are just classic things that didn't age well.
Mate, it's content. And I respect Safa for giving the answer. Like, it spices it up. But also, like, it's good fun that Goodo decided to focus that lane in particular.
There've been a couple of roster swaps between both teams since all that start back in Split 1. But, you know, regardless, you know, we've been harping on about how Safa has been, you know, really core to, you know, Gravitas getting these victories. And what happens when they fall behind? I mean, 0-5. It's rough.
Yeah, and he has been good. He has been very good, but this game, I mean, this game we're probably seeing, if you have to be critical of Safa, we're seeing why, right? Because Akano spent most of his time bot side, and Safa being the weak side, he wasn't able to do it. And I feel like this is something that we see, right? Like, Gravitas have lost 6 times, but Safa does not play the weak side very well, right? And, you know, we're seeing Nectar with 6 kills, Goodo with 3 kills, but 8 assists. And, you know, we were seeing Gravitas with a pretty substantial lead bot side, but it's just been completely negated from the skirmishes that we've seen.
They're doing a fantastic job, though, of stalling this game out, because they are playing for a bit of a soul point situation, you'd have to say here. Down 5k, but got themselves 3 dragons to their name. And just waiting out the remnants of this Baron buff, which has gotten 15 seconds.
I'll be honest with you, it's probably a soul that you don't want to take. At this point, like, if you're Gravitas and you stall this Baron out and Mammoth take the dragon, you're very happy with that, because then you don't have to fight the Elder. You know what I mean? It gives you more time in the game, more time to farm waves, more time to scale up. Like, if, you know, if that's what even your comp does. I guess you have the Lulu, you got the on-hit Varus. Potentially the Aatrox comes in line at some point, maybe when the Sterak's comes through. But again, you look at the Mammoth composition, Aphelios is just going to keep scaling, especially with the Karma. Viego isn't going to get any weaker, so you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But at least it doesn't put a point of pressure on Gravitas, because again, the soul that they'll get is just a cloud. Like, it really doesn't do much. Oh.
Good ultimate there from Shinky, but he's just going to fall on down. Lethality, Aphelios do whatever he can from afar. He gets the double kill to start things off with as Frost. The dream set up for a team fight. Topped up and healthy, and no fear in the world. Those shields, that speed, becoming a bit of a nuisance.
Well, we're going to give credit where credit's due. I don't know if we saw that because the camera panned there a little bit late, but Shinky landed the hook onto Thomas Shen, right? Like that's, if you're landing hooks onto 80 carries as a Thresh, I mean, you've done your job if you fall down, right? Like you've done your job. You flayed him into a box. He's just been one shot by Frost. So again, Shinky's finding the hooks this game and this series, and he's having a good performance.
Certainly is. He's proving that these statistics can be changed. Let's watch it back again, because it started off with him finding a fantastic hook, as you said, and the box after.
I mean, Thomas Shen was the one that wanted it, right? Like, it wasn't like Shinky flash hooked or flash flayed. Thomas Shen walked up, missed the chain of corruptions, got hooked for his troubles, and he's as good as dead. So again, nice sidestep, mechanical outplay, or a miss, whichever one you want to pencil it down to. But Mammoth picking up a 7k gold lead now.
Yeah, just getting a little bit harder now for Gravitas to try and come back into this matchup. You start to wonder, what is their next move? You know, are we waiting for extra items? Are you just hoping to bank on the fact that Mammoth have been in positions like this before with leads and fallen victim?
They have fallen victim, but I think games have been in a more coin flip state. I think this is a pretty steady state for Mammoth, right? All they have to do is wait for this next Baron. They have Thresh. They have so much pick available to them. And game is in a state where, you know, Nectar can have a field day in a side lane, or he can have a field day in the team fight. And when you play, when you have multiple options, it's hard to lose from that point. It's when you need to, you know, you have a linear win condition where it's either a team fight, it's either a pick, or you lose. That's where you start to run into a bit of problems. But I feel like Mammoth can play this game, you know, in multiple ways to really close this one out.
They feel very squishy, don't they? Because, you know, Safa was meant to, you know, complement Akano, but he's jumping on in, falling on down very early on. In many cases, having to pop the ultimate to disengage away just for the HP. Safa really isn't a factor at this stage to discuss. I mean, just look at the score sheet and compare him and Nectar in terms of what they actually possess right now. It's night and day,
but it's
really rough.
And it's also not a frontline volley bear, right? Like, it's Divine Sundara, then half a Sterax, and it's a 3-item Aphelios. Like, you're not a frontline, but you also don't do enough damage to kill Frost. So it's just going to have to be a big collective effort from Gravitas to win this one, as Safa's dead again.
Once again, Shinky just continuing to find these hooks. He's going to fall on down, but he'll pay that price, because this might just mean that they win the team fight. Gudo survives. And Nectar on the hunt. He has become the Aatrox, forced to flash away, receives the exhaust, but happy to bear that one for the meantime. A 1-for-1 trade. Support for a top laner.
All things considered, not a bad team fight for Gravitas, right? With Thomas Shen really ramped up there with the auto attacks, having Lulu buffed him. You know, maybe when the Infinity Edge comes through, that's where they're going to be feeling most comfortable, most confident to really win this one.
This is what you wanted to see as well, Jubes, was forget about the Dragon, not too concerned about that one, don't want to worry about the Elder. Maybe just start to place all your vision and pressure top side.
That's what I think they're hoping for now, yeah? They've seen how that skirmish played out, and Thomas Shen was able to free fire. Actually did a pretty decent amount to Gudo in particular. So if he says, okay guys, I just need IE and we'll team fight again, this is probably the window for Gravitas. Again, take the Dragon. They're not concerned with this Dragon going across because they don't have to fight for an Elder.
A little bit more time to wait. A little bit more chance here for Gravitas to find their opening, their comeback condition. We've seen big leads like this in the past, not only in OS, but globally as well. It is a tall ask. But can Gravitas show that depth of courage and, you know, Titan mentality to claw themselves back into things and say we deserve to be, you know, top 4 discussion? Or can Mammoth say, all right, it's our time to shine and we're going to find our victory?
And it would be a Titan mentality. And this is it. The Infinity Edge is online for the Varus and they decide that's it. They've called their bluff. Let's have a team fight.
Burning it down to 50. Predator's being popped. Buying time for Nectar. He's got a GA. Final spark goes out. The fight's already a 4v5 before the even started. Chain of Corruptions does not spread, but they won't mind. They've done enough, but Frost, so close to that Moonlight Vigil.
If he hits that...
I tell you what, they're all down. They're gone. They're out the fight.
That's a rinsing if he hits that. But now, Gravitas live to fight another day. And Thresh is down this time, so it's fightable.
They're treading dangerous water at this stage.
Look at Lux
re-engaging the Baron.
Lux ulti is nearly up.
Soon to be used. Nectar playing from the shadows, looking for a pick target.
Flip it.
Way's locked in place.
They're going to flip it.
This has to be a 50-50 flip. Gravitas feel pressure that they need to do something right now. Sonic Wave is there. It's getting lower and lower. Final spawn, they've stolen it! Mammoth have got the Baron. They've got their kills. They get a double. They get it all.
Thomas Shen!
They will take it all. But can Thomas Shen find the resets? He's on hit, but he's fallen on down. Frost denies him, clutching so closely. And then Kiyose fails the flash. That pretty much sums it up for Gravitas this game.
Is that game? Does he just go bot side and end the game? Look at that HP.
Mammoth are going to do the unthinkable. We've all been hoping, we've all been praying. At 31 minutes, they may have done enough, but the respawn time is 20 seconds and counting to break this inhib and rush straight through to the Nexus.
The 0-12 power spike, potentially the 1-12 Mammoth. They might have their first game on the cards here as a win. Can Floppy do anything about it? Nope.
No. The short answer is not a chance. Mammoth have not had a victory since the 3rd of March, but they'll find their first victory here today.
You have to be happy for Nectar. I saw his celebrations in the bottom side of the screen, and I had a little bit of a cheer for him. So, I mean, it's such a good game from him. Goodo, they look so happy. Again, when you see a team this happy, you've got to be happy for them, except Way. Way's like, no, they put me on karma. I didn't win. This isn't a win.
He's not happy about that. He wanted to be the star of the show, did he?
No,
but you can see what it means. And this is the beauty of having live cam feeds, because you can see what it means to these players, right? You know, they are clearly over the moon about this performance. They've been saying notoriously on social media for weeks now, today will be the day we get this victory. And maybe all it took was for Way just to lose all his hair.
That's the buff, man. I'm telling you, Caps did it. Way said, I've got to do it. And since Way shaved his head, is that 100% win rate?
I don't know, but I can tell you what, we can welcome back Mac, as we can ask him. What do you think about a performance like that? Mammoth, finally, on the board.
1 second, I'm just cleaning my glasses. Did that happen? Did we just see Mammoth finally get the dub on the board? That's huge. That's spectacular. Congratulations to Mammoth. And of course, as you mentioned, 100% win rate for Bald Way. So let's see if that continues, although it looked like, I couldn't tell if he was talking with his hand over his mouth because he just didn't want anyone to see what he was saying, or if he was just sitting there in regret with his hand over his mouth, because it was odd. Everyone else was bloody stoked, though. So Mammoth, they've done it, and they are mostly very excited about it.
I mean, it all started here, Juice. Surely, right? The fact that you come down bot lane 3 minutes into the game and you get yourself a triple kill and you say, all right, I start to believe we're going to these laning phases now with some sheer power.
Look, it wasn't as clean as Mammoth would have liked. I think, you know, that last team fight was dangerously close, and a lot of these skirmishes were. So we're still seeing the class coming out of Gravitas, you know. Even though the game was kind of at such a bad state for them, they were able to find picks like this and still able to, you know, potentially turn the game around. But Nectar and Goodo were just a little bit too good this game, as I say sometimes.
I just want to point out as well that both the color casters got this pick correct. So there is two people that are not mere mortals. They are just seeing everything that's happening, knowing that the 0-12 power spike exists. Look, Frost is so lucky to get away with his life in that situation there as well. However, it was Nectar just tearing up on the Viego there in the top lane towards the end. And look, that's a 11k gold diff. Mammoth doing work. Even though the Dragons were there for Gravitas, they couldn't quite get the soul. They couldn't get the Baron either, which was stolen away, and I think that was the perfect turning point for Mammoth to go, you know what, game's over, boys. Let's get this dub. And they certainly took that with open arms. So anything in terms of the numbers you boys want to discuss?
I mean, when you run a composition with Karma mid lane, you want your AD character to be doing a lot of damage. So, you know, the fact that Frost, even though they had probably, I would say, not their best game as a duo, Frost and Shinky, by all means, Shinky landed some good hooks, but putting out those numbers is always a good sight to see.
Yeah, very, very good job. Now, I think Mammoth, at this point, there has to be one scenario where they can make playoffs if they win 8 in a row. But at the same time, it will rely on at least 5 teams not getting over 9 wins on the board. So it's
that's doable, for sure doable.
It certainly is. Maybe it's 9. I think there's 9 games left. Anyway, we do
the
have
stars would need to align and everything, Mac.
interview ready. We do have Nat down on the sidelines to bring back. Nat, what did you think of that game?
It was great. I absolutely loved it. You know, we always talked about the fact that Mammoth needed to step up, and gosh darn it, they did it today.
They certainly did. Now, who do you have for the winner's interview?
I'm going to be joined by top lane Nectar. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel?
It feels, I'm lost for words. It feels really good. Just, yeah.
I can only imagine. Yeah, oh, that's great to hear. You guys, like I said, you stepped up today. We saw a different side of Mammoth that we've never seen. What happened? How are you guys turning around like this?
Well, for the past few weeks, we've definitely had a lot of communication issues, and we've been working on that a lot, you know. So, like, that bot play was pretty much all communicated, you know. I'm like, I got Pride top here, they can't look bot, you know. No, it's good communication.
Who was doing those calls? Because it was very clear, very concise, and you guys had the aggression that you needed.
So Goodo's been picked up shot calling in our team lately, but yeah, we kind of just try to give everyone information, and then I guess, yeah, just try to make the right play.
Was there anything interesting that came out from the draft for you guys, or did it go the way that you expected and you got all of the champs that you kind of ideally wanted?
Well, we're really surprised that they banned the Gwen. We actually, yeah, we really thought they would first pick the Gwen, but they didn't. So that made me feel really happy. I think the champion's just like really broken. I'm surprised they just didn't first pick it. So yeah.
Were you nervous to come up against Safa, being that he is such a powerhouse for Gravitas?
Not really. I got a favorable matchup, and I'm really confident in it. I've played a lot of Aatrox in my time, so I know the champion in and out. You know, I say a lot of people lose to it, but I just don't think they know the timings in between the Qs and that, and they just don't respect the E, so I'm always confident versus Aatrox.
I love to hear. And last question really quickly, was there a moment in that game that you felt, you know, you guys could feel the lead slipping away, or did you always have trust that you could win this game out?
Well, personally, when we didn't get anything off the Baron, I'm just like, oh man, are they going to turn this around? You know, it's Gravitas, you know, we see him come back a lot. So yeah, definitely the Baron play with that. We didn't abuse that much. So yeah.
Well, look, you ended up getting the win anyway. Congratulations on the first win for you guys at this split.
Thank you.
A big W, and very happy there for Nectar. And look, I think it goes without saying that the player that delivered as well could have been anyone, but it was Nectar, everyone. Hashtag respect the neck today. Man didn't go down. 9 big old kills there, 8 assists, 73% kill participation, and he did a whole lot of work there for them, Jubes, didn't he?
He did, and you know, in those team fights, getting those resets, it was crucial to really closing out that game. I mean, we looked at we saw the 80 carry damage, but didn't do it justice to how influential Nectar was in that particular game.
Yep.
Yeah, just his best game to split. You know, he's never had a game where he's not died once. So, you know, this is a performance that he can be incredibly proud of. And, you know, you could argue that Goodo put in some solid performances as well, assisting him with the targeted gank, stealing away the Baron, ensuring that they had this, you know, this policy to close out the game. But I think as a whole, Nectar, well earned, well deserved.
Yeah, I think compared to pretty much every other game we've seen from Nectar, this has to be his standout performance this split so far. We did see him do a lot of work in split 1 for Mammoth. Unfortunately, they've had a bit of a rough run here, at least to the start of Split 2. Hopefully, with Nectar starting to perform now, they can maybe turn that one around. But speaking of turning it around, look, how about you turn around, do a 360, kick your legs up. I don't know if that's a dance move or not, but exclamation playlist in chat. Make sure you get ready to boogie on down to Body by JC, by Creed the Kid. That's the guy. Anyway, he's a good guy. You should go follow him on all of his socials. But look, we've got Pentanet and the Chiefs coming up as the final game of the day. I love you all dearly. Please don't hurt me, and I'll see you on the other side of this break.
Right? They know they can't stay under this turret, particularly with, you know, they probably think Volibear ult is up, and this is actually...
Wow, that's a turnaround. Well played, Kyosei.
I feel like that's illegal.
This has to be a 50-50 flip. Gravitas feel pressure that they need to do something right now. Sonic Wave is there. It's getting lower and lower.
Oh!
They've stolen it. Mammoth have got the Baron. They've got their kills. They get a double. They get it all.
Thomas Shen.
They will take it all. But can Thomas Shen find the resets? He's on hit, but he's fallen on down. Frost denies him, clutching so closely. Oh, and then Kyosei fails the flash. That pretty much sums it up for Gravitas this game.
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please. Goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her go and hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip going new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gonna get my money while I'm breathing. Fingers in my bank still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gonna tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you. To have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they're killing.
I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, gon' be doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because I love it so timeless. It's so priceless and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyest. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.
Drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us, I know that we can make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DoorDash LCO. It's time for game numero quadro, I think. off the top of my head. I didn't research that one, and I'm never going to do anything other than English again, because that's a lie. I'm going to do whatever I want again. Now, we do have, again, you guys have been killing it tonight, by the way. You've been at LCO, hashtag LCO. We have more content from you guys, and we absolutely adore it. Now, let's throw this one up. Wingardium, speaking of adoration, look at this. He's so proud of his boy ML there, Judes.
Yeah. I don't want... Look.
Can you read that for me? Beautiful.
Anyway, I didn't want to pump up. I didn't want to pump this meme up because if I give Winston an ego, he's gonna think he can ratio me again on the social media platforms.
Oh, true.
And he can't.
True.
And he can't. He's forever. He's my child, and that's it.
Well, there you have it.
He's
So
my child.
you're his Jube's child, maybe Emlog's his child, and he's very excited about it. Anyway, let's move on to meme number 2. And who is it? It's none other than your big boy, Why Not? And it's Professor Xavier. I absolutely love this one.
That's a good one.
Very good effort there, and it certainly works. Man was an absolute machine pumping out all the, I guess, the enchanting at mid lane.
Pumping out all the shields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually,
Beautiful.
you know what? He actually was just empowered queuing, but all good. We'll move on.
Empowered queuing. Okay. I know what that is. I swear I do. Is that the damage one?
Yeah.
It's the Q. Yeah.
Beautiful. Knew that.
Hey, that's the Q.
Who wouldn't know that? Only idiots don't know that. Now, speaking of idiots, we got Pentanet and the Chiefs going head-to-head for the final match of the day. And, it was a joke, guys. It was a joke. We know that they're not idiots. They're both towards the top of the table and probably the best players in the scene here in the DoorDash LCO. So let's talk Pentanet first, because I'm sure these idiots would love to be called idiots, and they'd start to throw it back too. Now, look at them. They're great. They're pretty good, and they're starting to find their form. Had a bit of a rocky start to split number 2, but Jubes, they're on the way back up.
Yeah, cheeky new sponsor too at the bottom. But I mean, Biopanther, Pabu, Chaz, Praetor, Decoy. I feel like enough introductions. They've been fantastic in recent weeks. They're really finding their groove. To be honest, it's the old Pentanet.gg that we're used to seeing in terms of the slower games, the team fight games in the mid game. And I'm still not sold on whether or not their early game's better, right? Because every time they pick an earlier team composition and try and put their foot on the gas, it doesn't work out for them too well, and they fall back on their mid to late game quite heavily. So this is going to be a big statement game for me.
Well, let's see if they can make that statement. I think the Chiefs as well want to make a statement and continue to hold their position at the top of the leaderboard. So, Skimmy, tell me what their secret is to success and why they're all so damn good looking. Is it just Kissy in the mid lane?
I mean, it's across the board, right? They've got obviously the skincare regime on down pat. They've got the energy to keep themselves focused in the internet so they don't lag and cause us, OPL memes. Look, as a whole, right, this is a team that are just, strong across the board, arguably the most aggressive early game team, but they find a success with it. I was actually checking out some of the stats before. Highest first blood percentage, first turret, first free, heralds, dragons, goal difference. Across the board, they are crushing it. So I'm really curious to follow up Juves' point about saying that, if Pentanet aren't finding too much success in the early game, maybe, like last time, Chiefs can come away with it.
I'm certainly expecting that they could, but if Pentanet play out of their minds, then it may just not happen. Maybe just not here. However, last time both teams went head-to-head, Chiefs did get the dub. If they get it again today, that means if there's any chance of a tiebreaker after the third round, then they will take the lead. Of course, you can have Pentanet coming back and winning this one, winning the one after. Oh, that's right. This was the trend game. That wasn't all that long ago. These Super Weeks have made the weeks just go so much faster, and that's why we love them. Again, another Super Week this week, so teams are going to be having to play 3 matches, 3 different opponents. So that'll get us into round number 4, quick, damn, smart. Or round number 3, rather, quick, smart. However, last time they went head-to-head, Chiefs played out of their bloody minds, didn't they, Juice?
Chiefs in this game, where I think this was like the start of the Chief dynasty, like in terms of this split, right? So again, it's probably looking back. I mean, this was an absolute shellacking. Like, it wasn't even close, and it was probably a very big draft curveball. Like this Chiefs draft here, it's not what you see every day. But I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head when you said, like, in terms of the head-to-head, this game is almost like a grand final for both teams, because it is realistic possibility they both end up on the same amount of wins at the end of the split, right? And that could be for 1 or 2. So they really, really need to put all the eggs in the basket for this one.
you get yourself that extra lifeline. Speaking of lines, I'm going to chuck the phone line out. Nat, I'm phoning a friend. You got someone on the blower there as well?
Yeah, I've actually dialed in 2 friends here. I'm going to be joined by Kisei and Chaz. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, Kisei, last time you went up against PGG, you guys did win, but they're starting to come back into form. Are you a little bit worried, or are you guys really confident down there in Chiefs to be versing them again today?
We're not really worried. We just we're not confident. We're not worried. We're just humble, you know. We take every game serious, and yeah, we just want to win.
That's so great to hear that you have a little bit of slice of humble pie over there. But Chaz, as for you guys over at PGG, you guys have been looking really good lately. What are you looking to do differently today to get a win against Chiefs?
Well, we don't want to blast the early game like we did last time. I think the game was over within like 6 minutes or some shit. So we want to at least make it to 10, first of all. But we've got a better draft plan coming into today. I guess all of us have been talking about, we have been putting a lot of effort into like what we want to come out of draft, and I guess making sure we have good picks for us as well as good picks against who we're versing. So we are feeling really confident today, and hopefully our form's being a lot better than whatever we versed them like 2-3 weeks ago. We're a lot more informed like our split one, so should be a better game from us at the very least.
I look forward to it. Is some of it maybe perhaps down to the new patch that we're coming onto as well when you talk about getting these champs or different champs coming out from you guys?
Well, yeah, obviously the new patch is going to bring out new things. I think the last patch towards, I guess last week, we definitely were fitting our style. We knew what we wanted very well. So now it's a new patch. I guess most teams haven't done a whole lot of scrims, so everyone's still figuring out exactly what's good for them. But we think we have at least a decent read for now. So a lot of the champions that were good last patch are still good now, and there's some new ones added into the mix as well. So we, I guess, had a lot of talks about what we think is going to be good. And hopefully we're correct about it, but yeah, should be good either way.
Is that similar for you guys, Kisei, over on Cheese with this new patch? Is it going to be bringing some new champs into the pool for you that we could see today?
Yes, there was a lot of OP champions that got removed, so we got to adapt to the new champions that are coming in. So yeah, it's just like what Chaz said. We just gotta play and practice more champs.
I look forward to it, but before I do let you guys go, I want a really quick time prediction for how long you think this game is gonna go. If you want to go first, Kisei.
Like 30 minutes either side.
Okay, and Chaz, what about you?
I'm gonna say 34 minutes and 23 seconds. Pentanet win.
Oh, that is so precise. I love it. Well, look, thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
I think the extra seconds were just so if it went anything over 30 minutes, he would be correct, or more correct than Kisei. So, Chaz playing the numbers game there and hoping that he wins at least. Kisei didn't know which way it was going to go, so maybe the confidence isn't there. Maybe they just don't know with the new patch out how it will play out. But let's jump into the predictions, have a quick look at what we've all decided to go for. Of course, my heart is with you, Twitch chat. Please make me positive. Get me that 30 bomb, please. I'm 29 and 22 right now. I need any help I can get. Now, we've got a split at least with Jubes and Skimmy straight up. So, Jubes, why have you gone with Pentanet and Skimmy afterwards? Tell me why you've gone with Chiefs.
I think Pentanet have a pretty good grasp on the meta. Like, the patch changed a few things. It enabled a few picks. And I think if there's a team that's willing to kind of step outside of that boundary and just pick it up first go, it is Pentanet. And I think they'll reap the rewards from that.
Okay. What about you, Skinny?
I think Chiefs have shown in the past that they are ready to flex picks that nobody else is prepared to do so. We've seen plenty of them, not only against PGG, but across the board. I think a new patch, there'll be new ideas brewing. They'll be very keen to show it off against a team like PGG.
Certainly. Now we'll jump over to the second page. Nat, who have you gone with? And oh, it's Chiefs. Okay, so going with the top of the table. Why's that?
Yeah. Look, I really want to give a really smart answer here, but honestly, this was the toughest game, I think, for me to choose. A lot of the other games, you could have arguments either way, but you always kind of leant more strongly to one side. But like I said, you know, it's really hard with this one. Chiefs kind of getting figured out by a lot of teams, and PGG coming back into their form that we've seen them before. And like the boys have already said, they are the first to pick up champs that we might not have seen anyone else to play with, and so it's really hard to deal with.
Oh, very true, very true. Now we are about to jump into Champ Select, but before we do, some more sick content. It's the Chiefs, and they're asking each other, or well, we're figuring out how well do they know each other.
Hard to say. This was just so obvious. What? You? What do you mean, me? You're not obvious. I was just self-sacrificing here. Oh, okay, guys. This is what it is.
I don't know what Draco answered.
What did I answer?
Yourself.
No, come on, bro. You gotta be humble sometimes. So, I'll never write myself. Right, but you can think it.
Alright, let's flip him.
I have bad handwriting, by the way. Nice. But everyone but Ron.
Good choice, Tristan.
What did you write?
I said Ron.
Ron. Oh, I guess Ron baits us in there.
Yeah, Ron.
No, but it's not chaotic, no?
Yeah, no, but that makes the game chaotic. That was how I interpreted it.
Wait, that's just the easiest thing in the world.
Well, I feel like I want to change my answer now. I'm gonna be honest. I can't change it.
Good.
Are you trolling, dude?
Really?
I swear, bro, even yesterday, like before this, we were all up at like 6 playing.
I know, but I swear.
Were we
he
not
queued
all
up,
in a call at 5?
Nah, you're crazy.
He
Yeah.
queued up
Like
longer.
what?
He was up all night. Like he
Yeah.
queued up after we went to bed.
Well, it's still pretty degenerate now.
And
No,
we
but-
do
but
degenerate,
we're
but
always
he's like
degenerate.
super degenerate.
Okay. Well, if it asked for super degenerate, I would put them.
No, Swaif is the least, because that guy actually sleeps at like 12 sometimes.
Oh, really?
So, I think it's wrong.
I say Ron, but...
And hopefully one day we will get to return back to LAN. But for the meantime, this could be a potential LAN matchup, Juves. It's a battle for first place, a win here for Pentanet. They'd be tied with the Chiefs, but the Chiefs want to continue to create a buffer and stay at the top of the table.
Yeah, and it feels like Lee Sin is a very big priority still, right? In terms of, has it been picked every day? Every game.
I believe so today.
Yeah.
I believe so.
And
yeah, it's, you know, forget about what predictions are. It's still showing.
And it's a bigger priority than the Ziggs, right? Ziggs is what we're, I guess, used to seeing being picked up straight away, at least, you know, in recent weeks. The one thing that I'm excited to see was like the Aurelia ban, because what that says to me is that there's been quite a few teams playing that champion, having a lot of success with it in scrims. And, you know, I guess when we say key picks, we know what we're talking about to a certain extent.
It's good to know that we get paid to do a job that we can talk about, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's to be expected at the Aurelia because there's a lot of players that could have done a lot of justice on it. The Eve ban, obviously they've got a bit of PTSD to PGG after getting crushed by it last time, but now our second Graves of the night.
And I did say, I was going to say, if there's a person who's going to pick Graves, it's Swaith, right? You think about the way he plays the game, the resources he's allocated, and the lack of resources in Boma's allocated, then Graves does seem like the pick to be. Now, what does Pabu have to kind of counteract that? Normally, I would say Kindred isn't a horrible matchup, but it is horrible into the Ziggs. Kindred hates being outranged, but it looks like Pabu's just going to drop down in the jungle pick, which could cause a little bit of problems, right? Because if you start to take away, like, the kind of quote-unquote counter picks of Graves, or the champions that fare very well into him, like what's left. You know, worst case scenario, you could always put the Lee Sin into the Graves, which isn't a terrible matchup, but you do get outscaled.
Yeah, it's an interesting talking point because we start to wonder now, what is the response from Chiefs? They played the Ziggs before and they've paired it with the Blitzcrank, which was hovered, but they're now deliberating as to whether it's going to be the Brom, which is now locked in. So both bot lanes have been guaranteed and displayed.
Yeah, well, the Braum Ziggs lane is practically non-existent, right? Because you need to auto-attack to get the passive off of the Braum. So that's a pick more for out of lane than it is in lane. And you obviously get a lot of value from the Braum with the Graves in the 2v2, and Draku being the guy who's probably going to link up with Swaith. You know, he's going to live in Boma on that island on the Ziggs. So again, makes a lot of sense, but you would say it's a little bit predictable, right, from the side of the Chiefs.
Might see what we saw earlier today from Imelg and Sybil, where they linked up and were able to find success. It's been a really strong combination already between Swaif and Draku to play in that fashion. Obviously, Mboma can hold to his own. Fiddlestick's going to be banned. So this is one of the bans that you're talking on. We saw that Pabu's played this before. Nocturne's still up and available. It could have been the bread and butter, turn the lights out and everyone starts screaming.
That's actually a very good ban. I think this is probably a draft where Pabu would have played that Fiddlesticks because, again, Braum doesn't have time to put the door up. Like, he's going to get feared if he's not in vision. Short range marksman, if you want to call him a marksman or whatever you want to call Graves as well. So he's going to take the full brunt of that fear. So again, good ban. Lucian being taken away here too.
Yeah, nice. So obviously links up really well with the Braum. So mid Lucian gone. And, you know, prevents them finding that easy strength point of avenue.
It's actually a Lucian bot lane ban too, right? When you consider Lucian Braum as 2v2 into the Kai'Sa Leona. I mean, Lucian definitely not really popular in bot lane, but yeah, it's something to consider.
Zin also removed it away. So really pinching Pabu's champion pool, although he has been told to say that he's got a bit of a champion galaxy. So plenty of options still available for him. The Diana. The Trundle obviously played twice before it was ready.
Trundle.
Get to see what he decides.
Yeah, Trundle into Graves is not good. That's a terrible matchup, so I don't expect Pabu to be picking that one. But also, I don't expect Pabu really to be picking Lee Sin. Like, when I think about Pabu, I don't think of him as the Lee Sin player, right? You know, Diana is still there and available, but, you know, in my mind, pre-6, you're going to have a very rough time into the Graves. Like, Graves is just going to beat you in that early exchange, and if they lock Diana here, that means Graves is in a solo lane. Okay.
Yeah, well, that was exactly my point, because you've seen that they've banned away the Kayn, and you mentioned it earlier in the night, right? You're saying laning Graves is still a possibility, but there's the Lilia that you wanted to see, and there's the Tahm Kench to follow.
Now, I really like this from Pentanet.gg because most of what Chiefs have put together is relatively short range, barring the Ziggs, of course, right? Like, that's obviously the big outstanding factor here. But Lilia thrives in short range compositions because her flash into Q, into sleep, has so much value, and I won't be surprised if we see a demonic embrace itemization from Pabu here. Again, really, really like it. Like, it is so short range. If the Lilia doesn't fall behind, there's so much value, particularly because they've actually drafted the Trundle as well. So I'm super excited. On the same side of the coin, the Graves mid lane is, I don't know if anyone's seen it, and again, maybe not in lower ranks, but when a good player is piloting Graves mid, it is so oppressive to verse. It has infinite sustain, so much push, and Graves is a champion who fares extremely well with levels. So the fact that you're in a solo lane getting solo EXP, you just do an absurd amount of damage.
I'm excited to see it, and this is kind of what you anticipated to see from these two teams. You know they're not going to stick to some generic picks. You know they've got some crazy stuff cooked up and ready to show on a brand new patch, mind you, as well. And it's kind of fitting for the jostling around to really kind of understand, you know, sure, are your mechanics in check? Can you play early and late? But, you know, how quick is your read on the meta? And these two teams have said, right, new patch, new day, and a big opportunity for us to continue to be top of the table.
I mean, both of these drafts are like a new patch drafts, right? You've got the Thomas Kench in top lane. That's just the one there. The Lilia as well is something that's kind of seen, I guess, a resurgence. Well, I say resurgence, but it's the first time we're seeing it with the buffs. And then you look on the side of the Chiefs, right? Graves got a small buff, but that's being seen, Graves being picked in the jungle now, but it's been flexed into mid lane. Now, Graves has a very good time in lane 2 because the True Grit passive, you can actually stack up, right? You're consistently auto-attacking, you reset with the dash, and you maintain the stacks on each wave or each time you trade, particularly with the Lee Sin. So you're going to have, I guess, an inflated armor stats when laning against the Lee Sin. So I don't imagine it to being a very bad lane for Graves. So I'm just so keen to see this play out. I think this is probably the most exciting draft we've had in a very long time, just because there's so many unknown quantities.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how it plays out, right? You know, these are all very mechanically gifted players, so get to see how they can showcase what really is fought upon in theorycraft and see it in the full flesh. Thankfully for us with the Lilia, we're not going to see a Moonstone Renewer like it was when it first came out, right? We're going to see the full, you know, percentile shred. So as you said already, between the Leandries and Demonic Embrace, could be a chance now to see a more bruisery style version of the Lilia. But I do believe from producer Witherby, we do have a bit of a coach interview ready and lined up as we're getting this lobby remade. So we get to welcome back Coach Kuden.
Hey Kuden, how are you, buddy?
Doing good.
Good.
Doing alright.
How are you and the boys feeling after the upset that you had to Order? I mean, obviously a little bit of a kick in the guts, if you will. How are you feeling? How'd you bounce back?
What upset? Nothing happened.
Not an upset?
It was
Nothing?
it was all planned from the start.
You reckon there was like a glitch in the matrix and it didn't really happen?
We're giving them some confidence before playoffs. It was all part of the plan.
Are you saying? Can I ask? Are you saying that Coach Kuden's plan for the team is so great that us mere spectators cannot foresee what you're doing with that team?
Yeah, it wasn't an upset. I think it wasn't an upset. No one was expected. It was planned.
Planned?
Next.
All part of the plan. You're a man with a plan. You're a man with a plan. Now, Mike, question about these drafts. Obviously, a new patch. We're seeing Tom Kench topside, I believe. We're seeing, you know, Lilia being picked up. Also, you guys playing the Graves in the mid lane. Do you want to just talk to me about how these drafts and if anything surprised you?
We want to talk about every patch is always some OP champ. So I'm sick of it. It's hard adapting, but yeah, Tom top I think is broken, or it's unkillable. It's dumb, and it builds ruby crystals as well. There's that Graves got, I think he got a huge buff, got 280. Yeah, now he's really strong now, and we're playing him mid for some reason. I thought it was a jungler.
For some reason? What do you mean for some reason?
I thought Graves used to be an ADC now, and then jungle now it's mid. I don't know what's going on. He goes everywhere. He goes where he pleases, like Mundo. Lilia got changed as well. I didn't expect Lilia. Well, I think she's viable with this patch though. Yeah, yeah.
And so if you had to like wrap it up in a nutshell for me, like, are you confident? Are you leaning 50-50? Are you leaning the game to be?
We're really confident that we'll destroy Ruffle Stomp Internet every time, every game.
Yeah.
This whole split, we refuse to drop the game against Internet.
I'll tell you what, Mike, I love talking to you. It reminds me of our glory days back in the day. So thank you so much for the coach interview. As always, you're fantastic, and we love you.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
There you have it. Look,
Straight
I love how he went straight on, like, why have we picked him mid? It's like, hang on a minute, you're the coach.
I was like, wait, did I not see it? Like, I genuinely thought that it was Graves jungle. I was like, oh, okay, I've just made a mistake. Like, you know, the coach would surely know better. But then he just dropped the dime piece of, oh, I don't know why we put it mid, but also, whatever, dude, we'll beat Pentanet either way. That's what he said.
You're just trying to test your observation skills, right? Did you see exactly what I was putting together? I like the fact that he's saying it was never an upset, that he's got this grand plan. That, look, sometimes we'll just drop some games, you know, make sure these other teams feel confident that they still have a chance.
The good thing about Kuden interviews is that there's like 50% that you take with a grain of salt because he's having a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but then there's also 50% bit of insight as to how they work and how they operate. So if I had to break down that interview just quickly, I would say that obviously the breakdown that we got from the Tom Kench pick to the Lilia to the Graves, genuine insight, right? Sure. But then you think about the plan, the grand plan, the man with the plan, the man, the myth, the legend, Kuden. Maybe him saying that them losing to Order was expected and a plan is a bit of a
stretch.
Bit of a keck W.
Yeah,
bit of a keck W.
For sure, mate.
Huh?
Slight delay though, getting us into this game, which is a bit of a doomer. But regardless, we can bring back Mac to, welcome him back in. And,
Hey.
what was your take on an interview?
I think the interview was sick, as always. Kuden, probably the best interviewee out of all of the coaches, so every other coach needs to step up their game. Now, at one thing,
That's because you don't need to interview them.
Yeah, probably. But at the same time, I'm a great interviewer. Thank you very much, Mr. Groovy Juby, who didn't know what jubes were earlier. Now, speaking of people not knowing what things are going on, look, Kuden had no idea what was going on in the draft. He's like, I don't know how we're going to play this. He's a little bit lost. Hopefully his teammates, the team rather, have a little bit more knowledge on what's going on. Look, and there's only one person that's allowed to throw on the LCO, and that's me, and it's me throwing to content. This content is part 2 of Chiefs. How well do they know one another?
Is there any doubt? Yeah. If he doesn't clean up for the broadcast, he's not cleaning up for us, that's for sure.
Whoa, nah.
I mean, who's getting called relentlessly?
Oh my god, I have to call this guy every match day. Holy.
I like how we just all knew.
Holy, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that was
we were ready.
Yeah, we were ready to do, man. That was the easiest thing
Yeah,
ever.
that was like,
Obvious.
a little bit.
But we're calling him every time, like 20 minutes before match start, we're just calling him. We're spam calling him.
Yeah, like we got the 15-minute check, like we're about to like lose bans and stuff. He's like not picking up.
I'm pretty sure one time, like we actually went over the time, and I was still calling him. And then I don't know.
We lost bans one game.
Yeah, I think we lost bans. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
because
that
I
was
was calling
because
him.
the power went out there.
Oh, true.
But he is late every single time.
Swaif is funny. Jesus. You guys have a terrible sense of humor, bro. What? Swaif is funny?
Obviously. No, me and Tristan vibe. You just don't get it. Yeah.
We've got the same sense of humor.
Sense of humor is different. Alright, we get it. But I think everyone's pretty funny. In their own different ways.
Yeah, well, Ron's more unintentional though.
Yeah, we're sort of laughing at him. Yeah. And then Matt would just, I don't know, Matt's pretty funny.
Oh, hey, we're back. I heard that Champ Select was live, and I got very invested into that thing. It was good to know that Swaith tilted the most, though. I couldn't tell that from his social media game. Now, this game is almost live, though, so hopefully they can hold it together. Hopefully the server is ready, and we can jump straight back into the action, because I'm excited to see some Graves mid. That is nuts, and I'm sure it's viable. I'm sure there's a way that this is going to work. And if anyone can do it, it's the big man in mid for Chiefs.
Yeah, for sure, Kisei can do it. Again, not sure how practiced he is on that champion, and you actually need to be practiced on it as a team to play with it, because it generates a lot of priority in the mid lane, because not much can trade with it, and then you need to do stuff with Graves, right? Like you need to invade, you need to roam, you need to influence other lanes, or at least jungle matchup. So again, it's going to be interesting to see if they're used to it, because sometimes playing with a bit of an unknown quantity can really change the way that you play, or you start to force things or start to do, I guess, uncharacteristic things. But if there's one thing that we learned from the Chiefs when they played with the Kindred, they linked up very well. They had the real good synergy with their mid-jungle 2v2. So I'm very optimistic that this Graves pick can work.
Yeah,
I mean, we already saw what it did earlier today, Mac, right?
Yeah.
We saw the insight from Kevy, also another proficient Graves player, and he went for this lethality route. I imagine it's going to be what we're going to see in the mid lane too, and just run rampant, like just dominate this matchup, right? You know, you talk about Serpent's Fang and all these other lethality items having so much value, then certainly could have another bit of a Kisei classic.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. I'm hoping it. I'm hoping that we get to see a crazy mid lane matchup, because I've never really seen what Graves does in mid. I think I've seen him maybe top a few times in some random games. But what? Give me some insight here, Juice.
Well, no, I was going to say the one thing that we haven't touched on that we probably can, if you like, is the Lilia build. Right, this has been the topic. We talked about whether it's going to be a Leandri's into a Zonya's like we used to see Lilia. Now, yes, option for sure. But one thing that with the changes, with the healing, with the percent HP shred combined with the ability power, I wonder if we're going to see a different route. Like, I remember having this conversation with Rusty or Elfish even. It was about Riftmaker. Are we going to see Lilia with Riftmaker? Because the more uptime in a team fight, more burn damage, the more stack, Demonic Embrace to substitute the Leandri's. Potentially we see a bit more burn damage, a bit more damage coming on through. And To top that off, there's more health in that build. So Lilia actually becomes a little bit tankier, has a more uptime, doesn't have to flash it on you and get one shot. So again, keen to see what happens with this Lilia build.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I know you love talking about the game when the game's not live, but I love you talking about the game more when the game is live. So, we're loading in. I'm going to see you later after the game. Enjoy this one.
I'll see you there.
Beauty.
I might be
I'm glad
there,
we're finally in.
I don't know yet.
I'm glad we're finally getting to crack on with this one. A lot of discussion, a lot of pre-game analysis, but we want to see how it all plays out because half the time, you can't quite call it.
No.
The predictions, you chuck them out there and the teams defy expectations. And, well, lots to break down in terms of the item builds. We'll get to see how these teams do decide to flesh things out. But it's the final game of the night. It's Chiefs taking on Pensnet. It's a battle for the throne.
Yeah, so not much to break down. Usually I have a coach's interview here, so I'm just
usually just soaking it all in. I'm curious though. I mean, we saw multiple variations on the Lilia of past, right? We had like Leandries, we had Ludens.
Leandries, Ludens, yeah, and even
we had Night Harvester for a bit. Then we had Moonstone for a while.
Yeah, but that was into tanky comps.
That's right. That's right. So I wonder. I imagine for the most part, it's just far too good, right, to have a stopwatch, just to flash in and make a play.
I don't imagine that Lilia has a fun time into Diana, particularly if Diana lands, Q, because then the double dash doesn't really allow you as a Lilia to get much distance. So again, I think it's going to be almost a jungle matchup of avoidance. But once you're level 6, Diana can land the ultimate, but if Lilia puts her to sleep and all you tank is the first part, then potentially you turn that skirmish around. So it's going to be interesting. Again, not much, we don't have much data to go off. Again, these players probably haven't even played this matchup, right? Diana came into the meta when Lilia was out. So it's going to be maybe a little bit of a feeling out process early on.
What we do know from both these junglers is that they're very keen to invade and make plays. Swaif, as I mentioned before, has the highest first blood percentage, but also the highest first death too.
Oh, really?
We've seen Pabu do similar situations himself, right? Roaming on through and being put down, but might not be as keen to do it this time around. And so I'm excited though to see how this Trundle matches up into the Tahm Kench, given that it is pretty much a brick wall.
Well, obviously Trundle fares very well into tanks, right? Having the subjugate that really just shreds. But the other thing that Trundle does extremely well is he actually saps AD with the Trump, right? You use the AD or the Q rather, and a little bit of trading. But the Tahm doesn't, a lot of Tahm's damage comes from Tahm's health or the health of his opponent. So it's not going to really affect the matchup in too much, right? And so it almost be like a war of attrition where Bipanther is just going to use Grasp, use the tongue, and find damage that way, as opposed to, having to just trade autos. And so I wonder if that's going to influence, I guess the Trundle side of this matchup.
Yeah, obviously going for the press the attack, so definitely can get himself a fair bit of uptime and damage to burst through that shield and huge grey health bar.
Now, also one interaction that I just want to quickly mention, since we're just watching full clear junglers, was that Lilia is this game is going to find a flash sleep angle, right? There's going to be a point where she flash Qs a backline and sleeps. Now, that gives Kai'Sa access, which we haven't touched on. So if Praetor has a solid enough early game, he's going to get free backline access. I'm so excited to see what he's able to do with it, particularly with, the synergy coming out from the Lilia and Pabu.
Well, just think about how many champions actually can follow up that sleep. Abyssal dive, first of all. The fact that Chaz can then find a very easy kick angle. Killer Instinct, no surprise there from Praetor. Bit of a jiggle dance in mid lane.
Because there's nothing Lee can do, right? Because Lee only has one way in, and yes, can hop out, but Graves can match that and run you down. So you want to be careful that you're not trading Electrocute procs. Chaz wants to stack that Conqueror and have that extended trade. But if Kisei is just able to proc Electrocute, then the lane's not going to really be in Chaz's favor. And again, it's almost like a bit of a feeling out process.
It must be the worst feeling having games like this with a matchup you're not too familiar with and you have to get to terms of it in a stage game when these best of ones, bear in mind. It's not best of 2, not the best of 3, it's a best of 1. Things can happen, draft gaps can really catch people off guard.
Well, you don't really get bullied like you do in a traditional range matchup. We're seeing Chaz even CS still able to walk up to a wave, for those of you that don't know, Graves can't auto-attack you through a minion wave. So if Chaz ever wants to fight, trade autos, use his E as a little bit of a harass in a wave, he can do that and it will come off better, right? The problem is like when Chaz starts to fight with no minion wave, and then he runs into a little bit of drama. So we'll keep our eyes on the trading pattern from Chaz.
As you say, he goes in once again for the Sonic Wave, but the mitigation's a little bit too strong. Swave hunting, trying to get the chickens. A lot of damage gone out on towards him. No level 6 just yet. Dashes on in. Smoke screen is there. Flashing away. Flash to follow. Oh! The snipe from the river. First blood for Praetor. And now, that second kill is easy as you like.
That's a disaster. That's a stat you touched on. I'm glad you touched on it before the game. Swave has the highest first blood statistic, both negative and positive, right? And in that instance there, it feels like Swave just plays every matchup the same way, right? Like when he gets the Kindred, he does this. When he gets the Everlane, he does this. And when he gets Diana, he does this. But, you know, Pabu was, I guess, better for wears. He read that Swave was going to be there for the invade. And I mean, I don't know if that's Lilia buffs because we haven't seen it, but I mean, he was winning the 1v1, right? Quite convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due to the coaching staff, right? To identify those patterns and say, look, so we want to play this one around. He goes in, Smite doesn't get it, then the punish after.
Yeah. Like, if that's just a 1v1 in isolation, I'm pretty sure Swave is dead. Like, I don't even think he can run away in that instance. Because the phase rush, the Lilia stacks up the move speed. And, I mean, this Lilia is just so accelerated. And, I mean, Chaz too. And this is kind of the... Oh, did we miss something?
We missed the recall animation.
That's fantastic.
It looks nice, doesn't it?
It does. That's clean. If any of you want to go jump into the store and purchase that skin, feel free. I mean, you can't actually get that one specifically because it is prestige, I believe. But
if you want to play like PGG, if you want to become like Chaz, your idol, rock the skin, get some dubs.
There you go.
I really like, though, above all
that.
else, absolutely not. I love the fact that PGG was so confident. They said, look, get disrespected, have a Void Seeker to the head.
Yeah, and I mean, that's probably the member you actually want to kill on, right? Because Praetor is key to this composition, like we touched on before. He's going to get backline access. Like, there is no doubt that he's going to get it. Now, does he have enough juice in the tank to finish that one off? And, you know, starting off with a kill and a pickaxe and whatever else you want to your name, it's a good start. And
it certainly is.
Great. I mean, the other thing we haven't touched on, and I feel like we're focusing on this a bunch, but again, it's just an unknown quantity, is that Graves in the mid lane does not really want to fall behind, and that's obviously no champion does. But there's certain champs that pilot far better from behind, and Graves is not one of them, just due to the nature of how short range Graves is. Like, he needs to be ahead, needs to be ahead of the curve, needs to have an item power spike. Like, he just needs it to be able to do the most amount of damage and get the most bang for buck. Now, instead, Chaz is the one starting off with the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be the lane bully, right? He wants to get in your face and look to put you in your place and, you know, come out ahead and look to be an influence on the map elsewhere. Because right now, you're looking at the lane states and saying, okay, Praetor got a kill. Lived is up here playing his coveted Trundle.
Here we go. Pabu's trying to contest his red buff. Diana is level 6, though. That's a little bit of an equalizer. So we'll see what happens here.
Dodges the Swell Seed, hits the Blast Cone straight into the Herald Pit. There is vision, and Pabu clearly saying it's not really worth the all-in when there's a Herald I can get instead.
This is the one thing Swave does so well, though. He stays ahead in levels. He stays a level ahead in tempo and XP no matter game state, right? Like, he's up a level on Pabu. Obviously, Pabu prioritizing the Rift Herald and not full clearing his bot side, so he probably will hit 7 after that. But I mean, even though they won the 2v2 mid, Swave is still in a very decent spot.
Well, 800 gold lead for Penanet, and they've got themselves the Herald as well, so it'll be interesting to see how they decide to accentuate that lead, whether or not it will be as simple as going down bot side and getting Praetor a little bit extra resources, keep this Ziggs at bay, deny a lot of its initial power. They'll be upset the fact that they weren't able to pick up that Herald. It's been a quarter of their success for Chiefs.
So I thought Pabu might be going for the Riftmaker in this particular game, just because he's going to have so much uptime from having 3 melee range champions in his face. However, it looks like his first item is going to be the Demonic Embrace with the Giant's Belt. You know, he could pivot. He could just sit on that Giant's Belt for a little bit of HP. But so far, I like that build, right? Like, he's going to get so much value from that item in this game into the Trundle, Diana, and the Braum.
Yeah, doesn't necessarily need to build damage too early on. Can definitely get that extra resistance.
Well, you think about Lilia.
Or staying power.
You think about Lilia, your damage is the HP. Because you can sit in the fight for longer, get off a few more Qs than you wouldn't have otherwise. So,
and that's my point. Yeah, exactly right. Like, you know, you're doing all this percentile burn. You've got self-sustain now built into your passive, so if you can live longer, you can do more. And I guess it fuels the discussion from beforehand about Riftmaker.
And we probably will see it, right? Like, we do see a trend where people often opt in for what is going to make them safer in the current game state, and then they'll go for the Mythic, right? So sometimes Mythic isn't actually your best rush. In solo queue, probably 9 times out of 10, you just rush to the Mythic because whatever, you're just going to roll over the game. But something where it's a little more synergy, you're more prone to just being focused down, then this roam, though, how did they end up there?
This is the deepest roam, not spotted by vision.
That's a dive.
They've somehow just navigated all the way around.
He's dead.
Lived is going to be so surprised.
Yep.
Watch the cam reaction.
Oh, they saw Swait instead.
Oh no. Don't do it.
Oh, wow.
Surprise, surprise.
And he's dead too. I think they can just re-dive.
And now Liv is thinking, hang on a minute, this is not how it's meant to be. The Herald's been summoned, they're going to take so much. A big wave to crash, a TP to follow, a kill is guaranteed. A wave that's going to be lost. And now Kisse trying to go 1v4. What on earth are you doing? Looking to fall on down here. 3 kills as quickly as you like. And now Pensnet run this early game.
That's just such a good macro play from PGG, right? This is something that we touched on in the order game, I think it was. No, the Legacy game, actually, about support and jungle linking up and being arguably the most important 2v2 in the game. Look what Pabu and Decoy did. They went on they literally went on a Kentucky tour. Like, they did the rounds in Europe. They put the wards down, all in the red side jungle, and then they dove top side. Like, this is just such a telegraphed but good play from Pentanet. And this is something that they talk about learning at MSI, right? This is what they learned from all the teams over there.
And the cost feels so high because the fact is, sure, you know, losing a wave, Lived is further behind now and so on. But the fact that Kisse came in, burnt double stuns, and got nothing out of it when he's needing to find these kills, start to get a little bit concerned.
You do, and I mean, like, it's a 2k gold lead with a composition that arguably outscales you. Like, I don't think that PGG's composition gets outscaled, right? Yeah, the Zeke scales well, Graves mid lane scales pretty well, you know, Diana, Trundle, but in terms of like putting all the pieces together, it's going to be a very long time before you're feeling comfortable in this game. And Pabu's picked up his first item, he's got Demonic Embrace, so I'd love to see him just run around and hit someone just to try and see the damage that comes out from buffed Lilia. Even this matchup,
right now. Like, yeah, I mean, Bio's just looking to go toe-to-toe and hit that stun. There it is.
I don't even, like, again, like I said to you, Trundle does well into auto-attack champions because the way that Trundle Q works, right? Trundle Chomp. But Tarm doesn't beat you by auto-attacking you. Trundle beats you by licking you. Sorry, Tarm beats you by licking you. And that's all percent HP damage, right? So, again, maybe Trundle, again, hindsight 2020, but maybe Trundle wasn't the answer in lane.
Be interesting to see as the weeks go by and we continue in this patch, what teams decide to use going into it. Not only here in the LCO, but globally as well, because certainly seems to be a pick now that's going to start to dominate in certain scenarios.
Initial impressions, arguably worth a ban.
Sure.
Just a little bit too impressive. But, I mean, you know what? It's still early. Chiefs still have plenty of options to play through. Mboma on the... Oh, as I say, Mboma on the Zeeks.
Oh, it's a 2-man sleep. It's as good as you like right there. Glacial Fissure goes out, but is it enough? I don't think it is. 2 members going to fall on down. Just like clockwork here, Pensnet, top side, bot side, they all come together, but they all take you down.
I want to talk, like, okay, I just want to say a few things. That PGG dive is absolutely as clean as it gets. The presence of mind from Biopanther to teleport to that cannon minion so they could re-dive, and Chaz teleporting topside to not lose plates or turret. If this was any other region, chat would be going, oh, Pog, so good, so good, so good. The macro here from PGG is literally world class. Like right now, I'm not even like over-exaggerating. The dive to the TP, to the execution, to the TP topside to not lose minions is just unbelievable.
And you know what's funny to say? I think it's kind of what people expected to see of Pensnet when they returned from MSI. Yeah. They thought they were going to come back. You beat in Cloud9, you progress through the group stages. You're going to come back here and just stomp everyone harder than you did in Split number 1. And whilst it's taking a little bit of time to get there, it's a flawless game from him in the first 15.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's 3,000 gold, but game state. Oh. game state is just so heavily in favor of PGG because this top lane turret's going to fall. It's going to be first brick. It's going to be more gold that transitions to the side. That's all of a sudden 5k. And 5k at 14 minutes, it's a large lead.
Yeah, it hurts. Flawless, 7 kills, nothing. Yet to die, bounties building up. Both the Heralds have been denied, and Chief's saving grace has been the fact that they played for the Dragons. So they've got 2 already acquired.
Yeah, that's second Herald though. Like, that's another turret.
It is. Now you're struggling to answer back because hoping that the Ziggs can find some structural pressure elsewhere. Are they going to flip him and put him mid lane? Or are they going to just go for a bit of a contest in the jungle right now as they group up and look to try and force their own play?
That's a Herald mid, I believe. Now PGG are going to look to fight this potentially. Dragku going in.
Yeah, the all-in on towards Pabu right now as in comes Chaz. The Solar Flare's down. A member goes to sleep too, in fact, and that means that Swafe's just gone before the fight really breaks out. A stun connects again. The Herald still looking for a charge and finally gets it off.
And if you want to add a little bit of salt into those wounds, that was a 3v5. Like, I don't know if you took stock of that exchange there. That was a 3v5, and Swaith still died, and Pabu did not, right? We're seeing the durability coming out of this Lilia build, right? And, you know, Praetor was, I think, farming jungle, and Biopanther was just bot side. So, again, I don't have any, I guess, problems with Chiefs pulling the trigger there, because I think that's the correct play, but just the lead that PGG have right now is kind of the reason that we see, oh my god, the reason that we see that play out the way that it did. I was going to say, at the moment, it's a perfect game, but it's not because Chiefs have broken bot turret with that Ziggs.
Always perfect in some metrics. As you say, kills and gold leads for the state of the game, for the current pace of the game anyway. It's much to be what you'd expect from this team with their current run of form.
Here we go. He has flash, but no mana. He'll have to burn.
Liv can't do much. He has the flash, doesn't he?
Again, Swayf has done a good job in keeping tempo, but like at a certain point, keeping tempo is not enough. We need something to happen, and Swayf has to make it work, right? Because it's not going to happen in isolation. It's not going to happen in a 2v2 or a 1v1. It really needs to be a numbers advantage, and potentially it's with Kisei, because he has his one item. You know, he has the Eclipse. It is still relevant, and they really need to show us this Diana Graves 2v2.
Yeah, you really yet to see truly what they can all do when they come together. It's been a little bit disjointed, and they've yet to find the recipe to success that's been so prevalent really for the Chiefs in these opening few moments. They're behind, and we'll have to now see how they play and navigate from that position, because that's another Dragon denied. So now a very quick soul point is off the cards, and I'm sure that's what they were hoping for.
And again, you start, like I said to you, when you fall behind, the first, I guess, role to start leading is the jungle. Because whilst you can't take turrets, they're not the easiest to take if they're being defended. The camps are the easiest to steal. And fair enough, bit of a statement there.
Yeah, good satchel charge.
Yeah, but the camps are the easiest to steal. And like, again, it's what, 100 gold, like, let's just round it, 100 gold for a camp. It's not that much, but you start taking like 2 or 3 every respawn, you know, that it adds up. Like every single respawn, eventually, like, you just end up with like 500 to 1,000 gold lead just from yoinking jungle camps, not to mention the EXP.
Yeah. It's interesting you bring up that point, because that's another stat that the Chiefs have excelled at. You know, for the majority of the games, they've claimed about 58% of it. So they're not only taking their own, they're just putting your jungle on farm as well. And holding you hostage, really, I suppose is the term you'd use here, because if you can't claw yourself back in, you've seen gold leads go against you, but miracle fights take place. But you need, you know, pots, elixirs, vision, or just mere components to find that slight battle difference.
And that's the thing too, right? Is that the way that Chiefs play the game, and that's obviously it matches up with the statistic you just gave us in terms of like jungle counter jungling and whatnot. And I'll hold the thought because Pabu might be caught here.
But he could be. This is the matchup you wanted to see, the 1v1, as Pabu forced to flash your way. Isn't going to pop the LT just yet, waiting for the last minute. He's going to use it now, but only puts the Trundle to sleep, but he falls on down. And that is the first kill of the game here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, big shutdown too. But what did they burn? They burned 2 teleports. And Lee Sin's just farming top side of the map. So again, like, whilst it's nice, like, you got a shutdown, but at what cost?
Yeah, Wave's pushing against them. They've got to have to answer to. As Zimboma clears out mid-wave, potentially looking for another fight topside river.
Now, the thing that I wanted to just add on to is that I think that's why I'll just hold.
Well, Kissy is the one to respond topside. Now they're looking for the repeat gank, looking for a fight that could actually work in their favor. Fantastic knockback.
Looks like he might be able to 1v2 if, like, obviously Mboma and Draku went up there. He still had the Gore Drinker that he could proc, has the Sterax as well. Wouldn't surprise me.
He's very strong.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to ego just yet. He's definitely in the place of power. Don't want to give Chiefs any avenue back into this game because we know that they're a team that kind of a bit like a battering ram. They will just force fights all day long until one works.
That's not a Rift Maker, by the way.
Nope.
For Lilia, that is.
Doesn't seem to be on the cards today.
Interesting build here from Kai'Sa too. Not what we're used to seeing. Wit's End.
There's Leandri. So it's to be expected that, you know, the old classic of just full percentile burn.
I like the Wit's End from Praetor here though, because if you take stock of game state, how does he die? What is the one way he dies this game? It's a Diana engage into a Mega Inferno bomb. So he's kind of just insurance policy, like we've got a lead already, it's 5k, don't need to do anything crazy, and Pabu's caught again.
Yep, Swave's jumped in, he's found that kill, and this is what they do so well. They find vision, they find moments, small pockets in the game that allows them just to slightly chip away at the golds and get a bit of vision, get a bit of a, you know, chance to reclaim back the stakes on the map.
And if we're going to give compliments to PGG and how well they played the early game, we've got to kind of call their
bluff, because it doesn't stop there. Decoy, the one to initiate, but very tanky, isn't he? Swave jumps in as a disengage attempt now, and Mboma caught on the wrong side of a statue charge. Praetor ulting in, looking to go 1v1, and yet he is just so damn strong. He flashes on through to take out Draku, but might have been off more than he could chew. Kisei waiting for a reload and finally finds it before he inevitably falls on down. 11 kills to 3.
Yeah, okay, that was a little bit of a misplay there from Praetor and Decoy. Decoy could have blocked the auto attacks, but they actually spaced each other out. Like, Praetor went bot side, Decoy went top side. Nevertheless, it's a huge win for the side of PGG. I mean, it was a nice pick from Chiefs, but again, nice collapse there from Biopanther, seeing the power of this time change as we get the replay. I mean, he just comes in there, gets the knock up. The Zonya's from Swayze is nice, but he just says, "Where you going, mate?" Gobble, 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 and flies on in. Look at the Wit's End. He's taking no damage, man. But he can take damage from Graves.
I mean, certainly can, especially when he flashes them blind.
You see how they kind of stepped away from each other? And there was that little angle where the Graves auto could find Praetor. If Decoy and Praetor just synced up and stood in front of one another, Praetor doesn't actually fall down there.
Well, speaking about falling down, it might be in Mboma once again in a fair bit of trouble as Chess has gone for the combo, locks him in place there with the wall dash. And that's a massive Moonfall found here by Swave. The follow-up from the big Inferno Bomb is pretty huge. That could be a bit of a game breaker. Lived in trouble though. Subjugate still working. Abyssal dive knocks up too. That's the game changer. A double kill for Praetor. Here's the triple. And that is just sheer dominance from Pentanet.
That is just such a good team fight. And it's going to sound funny to say, but from both sides, right? Because Swayze finds such a good engage. And it is just multiple members on like what, sub 200 HP, 300 HP. And it looks like it can swing the way of the Chiefs, but they just get outplayed at the end. Praetor comes in late to the fight. And I think here, I thought, okay, this is a little bit of an overreach, Skimmy. You know, maybe Chiefs can turn this one around. Watch the Diana ultimate. I believe it's a 3 or 4-man one on the back end here. Like 4-man into a mega Inferno bomb. And if you're Chiefs, you're not finding a better fight than that, right? But Praetor is untouched. Have a look at him zone, 2 to 3 people from presence. Then Biopanther just says, you know what, boys, I'm going in. Come clean this one up, Praetor. And you know what, he's starting to look like his day job's a janitor, because on this Kai'Sa he's absolutely cleaning house.
He certainly
you
is.
Like that one,
you
huh?
have to. I
you can use that one.
Hey, you've got a few bangers tonight, man. I'll give you that.
You can use that one. Tell you what.
Look, I'll say what I see is that Chiefs going to feel hard done by that. They would have thought that they've done enough damage, that they've chased on in, all clumped up, that the turnaround is on the cards there for Pentanet, but yeah, that may have been as good as it gets. And now a Baron buff to play against as well, and this gold lead doesn't get any smaller.
It's definitely not. It's getting big. It's 10k now. I mean, like, that was your Hail Mary fight. I mean, Swaif just found such a good engage, but again, just outplayed. The Zhonya's was good there from Lee Sin as well, so it's going to be a tough uphill battle now because, you know, to make matters worse, it is a Mountain Soul, which is going to fare very well into the likes of like a Ziggs, you know, stuff that really needs to find that 100 to 0 or that poke even.
Yeah. It just means now that wombo combo that we literally just saw from Chiefs becomes that much harder to pull off and find value with, that the turnaround is just a fraction easy now for Pentanet. As you say, 10k leads. GA here for Chaz. And he has all the control in the world to continue to use flashy plays and not really bear the burden of it.
You know, the one thing that I like from Chaz this game is he actually hasn't compromised. You know, a lot of the times when Pabu's been getting caught, because again, he's only died twice, so he hasn't had a bad game, but there was...
Oh, twice, maybe make that 3 times. Once again, Abyssal Dive is huge. Look it up too. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they do find Pabu. Kisei picks up a kill, but now in a fair bit of trouble.
And
Gonna
Boma.
fall on down. As Predef is starting to get closer and closer to double digits. They're chasing on through. They knock them up again. It's just a little bit too good.
That dive is too good, Skimmy.
Oh no, it's a masterclass here from Pentanet as they are...
Hey, I got another one. What's Tom Kench cooking? Because it's an absolute masterclass from the cat here.
Oh no, well, if anything, mate, we got the sound bites on check today.
They do.
Easy clips of social media.
I'll send them an invoice. But no, it's such a good team fight here coming out of PGG. Like, again, because I hold these teams to such a high standard, hold the thought.
Yeah, they continue. Not going to go for much more, though, because it is onto a Braum, very tanky target. They just want to break open the base, and, well, why wouldn't you at this stage? Baron buff is still there for another 10 seconds. 3 waves crashing. Wanted to go for an inhib if it was available, but now they've opened up 2 main avenues of attack.
And I think Pabu would be his own biggest critic here. I think he's had a very good early game, but he's kind of been a little bit sus in the mid game, right? Like, these fights are starting off him getting caught, and he's not participating in any of the fights. Right? He still has his ultimate available in this fight, but Praedyth on the back end is able to survive. Chaz uses the Dragon Rage to get Trundle off of him, and then, I mean, Bon Voyage, Tom Kench just pops on in and just, I mean, doesn't take damage.
He literally doesn't take any damage. It's crazy to see. And yeah, I guess we are going to start getting into the territory of, is it now ban-worthy? I mean, you're still looking at all the enchanters being strong, all the bruisers being strong. Akali's no doubt out of the meta now. Those nerfs may have just been a little bit too much to allow the likes of Chaz and Kisei to flex their power on it. But now you start to wonder, what is the new hot meta to ban?
Well, this is his, like, this was their counter pick too, right? To Tom Kench. They opted in for the Trundle matchup, but you have to say...
final pick Trundle.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit unimpactful.
Kisei with the LDR, but he's 2-5. He's playing catch-up. The utility with the smoke bomb to try and make sure that the wombo combo when Swaif goes in is enough. The volatility of both these junglers, as we highlighted, has been a big factor here. For 2 different reasons, really, if you look at the scoreline. The fact that Pabu has died 3 times has allowed Chiefs to come back in, but Swaif's 1-6, unable to really get the ball rolling and snowballing like Chiefs have done so successfully.
Oh, Lee Sin's just gone in and says, how you going? But I mean, if your way of getting back in, you know, if you're Pabu, the way of getting back in is a 14k gold lead, I'm sure he'll take that. 2-3 and 10.
No doubt.
Oof.
Oh!
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a bit of a prey div. It's just a fraction. Okay, we'll forget about that solar flare because I don't even need it. The CC is too much when the gold diff is this big. Inhibs are gone. The base is crumbling. Chiefs themselves, their mental seems to be broken. When a Kaiser can do that in your face, pure disrespect. You know that PGG are a sleeping giant that wants more. 2 members put to sleep in the fountain, running away, zoned away, can't do much about it. The Nexus turrets themselves, the next on the menu. Fire Panther cooking up a real treat here. Big shield, big turnarounds, but a fridge that will not ever run out of stock.
Chiefs making their last stand here in Boma, ulting the minion wave, so this is going to be Chiefs living to fight another day. They saved the inhibitor too, so it is only 1 inhibitor down. What will they lose though? Are they going to lose the Baron? Maybe not.
Yeah, you have to wonder. I don't know how they really get themselves out of the base right now. Vision just does not exist. have no idea what Pentanet are up to. And are a world away from really matching them with power with the items and the levels.
Praetor just this is when you know you're in control of a game, when you actually don't even need to catch minion waves. You're just AFK for 10 seconds at the Baron waiting for the boys to rock up because there's going to be absolutely no contest. I mean, Dragon can't even get taken away by Chiefs too, so... But I mean, who cares at this point, right, for the Dragons?
I don't think they even want to go for it, quite honestly. They can look to end the game. They can look to run it straight down through mid if you like. And give us one more set of fireworks to end the night here. This would tie them in first.
Yep.
9-4.
And 1-1 head-to-head.
1-1, as you say. So the third time they play each other really is going to be the banger.
I mean,
a last stance here, really, for Chiefs to save any face.
Both games have been statements, right? Like when Chiefs beat Pentanet, big statement, and this one is an absolute statement as well. I reckon Chaz with his, what, 33 or 34-minute prediction might be on.
Certainly could be. Once again, Leona engaged. Two-man Moonfall, lock him in place. Both junglers go golden for the meantime. Can anybody else follow this fight up and find success? Pabu somehow just falls on down in the end, but it's a trade once again as Praetor finds the kill. He is untouched and just far too strong at this moment. And I'm going to attack the Nexus itself because they know these minions far too strong. And if anything, Jubes, it looks like they're playing with their food.
But we're actually seeing the strength of the Diana Ziggs combo. It actually makes it nearly impossible for Pabu to play the game. Like, he's just getting deleted every single fight. And I don't know if Pabu's the one that you want deleted, in the sense that, like, yeah, he's for sure a key member, has a lot of the utility, a lot of the CC. But the Hail Mary for me is if Chiefs can find that engage onto Praetor. He has a lot of magic resistance though. And, you know, are they going to be able to find that one shot? But again, it's an admirable stand from the Chiefs, right? They're not going down without a fight. Throughout the Baron buff, throughout the two inhibitors that fell, they were able to fend them off for another push.
What a crazy game. To think that, you know, we came into this one, right, and Chiefs were just on an absolute tear, just taking out everybody left and right, and we're thinking, okay, when does it stop? They lost 2 games against Peace. You're thinking, okay, sure, you know, aggressive teams. Blip on the radar, as Kudin would call it, against Order. But now against PGG, you start to wonder, okay, are we starting to get a bit of a resemblance of what Split 1 looked like with the standings?
It feels like we are, right? They're really coming to... And again, this was where I said to them, you know, they're going to play for their mid-game comp. Maybe their early game is still a little bit, leaving a little bit to be desired, but they kind of just said, you know what, Jubes? You don't know what you're talking about. Here's our early game. And they've just put on a clinic so far.
Yeah, maybe just lost a fair too many games overseas. Beaten by better teams and said, this is how they do it early game and this is what we're going to do. That's a massive Moonfall! This might be the best base defense that Chiefs can find, but do they have their damage? They don't! Chaz can flash into your fountain and not die. That says it all. Pensnet are back on top and Predif is the difference.
Yeah, it is the Prey diff, as you mentioned, in that game, right? He had such a good game. Really was patient with his Kai'Sa engages. And I'll say Kai'Sa engages, but Kai'Sa backline access rather. And he had, you know, all the work to do once all the cooldowns and the initial engage went down. So it was a really good team fight coming out of Praetor multiple times there.
What a game. I mean, we mentioned it, I think, last week as well. You know, MSI, PGG starting to come back into fruition, starting to show us, you know, those lessons that were learned. And what a time to hit your power spike, right? Because we talk about playoffs not being too far away. It's just under 4 weeks now. And if you need a moment of momentum, then it's time to find the latter half of this one. And Mac, I mean, you look at a team like this and you think, okay, the battle for first, it's on.
Yeah, it definitely just got a little bit more spicy here in the DoorDash LCO. We love a little bit of extra spice in our League of Legends, and this is exactly what we needed. Now, third round is going to be extremely interesting, but let's talk about this game. I came into today thinking this was going to be a banger match, which it was, but I did not ever think it was going to be this one-sided. Pensnet putting on a damn show from the bloody green light at that start of the game. Just straight off the mark, taking fights left, right, and center. And as you mentioned, just their rotates, you know, to help out their team was just so much better. the fact that Bio survived this team fight is completely ridiculous. Whether everyone else thought, oh, I don't know, that last hit, someone else will get it eventually. Didn't happen. And he goes back in, gets another knock up, and then turns the fight into a full... was that the ace as well? I think it was, right?
I don't know if Mboma fell down, but it was close.
Yeah, close enough. 4 kills, pretty much an ace at that point, right?
Yeah.
We can say Kevy actually got a penta earlier with that logic, so let's just go with that, hey? Now, big game from Pensanet, putting on a damn show and really finding their way into the new patch.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very big statement game. Like I said, the reason that I actually tipped PGG was I feel like they adapt very well to changes. I know they said themselves that that's why they struggled earlier in the split, but I think in terms of versatility, in terms of champion oceans, like they have it all. And we really saw the labor of those fruits, right? I think I said it the other way around, but anyway, whatever, you know what I meant. And yeah, like the Lilia, the Tamkench, you know, the Kai'Sa even going back to the roots, just a good performance from them.
Yeah, just a solid performance all across the board. That's almost a 20k gold diff, by the way, in 30 minutes. Look, both of them were pretty close in terms of the time prediction, you know, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. I guess we can give it to Chaz, you know, he was that little bit closer. But in the mid lane, he was having a damn good time there on the Lee Sin. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Kisse on, you know, anything but that Lee Sin. We did see him on the LeBlanc at one point, but he just loved playing that Lee Sin. So good way to steal it away from him is just pick it yourself, you know, and the Gore Drinker providing so much extra sustainability. But other than that, you're looking at Ziggs just dishing out huge AoE damage for Chiefs. However, it wasn't enough to get more than that 6 kills on the board. So I would have to say, out of all the games we've seen from Chiefs so far, this is probably their worst this split. And it's not that they played bad, you know, it definitely is not that. It's more so the fact that Pensanet just played out of their minds today.
I think there'll be some good takeaways, though, from this game, Mac, because, you know, it's always well and good when a team is winning, especially when they're winning across different patches and they're sticking to their style and happy days and whatnot. But I think it's good to have, you know, defeats like this before, you know, a few weeks leading into playoffs, right? Because you can look to go back and start to, you know, assess, okay, what do we need to change, what worked, what didn't, yada, yada, yada. As Juves mentioned, Pensanet just seemed to have a different idea of what was strong. And the first 15 minutes, flawless rotates from top to bot, the perfect dives, the perfect kills. And it was like, yeah, 10 kills to no response.
Well, gentlemen, it's time to have a quick chat with Nat, who's down on the side lanes again. And Nat, you have Preydiff down there, who really did put on a Preydiff today.
I do. I'm going to be joined by Preydiff for this post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on the win. How does it feel with that win under your belt? You're now tied for first place with Chiefs.
Yeah. I don't know. We're very confident this week. Everything's been going really, really nicely. Before the game, Echo got world first in another game, so I was really hyped. I think I can win worlds now. So you know, it's, as I said, it's undefeated from here on out, 100%. Go on to worlds, probably win worlds. We'll see.
I love it. All it takes is one confident week from you guys, and all of a sudden you're winning worlds. But I want to focus on this game, and you guys looked really strong early game. It appears that all the effort you've put into that has been going so well. So I want to know, what new narrative can we run for you guys?
Yeah, I don't know. We came in this week. We knew that a lot of these teams don't really know how to react to aggression properly. I watched Mboma's interview where he said he's just going to sit back and let his team carry him, which was an interesting thing to claim. So I knew that if I play for my jungler and he's playing not to lose, then this game will be really easy. And yeah, I know that like with every other team, it's just going to be the same thing. I'm a little bit offended they banned my Philios, so but yeah, I'm always happy to bring out Kai'Sa.
Offended, you should be like, that's it. You'd seen as that much of a threat that they had to ban it out. But I lost my train of thought for a second. Would you say that that's your key to victory then, is just knowing that you guys can play that aggressive game and play around your junglers a bit better than some other teams?
Yeah, well, I think like something that I learned, I said this a few weeks back in my interview, was that I'm going to get every single MVP. I'm gonna get 3 MVPs in 1 week, and I thought it'd be easy, but I actually realized that like my teammates are actually pretty good. So Like, it's a pretty tough task to be able to do that against like all my teammates, because like they're all just so good and they all have standout games. I think everyone's performing very well right now. Jackson last game, clutch pillars, honestly deserved the DoorDash MVP. Like those pillars, oh my god! Like he pillared exactly after Jesse, Insect, Draven into Ziggs and someone else. Like it was perfect.
I would have to say you are all having absolutely standout performances. Do you think this is going to be a week though to get those 3 player that delivers, and perhaps do you think you got it for today?
If people ban my affiliates, then I think there's a slightly lower chance, because when I'm playing affiliates, my team likes to let me carry a lot more, you know? So I think like if I'm playing affiliates, it's kind of likely I'll be able to do it. But I mean, like this draft didn't make much sense, right? They like banned affiliates and then first pick Ziggs anyways. So like I don't really think the draft made a lot of sense. But like if people want to play for me not to get my MVPs, then like that's just how it is, you know. And I'm not going to be able to do it. But if people let me play my champs, then who knows?
Well, then who do you think got it today is my final question.
Well, I think like Jackson was very good early, and then he started running it really fast, like 4 deaths in a row. He was sprinting. I think me and Jesse played really well the whole game. But Brandon brought out the Tom Kench, so that's pretty exciting. So I think it could be anyone, really.
Alrighty. Well, look, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on such a great performance and a win.
Thank you so much, Nat.
So let me get this straight. The man wins Split 1. He then goes to MSI and does Oceania proud and makes probably the deepest run of MSI we've ever made. Comes back, gets halfway through this split, and only now does he realize that his teammates might be pretty good at the game. Okay, that blows my mind. And something else that's probably going to blow his mind is his week is off to a damn good start, because Pradith is the player that delivered for day number 1 of this week. So congratulations. He's off to the start. And I have to say, I completely disagree with what he said about Aphelios, saying, oh, I've probably got a higher chance to get the player that delivered with that. I don't know, man. Your Kaiser's always been pretty damn insane, and it was insane again today. So I think you just lean back towards that direction. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Jubes?
Kaiser has some like average lanes now. That's the problem.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily what he can do on the champion. It's just that he also gets more resources on the Aphelios, because Aphelios has like 200 years game design. Not sure if you've heard about that before.
Yep.
But yeah, there is an old saying. So I think Pradith just feels more comfortable having the 200 years behind him, and he's able to really facilitate that in the team fights as well as the team.
Well, he had 73% kill participation, 13 kills, 6 assists, and he only died 1 time. So I think he's probably going to be disappointed with that. You know, the man has higher standards for himself, so that's pretty good. Now, the one that I get to ask you about, you know, it's the play of the day. Does anyone have a memory today? Do you have a memory?
There's two quadric. Go.
No, you go.
No.
You asked.
I'm going to go for Goodo stealing the Baron, and then they win the team fight, and then Mammoth get their first dub.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, that could have been a play of the day.
That was one of my options. I really liked that one. Pradith got a triple in that game. Just gone.
Got a quadra.
Okay.
Got a quadra, sorry. Sorry.
All good, because that was one of mine. But you took it.
There you go. There you go. Well, Skibby stole one of mine. I stole one of yours. So
nah, then I had the Kevi quadra. It's one of the quadras, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
I like the Mammoth win, though.
You're on the money. Juice with, it's one of the quadras. Whose quadra? It was Kevy's.
Yeah.
So, big man on the graves, running it in the jungle, making it look like a damn good champion. And let's have a crack. Who's doing it, by the way? Juice or Nat? You taking notes?
I think Juice is doing this one.
Am I?
Actually, maybe this is Mac. I think this actually might be a Mac angle.
I was not prepared for this, Nat. It's a Nat angle. It's a Nat angle. Ready?
All right, so we've got Graves on the back end here. Sorry, it's not a Nat angle. It's a Juvie angle. It's a groovy Juvie angle. And we've got Kevin on the back line here. Bang, 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 bang. He's got the Graves. He's a Mafia Graves. That's being nerfed. No cigar anymore. Thank you very much. Dashes forward. Gun crab on the back end there. Uses the heal. No. Shock says, hello, how are you? Not flash forward. Cupcake goes down. Gets eaten like the Mafia Graves. Loves to eat those little cupcakes on the back end, Kevy.
Damn, I have to say that is the best play-by-play I've ever done.
Natty, that was honestly fantastic. The one thing I'll say to you, if I could give you a bit of advice.
Of course.
Your voice was a little bit deep.
Okay. I'll work on that one for next time.
Now, and also, you sounded more from my type of suburbs.
What kind of suburbs would they be?
Summoner's Rift jungle.
True. Straight from the jungle.
Yeah.
Good job, Nat. Welcome to the jungle. Now, let's have a quick look at the standings where all the teams are currently sitting. I believe we've got a tie in first. Pentanet at the top of the table, 9-4. Chiefs up there as well, 9-4. You got Order in third with no one sitting beside them because Direwolves copped the L, Peace copped the L, and there you have it, 8-5 for them. So fourth place tied, Direwolves and Peace. So we have a defined top 5 at the moment. That's good still, you know, at least we're going to have some teams in the playoffs. You love to see that. Gravitas there in 6th with 6 and 7 after copping the L to Mammoth today, who are on the board at the bottom, 1-12, looking to get back into the negotiations of those playoffs. Legacy there with 5 and 8. So there still is a world where if Direwolves or Peace just bottom out for the rest of this group stage, then it's going to be extremely hard, but possible for Mammoth or Legacy to also make it into playoffs. So there's a realm where this actually happens. Anyway, any surprises here for anyone on the desk?
Well, when there's a will, there's a way. That's the first thing we'll say. So good luck, Mammoth. But the biggest surprise for me is Peace being this far down the leaderboard, especially with the addition of Babip. Like, again, we thought, you know, this is potentially the team to overtake Pentanet, but we've just seen complete opposite, I guess, flips of the script. Pentanet have made a late surge and looking like the best team in the league now. And Peace are looking, brutally honest, Peace are genuinely looking like a 5th place team. And on some days, that's generous. Like it is genuinely looking like Gravitas as the 5th place team. And that's the harsh reality of it, right? Like you set expectations with how good some of the players are in the team, and I really, really, really hope, because I love all the players on that team. I hope they can bounce back.
I would definitely agree with Jews in terms of like Peace looking a little shaky, because if we took all the players individually, I think they are still playing to this expectation that we have of them, but when you put them all together on a team, it's just not really working. And that's what we see when we look at teams like Mammoth and Gravitas and Legacy. They're all really amazing individually, but when you kind of put them on a team, they really start to struggle, and that's where Peace is sitting right now.
It makes me question, I wonder if it's Draft Lord. Is he drafting the wrong drafts? Or am I going to be shunned for even questioning the Lord of the Draft? However, let's have a look at what games we are going to see tomorrow evening. So, kicking things off at 6 p.m, you got Chiefs and Direwolves. That's going to be a banger, so make sure you're in your bloody seats with your DoorDash ready for game numero uno. Now, 7 p.m, you got Gravitas and Pentanet going head-to-head. Can Gravitas cause the upset, or are Pentanet going to continue this fine form? 8 p.m, you got Peace and Order going head-to-head. This is potentially another banger. Order could jump up there to the 9-4 or 9-5 scoreline as well, or Peace may be able to put their foot down and try to shut all of us up on the desk, although I believe it's warranted at this point. 9 p.m, Legacy and Mammoth going head-to-head. This could be another dub for Mammoth if they play out of their minds, but Legacy, we've enjoyed what we've seen from them, so who bloody knows what's going to happen to round off the night. Game of the day, anyone? Skimmy, I'm looking at you with my eyes.
Yes, I am looking at you. Yeah, look, I mean, you could look at all these games, right, as being bangers. I think having seen Gravitas beat Pentanet before, that was the old Pentanet. I don't think they can now, especially if they're playing as clean as they did there. They're a team that's saying, look, we're going to Worlds. We want all this attention, you know, once again, back on us as, like, you know, the team from Oast that can defy expectations. Chief and Direwolves could be exciting. You know, the Direwolves and the Chiefs then both looking to try and bounce back from defeats and say, we're better than this.
True.
There's a lot of narratives that continue to be exciting where, you know, the favorites aren't necessarily the ones that get the victory.
I was going to say Pentanet and Gravitas. Definitely, I think it's going to be the most action-packed. The way that Gravitas won against Pentanet last time was the early aggression. Really got them in the early game. So I think they're going to try and probably fall back on that. Go for a lot more early aggression. But Pentanet have really stepped up in that department. So I think we're going to see a lot of fights early on.
Okay, and I think we have Elfish Guy and Rusty tomorrow, right? So, Jubes, you want any 2 cents before we end the day?
Nah, mate. Don't get overtime. So. No, I'm joking. No. I think. I honestly think the. Well, for me, there's like, it's not the games. It's what the games mean. Like if Legacy win, they go 6 and 7. Then Gravitas 6 and 7. And depending on the Peace Order game, which is going to be a huge one, they're 7 and 6. Obviously, they could end up 8 and 6. But then, like, that is just such a close middle of the pack. And that makes the league so spicy, so exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is spicy, and it's only going to get more spicy tomorrow. Day number 13 coming up 6 p.m. or 5:30 if you want the pre-show. We'll see you then.
Looking to try and catch up Cupcake on contest, but then jumps in only, looking for the flash click, and he does get it now, jumping in with the Sonic Wave afterwards, looking for the execute, but then Puma flashes the 1v1 in the bot lane of order, looking to try and protect him, but he falls on down all the same. Only might be the trade as the dash away will not protect him on this occasion, but now Chungy burning his flash also and gets collapsed upon by Claire. Level 18 now for Kevin. He is so insanely strong. As Claire's had enough, he jumps on in. Vanna target on towards Puma, but has no protection. The bigger Inferno Bomb does enough before Puma's eventually going to fall on down. He's been kicked and flashed, but somehow the auto attack from Sivir is just there in time. But Kevin stops. Raj does go on towards Appy, but the aftershock was there, and maybe a whole bunch of that one, and the Milk might be in trouble right now. Absolutely he is. Rocket jump on his head, he's going to cop a fair bit of damage, and the trade is still looking to try and get that kill onto Violet Sybil. Does he have the flash? Max range, he gets it, and a double kill. And he redeems himself for the misplay topside.
The shy ball, huh? Flip it.
This has to be a 50-50 flip. Gravitas feel pressure that they need to do something right now. Sonic Wave is there. It's getting low and low. Final spot, they've stolen it! Mammoth have got the Baron. They've got their kills. They get a double. They get it all. They will take it all. But can Thomas Shen find the resets? He's on hit, but he's fallen on down. Frost denies him, clutching so closely. And down. It might be in Boma once again in a fair bit of trouble as Jack's gone for the combo. Locks him in place there with the wall dash. And that's a massive Moonfall fan here by Swave. The follow-up from the big Inferno Bomb is pretty huge. That could be a bit of a game breaker. Lived in trouble though. Subjugate still working. Abyssal dive knocks up two. That's the game changer. A double kill for Praetor. Here's the triple. And that is just sheer.
I'm not messing with you.
Yo, you fucking with this nigga?
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Shawty, can you dance for me? Can you dance? Cancel your plans for me, all your plans. Shawty, can you dance for me? Look like a masterpiece. No, I don't wanna have to ask you, please, goddamn. And my phone keep calling. Baby girl, she still keep stalling. Told her go and hit my line when she out of line. Got me running up her problems. Trip gone, new season. Yeah, baby gon' spend it for no reason. Yeah, I'm gonna get my money while I'm breathing. Fingers in my bank, still go up to the ceiling. Yeah, I tap in and then I tap out. I'm gonna tell these rappers better stay out. Now I'm playing, man, I'm running till I play out. I'm flowing like the water, the ocean right from the bay out. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. Give me one more night I can spend with you, to have everything in my life secure. Now I wanna take you out, we can go all around. Wanna spend a couple bucks for a ransom. Checked in and I'm winning. Yeah, she try to conversate, but then I'm dipping. I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. I'm tired of rappers who say they're killing.
I just made a couple bands the way I'm living. Tryna get the paper in my hands, let me grip it all night. Yeah, gripping on your thighs while I'm hitting. Grip on it, you know you can't survive while I beat it all night. Yeah, when she's so romantic, gon' be doing all nighters. Hand up on your head while I'm performing so righteous. Get you on your watch because our love is so timeless. It's so priceless, and you can be my highness. Yeah, you can be my highness. You got that good brain at the top, you're the wisest. Yeah, I'll take you shopping cause you love looking the flyest. Sexy and designer, sexy when you're pure. Matter of fact, you look finer. Saw you from afar, said I'm on this chick. I'm in my zone when I'm on this chick. I always kept it tight when I used to hit licks. Now I'm gripping on the mic while these bitches move hips.
I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely. I want your body, I want your love. I want everybody to know what's up. Don't ever switch on me. Now these changes feel lonely.